How unusual. Risqué's listening while being deaf and demuted. Well done. Oh my goodness. They're not even trying anymore. They've just all conceded. No evidence of a baller.
What's this? Flat Earth International Conference had a different flavour than the previous. Same this meeting was finding the creation in creation. I better have a read of this shit.
What's this, Danny? Unmute. Tell
Danny's
us.
blog. That was a mistake. This is back in 2019.
Danny's got a blog. He's keeping a diary. Dear diary.
10/13/24. Matrix called me a numpty. There's ambush scrolling down. Ambush, here we go.
So we got 3 chuckles, all listening, because they've got no globe evidence. Interesting. Interesting. Danny's become a Christian and found the Creator. He's found out Earth's flat. Progress. That's good. Well done, Danny. Only took you 12 years.
That didn't answer the question, Danny. You're a fucking weasel. Even in your book, you're a slime.
What did he say?
I'm not reading it out to you. It's too fucking long. After he had his sook about bloody Nathan Thomas or Thompson or whatever his name is.
All right. So he's just crying into his diary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gravity of the situation. I usually ask flat earthers, given this pressure imbalance in the atmosphere, why there is no upward rush of air from the ground level to equalise the much lower pressure aloft.
Oh my goodness.
I've never had a flat
Seriously?
earther answer this question, though the answer is obvious.
Uh,
Here, we're contained. It's that fucking obvious.
he means he's had it answered. He hasn't understood the answer.
Yeah, that's right. Instead of stepping back going, oh, I don't know what that means.
They always talk about the gradient to avoid talking about the container.
Yeah. Oh, but there's a gradient. Yes. So if I open a can of fizzy drink or a beer, but there's a
Oh,
gradient. It shouldn't have just fizzed out like that.
your car tire never gets low.
No, I've had enough of reading that shit. Still me head. I'll go back to looking through
Sure.
memes. I've only got about 1,000 YouTube videos to catch up on.
Oh yeah.
It gets like that too. You stop watching them for 1 or 2 days, and all of a sudden they start piling up. And I'll get that tomorrow. I'll mow the lawn. I'll watch it tomorrow. And you jump online, and one of your mates will be on. You have a bit of a yarn, and you'll come in here, and some ball-tard will be in here trying to spew some more shit out. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to sit here and just listen to him get kicked around a bit.
12 hours later. Ah, shit.
So 11 and a half hours, 40, 40 seconds later. It's like, shit, I don't have enough time. I've got to go to bed.
Yeah, I've been in there almost 12 hours.
Well, that's like on the weekend for me. What was it? Friday Arvo. I got on, I think it was about 2 o'clock, and got off about 1 o'clock in the morning. Saturday was around 8 o'clock, got off at 11. Sunday, about 8 o'clock, got off at 10. I put in a couple of good ones.
Damn tooting. I had a good little break. I'm making up for it now. Um, very interesting. Indeed. Indubitably. I'll yakking it up in the chat.
So you're saying the belief that the Earth is flat is necessary for salvation?
Where did you get that from?
I don't know, but this is just ball-tard logic, remember?
Oh, right. So no logic. Anti-logic. Globe sense.
CB, are you trying to talk, or are you just snoring or something in the background?
He's snoring. He's zonked out.
Actually,
He
I'm going to
stayed
do him a
up past his
favour.
bedtime.
I'm going to put the mute
Mute
button
his
on him.
ass. Yeah.
He's a big boy now. He can unlock himself. Just in case he is having a snooze.
I do that quite often. Somebody recorded me the other day snoring my face off.
They're bastards. It's funny too because they'll wait about 5 seconds, make sure that you get a good cycle through, and then it's like, yeah, let's mute him now. Take down the time.
Yeah, good friends like that. Frick, man, I've gone all weird again with my sleep. It was consistent for a minute. Yeah, it's gone all strange again. Danny saying he's religious now. There's Danny. I have seen the
That movie has legend status.
Oh, yeah. Why did they even attempt to tune up? Definitely was a deuce. Horrible. Horrible. From top to bottom. This is all going in his book, Trinity.
Yeah. Bet all those times those nasty flat earthers made his feelings hurt.
My fifis. Right in the fields. Feels so good, man.
Alright, we'll help him out a bit. Try that one. Have some firmaments. They're tasty. Yeah, Jedi's in. Check it out.
Not again.
Not again.
He owes me 20 quid.
You
Oh,
fucking
what?
40 quid. What the fuck?
You owe me 20 quid. What the fuck?
Yeah, see, he's getting old and senile. He's confused.
Oh, don't be saying shit like that.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. What's going on in here? Anything
Denny
exciting?
50.
We've got
Denny
the new
Tard 57 is chat skanking.
we got a new tactic from Globers. They don't offer any evidence anymore. They just sit and listen.
Interesting.
It's amazing. So we've got 3 listeners at the moment. Chuckles, Risque, and Mark. Oh, Danny.
Chuckles, which is, what is it? Duncan Darth?
Yeah,
I think Miggy said. Yeah.
he's going on about his Theodolite Earth.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah. Theodolites obviously use a curved baseline.
Yeah, for sure. So why aren't they unmuting themselves? Have they, pardon the pun, got no balls?
No. They're just listening, apparently.
Fair enough.
Such an abundance of globe evidence, they just can't show it. They just have to listen.
Actually, I do love that one. People ask about perspective.
Danny's getting more material for his book. Matrix's cancer aids from reaching his blog. Dear Diary. So yeah, lots of fun. T-Dub talked about what did he call it? Backward time, anti-time, fucking what was that?
Oh, I don't know what it was, but we're having a good laugh at it.
Yeah, they reckon that somewhere there was cloth where the light exited before it entered, and they've got some weird term for it, something like anti-time or something. So yeah. That's apparently a thing now. Backward, upside down time.
Is that what happens in Australia, or is that what happens in the US?
Tricky one. Oh, we learned about the double sun too. I found that somewhere. So I thought I'd ask the Aussies. But they're not on the East Coast, so. But yeah, there's a double sun.
Hey, Danny, is that what your bed looks like? Oh, yes. Okay, cool.
That was good timing.
Oh, man. I'm getting good at this game. Oh, shit.
Man, this is interesting.
Wasn't it Danny that was having a chat with some minister or something like that, and he had some Freemason book up in the background?
Of course.
Or was that someone else I was thinking of?
Definitely Danny.
Yeah, that was Danny.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Total fraud.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are there so many Australians in here? Well,
I know,
where
right?
else would we be?
I've fucking been saying the same thing.
Oi,
Build the wall. Build
have
the
you met
wall.
Stanley? I'll just get him right here. Oh no, this one's Irwin. How's it going, Irwin?
Just gazing, Aussie.
Have you seen Mr. In Between, that show, Matrix?
Mr. In Between.
I just keep seeing clips for it all over YouTube and stuff. It's Australian drama. It came out about 5 years ago or something. Yeah, Mr. In Between. This guy's a hitman, but it's really Australian, and it's like, how you going, mate? Can I get some dimmies? And it's really cool.
One that I thought was really funny, Wilfred, that dude that
Oh,
was
Wilfred,
dressed up
man.
like a
Oh,
dog.
Fuck
That was
you.
fucking
Yeah, that was-
funny.
That was fucking funny, man.
When he's driving along in the car and old mate's out the window, oh, you fucking cunt! What are you looking at? I'm pissing myself laughing. Holy shit.
Americans don't get that.
Oh, man.
That's an average Aussie welcome. What are you talking about? That's
He
him
did like
being
a
friendly.
he did like a love scene with a stuffed giraffe, and it was just it was hilarious.
Actually, since Danny's having a little sook, we'll give him a little tissue. There he is. Like the episode when they jumped the fence, or they went into the next door, or just wherever it was, and there was all dope plants growing in there. And they've gone up to the gate, and the dog just stops cold. It's like, hello? Latch. Oh, mate opens it. Dog goes in, sniffing out the best plants. That was so twisted, that show.
That was some fucked up shit, man. I'll tell you another one. This one. Mate showed me this years ago. Because it starts out all fucking cute and then just goes psychotic. Did you ever see that one?
What the fuck are they?
Happy Tree Friends. Go check them out.
Happy Tree Friends?
Happy Tree Friends, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he left. Didn't even get to say good day. Frick. He ran faster than his daddy did.
He said g'day when he dropped in. Oh, you cunt, you owe me 20 quid.
Oh, no, right? Fucking rude bastard. Yeah, I don't know if you was here, but I don't know, some numpty dipshit 9x1. He wanted to be unmuted. The Jedi unmuted him, and he said, "Thanks for whoever did that." I said, "That was me. You owe me some money." And he's like, "You can." And Jedi's like, "What the fuck was it?" And then freaking what's his name? Godric was wanting unmuting. So I said, "Pay up." And then just before I writ that, fucking Jedi wrote in there 20 quid. You're going too fast, Trinity. Go slower. He's old.
He's old.
He's had too many seed oils. His brain don't work right. Dun dun dun. Well, they turned the lights on and off, clearly.
Oh shit! Well, there you go. That was easy.
There you go. Problem solved.
Oh, crazy.
Your globe is offensive. It's offensive to my sense.
Yeah, that one's for Danny. Space from Earth, space from space.
Oops. Oopsies.
What do we got? Up past 10. Oh.
Man. I can't believe you reckon. Gee. Yeah. 7 different answers. That's sketchy AF. You got something wrong, Danny. It's fine. It's happened many times, and it will always happen. Hey, Feb man. For Batman. How's it going? Another Aussie. Ooh. Prickness. 6 of you now. We got Risky, Mick, Feb, Jedi. Jedi's Australian. He's an honorary Australian.
So one episode on politics, we had was it 7 or 8 of us? It was funny because there was only like 15 people on, and someone's gone, oh, looks like there's a few Aussies on here, and all of a sudden it was like, yes, 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 no, yes, yes, and a few of the smartasses sort of stood back for a second.
What time is it in Australia?
Right now we have 10:38 p.m.
Perth or Sydney time?
That's Sydney time.
And Melbourne time.
Alright, calm down.
Fucking Mexicans.
Yeah. Bloody get everywhere, they do. Fucking swam quite away, didn't they?
We get the good weather down here.
That's because you got the 2 suns.
You get every season every friggin' day. What are you on about?
Beautiful, mate. Beautiful. Just carry a jumper with you.
That's it. Make sure your umbrella's in the car.
What weather are we having today? Yes. That's basically how it goes.
We had about 20 degrees Celsius, and it's 16 now.
Pretty good.
What are we running now? We had a bit of a thunderstorm
Yeah.
earlier that come through, cooled us off.
Yeah, beautiful day today in Melbs.
16 now, look at that. Mad. Sunny Dubungus.
No rain.
How's the chemtrails?
We had some of that.
We had some of
They're
those
few and far
yesterday.
between. Oh, I see them occasionally, yeah.
And I tell you what, normally get sick about 2 weeks after we see them.
Shit.
Where I am, if you see the trailing, you got 3 days and you'll have rain.
I wish we had rain. We haven't got rain at the moment. We haven't had rain for a while, actually.
Yeah, we copped a dose tonight. Earlier on while I was at squash.
My brother up in the Sunshine Coast, he copped 70 mil the other day.
Yeah, that'll get your lawn watered. Oh, what's this? You need to repent of your obvious sinful behaviour here. Danny,
What the?
how about you go and push your lies elsewhere? You're the one that had the little Masonic book up in the background whilst you were having your little powwow with your priest minister, mate. Only reason I know about that is because FED boys took the piss out of you for it.
Danny 57 talking about sin. That's weird.
Yes.
So taking God's word out of context, that's nothing wrong, huh, Danny? Saying that he created a Big Bang universe, ever expanding cosmos, globe, Earth.
That's not what's written in Genesis.
And
Oh,
you
but
want to
Danny's
say people are sinning? That's weird.
Danny's here to correct us. Yeah. Danny's here to correct the Bible because it's all wrong. And Danny's here to fix it.
Answers in Genesis, I think not. Not for him, anyway.
Well, they're answers if you're delusional.
Well, he believes that God made the heliocentric model. You know, the solar system.
That's because he's an idiot.
Yet he's calling us heretics. That's weird.
Oh, I found a Baltard video. Simon Dan. When can you actually see the curve? I better have a listen.
Crossing over Lake Pontchartrain right now. It looks very flat to me.
Oh, nothing important. A friend of mine the other day sent me a photo from 40,000 feet showing the curvature.
Who the hell are the Baltards?
They're listening. It's the new tactic.
Oh, in here?
Yeah, we've got 3 of them listening. Dirty
I only,
listeners.
I only see Danny, but he doesn't really count. Who else is a baller?
Yeah, Denny's not a ball tard, he's just a tard.
Just a tard, yeah.
Oh, shit.
What other ballers sitting in here other than him?
Well, we got Risque down the bottom. I'm still sure Chuckles is a baller.
Not a baller.
I don't know. Is he brand new? Is he a brand new flat earther? I've never seen him in here. That's probably why we're getting those vibes.
Yeah,
also got Mark.
I used to have another account, but for whatever reason, I lost the way to log into it because Discord logged me out, and I couldn't remember the password.
Chuckles, what was your other account?
Sightly.
What was it?
Sightly.
Safely?
I wasn't in there regularly, but I joined in quite a few times to talk on Nathan's channel a while back, but that was really it.
Yeah, we're giving you shit because we don't know who you are. So it's like until we verify, man, you're kind of like.
So I'll turn him up a bit. Your previous name, what was it?
Sightly. C-I-T-L-Y.
Sightly. C-I-T-L-Y?
C. Z.
Oh, Z. Sightly.
Don't ring a bell.
So if we go at Sightly.
That's all right. You're looking him up, Matrix?
Not showing up anywhere.
Yeah, C-E-I-T-L-Y.
E-I. E-I-T-L-Y. Capital Z, I take it?
Yeah.
So if we just go at Sightly.
Tree.
Oh, members matching Sightly. Here we go. Click on that. If I just hit enter, then I can click on his name. Give me that. Flat Earther. I'll be bugging.
Told you.
All right.
And get off of that for a second. That's what I want to see. When did he jump in here? Members since July 25th, 2020.
Oh shit! Welcome back.
I've been a flat earther way longer than that.
That's all right. Yeah, we got confirmation. You're all good.
Well, Chuckles, D-cheat, apologies.
No need for apologies.
You're not getting one, Denny, so don't hold your breath.
Good morning, ladies and germs.
Hey!
Yo, he's back finally. Grisp. Hey, Grisp.
That's Barrington, not Gris.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, glad the heck that we're back on the home server. Hope we can keep this momentum up here.
So we've got tree. No mic. What is this? No mic day or something?
I know, right?
I want to listen.
What is going on?
Is that the fourth baller that's not going to speak?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, 3 now. We can take Chuckles off the list.
I'm driving home, man. I want to at least shellac one baller.
Yeah. The argument is that it's possible to ascertain a container. Yeah, you're breathing, aren't you? Ta-da!
Uh-oh.
What?
We got another one.
Which one?
I heard some. I'm
You
just
heard
old.
someone drop in. Was it Grisp that dropped in?
I think so.
He's alright. Oh shit! I gotta post that up so he's gonna have a laugh at the fuck. So that there came from FTFE of all the dumb tards there are. Oh shit! Hope his shirt shrinks on him. Fucking.
Isn't that projecting?
Oh shit. Yeah, I heard a little bit about that a while back there, but I thought, I don't need to follow that. Oh shit.
Tard it is as tard it does.
Hey, what's the temperature?
Breaking up a little bit, man.
I asked what the temperature is in Australia.
At the moment, 16 degrees centigrade.
What's that in real temperature?
16 degrees centigrade. He asked for that.
64. Something like that.
I was going to just jump on a converter.
About 60 or 58.
Temperature. 60.8.
There we go.
And that's at 5 to 11 at night. So there you go. No, I'm in New South Wales, mate.
He moved out of that shit on. Oh.
If I get my new job, I'll be up in Queensland.
No.
Don't worry, I'm not going to go anywhere without an internet connection.
Yay.
Have to suss it all out, though.
Take it with you. Oh my goodness. Oh. The pain. Risque thinks pressure is a theory.
Pressure is a theory.
You need to get on that damn mic.
Yeah.
Tell them head in a vice.
They're trans, they're frightened. They want to debate pressure. It's pressure, it's not debatable. It's a thing. It exists in reality.
What did someone say? Go and stick your hand in a vice.
No, I said tell them to put their head in a vice.
Oh, their head.
Wow. Wow. Pressure is a theory now. Not real. Just an idea.
Oh, I guess when you got no arguments, better just start making shit up.
We're not asking you to be either or. We're just asking you to back up your claim that gas pressure is a theory. We like to try to understand your mental illnesses, and you have many. So we were wondering how you came to be fruity. Is it time for your meds? Hello? That's just the Australians, not me.
Correct. Actually, look, we're going to help him out. I'll give him a cuddle. Hold on. Add reaction. Give him a cuddle. There you go, mate.
So back to your gas pressure is a theory. Like, are you? As I said, oxygen is a psyop. Stop breathing. There is no gas pressure. Judah McGavin. Wow, looky what we got here, fellas. A comedian. Oh, that was good.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, man.
Pretty good,
What's happening?
Scooter.
Not much. Was anyone in that Globe Gangsters chat on Saturday evening?
What, when a whole heap of people from in here dropped in?
Yeah, I was one of them, and I actually talked to them, and they were trying to give me their rationale with the Theodolite, the star measuring instrument, and I really didn't understand it. I tried my best to use a couple of Blender models and stuff, but
The star
apparently,
measuring instrument. Were they talking about a sextant or a theodolite?
both were mentioned actually. I think they were basing off of a sextant, and then I think later on some guy, Jesse, the Path of Light or something, was sending me messages about a theodolite. I've heard he's bullshit.
Oh, Jesse!
So
It was probably talking about the equatorial mount on top of the telescope.
He sent me pictures, and someone else was talking to someone else, and I told him I talked to him, and like, oh yeah, I did his measurements. His math is wrong. It doesn't properly represent the curve. But does anyone know like the argument, understand the argument of using the sextant to measure like stars and stuff?
Angle measurements? Is that what you're asking?
Kind of. It was so wordy and complicated, and I don't know if any of you guys happens to be well versed in their celestial Earth navigation and how it proves spherical Earth. Like that's the topic that they were pushing, and
how to prove spherical Earth.
Yeah. I didn't understand it. I wanted to hear, because that's how I can tell if something's bullshit. Is like if you can explain it to me and it makes sense, then okay. But I mean, it just was.
Yeah, the foundation for celestial navigation and astronomy is the celestial sphere. You know that, right?
So what does that mean? I'm learning all of this now.
All right, so you can look up celestial sphere. I'm going to ask you if you can do that. Just type in celestial sphere into Google. It'll kick out like all the information that you need to know about it. Preferably, just go to the wiki. It's basically a model that's been used ever since the 6th century. It'll give you the details about it on the wiki.
Okay.
But it's the basis for observations being done in any observation being done in astronomy and or celestial navigation. So you have to have this in place prior to using. It's like the baseline for celestial navigation or astronomy.
The wiki says that in astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere, so it's abstract. It's not real.
That's correct.
What the fuck? Come on, guys. And they base their whole argument off of an abstract concept. It's in the first sentence.
Yes, I know that, but they don't know that. Or rather, they're arguing from a derivative position. So they want to actually build their premise backwards.
Yeah, which how modern science works to get the proof that they say matters, even though it's working backwards to something.
One of the most important things you have to do is establish a foundation for the premise, right? So the foundation for the topic would be celestial navigation, or celestial sphere.
Okay.
So the celestial sphere is the abstract concept model, basically, that puts this all as the sky as a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. Of course, if you read a little further into what it is, it gives you like the equator has an infinite radius and on and on. But like all of this is done to make it appear as if people are using this model. So it's an abstract concept, obviously. But
Okay. Oh, I see the photo now. So basically, it's a projection of the sky in
yes,
quote unquote space above quote unquote globe Earth.
yes. Well,
No.
not globe Earth, not globe Earth. It was done in the 6th century, so it was done over a flat and stationary Earth. So the way it is, it's like a flat Earth with a dome above it.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the way it was done long ago. Now
And
the Earth being a globe was a new kid on the block. So they just
yeah.
reverse engineered the observation to affix it to a globe.
Oh, these fuckers.
So it's
I
pretty.
spent, I don't know how long I spent, maybe like 2 hours with this guy going through Blender and showing me different models and graphs, and I'm like, what does that represent? What does that represent? He's just
Yeah,
putting in numbers in these formulas, and I was like, what does that formula mean? Like, what is this? And he wouldn't answer really any question I had, and any question I had that kind of questioned the validity of what he was doing and how it doesn't really apply if you're basing it on a model versus in the real world, that he
right.
kind of just, wait, look at this instead, look at this. And he was just didn't
Yeah,
at any point give me any, nothing to believe in.
right. And so like this is important though, Shooter. If you're actually going to have a conversation about it, you
Yeah.
have to bring it back to the origin, which
Yeah.
was like the abstract concept of the celestial sphere. And so because people did these observations long ago and they could map out the trajectory of like the eclipses and all kinds of things that are happening, they didn't need a globe Earth for predictions. Because of the fact that they were postdictions, people were mapping out the things in the sky using this abstract concept. So can you see where this is all leading to? The idea that people think that the Earth is a globe because they're taking the celestial sphere and turning it into a terrestrial sphere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they're taking an abstract concept and they're reiterating the globe based on the celestial, even though the celestial is based on a dome. The dome is based off of the firmament. It's not based off of the surface of the planet.
That's correct.
Not quite. Well,
Well,
not
not.
firmament.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Yes, it's not the firmament. It's your arc of vision. I
Arc of
posted
vision.
a quick
Your point of view
picture
based
of
on where you are.
Yeah, the celestial sphere. Yeah, nothing to do with the firmament, dude. It's your arc of vision. I posted a picture in the live chat. Sorry to interrupt, Alpha.
Interesting. Okay. I just wanted to pop in and ask that question. You guys explained that in 5 minutes, and I went through probably 2.5 to 3 hours of conversation of just pure confusion. So keep it simple. That's what the truth is. All right, guys. I gotta go. Thanks for clarifying that.
No worries, man.
Jesse will always take you down a path that you wish he hadn't have.
Jesse he's very saccharine. He's overly sweet, and I was like, okay, anyone who's overly sweet like that is got an ulterior motive. They're hiding
He's
something.
a weasel. He's a weasel.
All right, guys, take care. I'll pop in at some other point.
Catch you, Scooter.
Later, man.
See you, buddy.
You should have just asked if the Theodolite was leveled.
No, that they're just because it's just a debate. They want to have a debate, so they debate the derivative topics because they don't talk about the foundation. And it's easy to get confused when you're debating off not understanding where this origin came from. So you didn't need a globe back then to see all the things in the sky and to have this abstract concept of the celestial sphere. They just want to make it a terrestrial sphere. So they're just reverse engineering it.
It reminds me of that YouTube video I saw a few years ago of the Antikythera mechanism and how the YouTube video creator, maybe it was a TED Talk, they then made a model showing like this flat plane at the bottom, and then above it they showed like a globe sphere, and then but right there you could just tell that it was obviously from that flat stationary plane that you would use that on, not the bendy water ball. and they did everything in their power to keep from saying that this was based on the Earth being flat and stationary.
Yep. Anyways, I gotta get going. So check you guys later.
Catch you, man.
When will you be back on X, my friend?
Let's see. Today's my first day working. I got 3 more days, and then probably like what is it? Wednesday?
Okay, cool.
Thursday.
Thursday,
Sorry.
cool.
Thursday night.
I look forward to it, brother.
All right, see you, Barrington.
And he's gonna roll you for court costs.
Damn right.
Oh shit, that's good.
Admit the facts. Enter plea bargain.
Oh yes.
Got him.
He's trying to take my mute money. That's not fair.
Got him? Hang on a minute.
The objection is overruled.
No, you haven't. Well, ladies and gents, it's time for my beauty sleep.
Well, go get lots of it, my friend. I mean, lots.
I don't think it's going to work, mate. Fucking.
Oh, I know. Trying for years.
Try that mud pack.
Mud pack. It'd be easy to drown myself in the shit. I still don't think it'd work. There you go. Tag, AJ, you're it. I'm out.
Fuck.
Alrighty, guys. Look after yourselves. Please.
Later.
Right. See you soon.
Oh no. Where's everyone gone?
Anybody know if the rumpus is still around?
No. He ran off years ago.
Yeah, I was just hoping that I could find him somewhere. That dude always made me laugh.
Yeah, he was a good clown.
Gas has little springs on it. He done RUNNOFT.
Was that his argument?
Yeah. Years ago, that's what he said. He's like, yeah, gas effectively has little springs on it.
Wow. Gas go down, go boom, spring boing. Getting more retarded.
Have a good day, all. I'm here at the office, so I'll catch y'all later on. I'll be back after a while. Hopefully you'll be here.
Be well, dude. Have a good day. They're not sending their best.
Any new retarded shit from Brenda?
I don't know any of the latest. She's normally in Geos. She was in Geos.
Ballers even exist anymore? I never even hear from them.
Which ones?
Any of them. Do any ballers even exist? I never even hear from them anymore.
They've made their own little safe space where they go and circle jerk and rub one each other off.
But we're the ones that are accused of an echo chamber. What the hell?
I know, right? It's called Globe Gangsters.
It's called projection.
Mm-hmm. They've got their own little server where they go and cry about being banned or called numpty retards by QE. It's like globe recovery, the 12 step.
I'm sure all 12 steps will require a flat plane. It normally does.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
24/7 God Globe Evidence Fishing Part 2.
That it was there. So you got the radius of a globe that you just imagined and assumed?
That's not what you're asking.
No, it is what I'm asking.
You're
because
asking how do you know
shadow angle here, shadow angle here, shadow angle there doesn't necessarily in itself tell me that the surface is curved and then I'm on a ball.
Right.
No, so how did you first know? How did you first know that there was a ball to calculate the radius of before you did this exercise?
You try different models and you see which one makes sense. What do you mean?
No, I mean, how did you know that there was a globe in the first place to get the radius of? Because the shadow angles in and of themselves do not tell you that. You just have to assume it and then go, okay, well,
you don't have to assume it. You try some stuff out.
But you
try to explain the data somehow. You use your brain to think about it. You don't just assume something. You try different things out, and then whatever one works.
He did assume.
He already told you that the conclusion is not that the Earth is a globe. The conclusion is that if the Earth is a globe, this is the circumference.
Okay, so it's just an assumption that it is, so there's no verification of that initial assumption.
It's been verified since then.
Okay, how?
Satellites?
By other observations.
That I'm sure you don't believe in.
Well, they would have to have a measured globe radius in the first place to have globe satellites, so how was that measured?
We have the radius.
Okay, but how did you know that there was a radius to even measure for in the first place?
Lucky guess.
You didn't.
We got the radius, now we got the satellites.
It was a lucky guess.
How they presumed it in the first place.
It was a lucky guess. So you got satellites in a thermodynamics violation then.
What?
Based on a lucky guess.
You can measure the rotation of the Earth. You can use clocks to measure the change in like a oscillating pendulum in the relative motions of these things as you travel across the globe. Like, what do you mean? There's a lot of ways to measure it locally.
A pendulum.
Yeah, pendulum. Yeah, with a clock.
Yes.
Yeah. If you go north to south, what you'll find is that when you have a pendulum that swings back and forth.
Oh, you're talking about rotation
north.
Well, we're not there yet. We're still talking about the curvature. Point 1.
This will give you the time it takes to go around the Earth. This will give you
the begging the question.
No, it's not. This will give you the time in which it takes to take one revolution and go around the Earth. And then what you can use is use a clock to determine, like, hey, by the way, like I traveled this far. The sunset happens this much earlier in the day. Ergo, you can now determine what the circumference is, and that gives you the radius and everything else. Like, what do you mean?
Begging the question that there is a circumference.
All you need is a clock, piece of rope, and a heavy rock, and you can measure this for yourself. Like,
you're
it's not
begging
hard.
the question that there is a radius and a circumference to get.
So let me ask something real quick. So if someone
This also isn't explainable by your flat Earth theory, by the way, because this happens while traveling to the North Pole and traveling to the South Pole.
Cool straw man. Post my flat Earth theory in the chat so I can look at it, because I'm not sure what my flat Earth theory is. I'm just talking.
Well, if you don't have a theory, then that's totally fine.
No, I don't. I'm just talking about an axiom. I'm just talking about axioms here. I'm not putting forth a theory.
So if someone,
yeah. So you have no.
So if someone performs an experiment, right? That says if someone performs an experiment that says if the Earth is a sphere, this is its circumference. And then later down the line, we make other separate observations that point to the Earth being a sphere. Does that invalidate the first experiment because he didn't know it was a sphere?
Sorry, I was typing in the chat.
How can you possibly?
No. I just listen. I just asked the question. Why are you hopping in?
Yeah, Spake, definitely mute Hellboy. That's Branch, and he's like a notorious rumpuser.
Oh, come on, please, let me be a flat earther for tonight.
Definitely mute Hellboy.
I want to be a flat earther. I want to be a flat earther for tonight. Let me do it.
Pop off, bro.
Can you just not rumpus the room then while you're doing that?
All right. Well, let me please.
These guys are bad enough on their own. But
I got feelings for these people, right?
All right.
Yeah, it is Branch.
It's Hellboy. But
it's Branch, Hellboy, same shit.
Branch, you've got one chance.
Don't interrupt the synopsis. Let the synopsis carry on. Branch, listen, bro.
Right,
If you can sit and chill, you won't chill, Branch, but I'll give you one fucking chance, bro. It's up to you if you take it. Just don't keep jumping in.
Blood.
You can't even.
I'll be
You're
talking
just
like
getting
how
muted, bro.
I'll be talking how
Hellboy.
I normally is.
It's a
I
finger, boy.
won't
Sorry,
give
bro.
a fuck. I won't give a fuck what they be
Can't I
saying.
see his fucking profile, man? I
Fuck
can't
them.
see his profile.
Fuck them motherfuckers.
Oh, mate.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this.
I'll find them.
Okay,
I'll find
so
them. You're
so
fucked.
if someone conducts if someone conducts an experiment, right, that says, and they conclude, if the Earth is a sphere, it has this circumference. And then later down the line, we make a ton of other observations that point to the Earth being a sphere. How does that invalidate the first experiment's results?
Well, the first one was never validated in the first place because it was just an if. That if was never confirmed, right? So you're saying somewhere along the line, I guess that if was confirmed, right?
Yes.
How?
Is that what you're asking? Because I want to know, because you seem to think that because it's an if, that experiment is invalidated completely, whether or not we have observations or not.
It's not really an experiment, and it's just a hypothetical. There's no confirmation of the initial premise, right? You're just saying, well, if it is, and if
science.
So then if we have...
That's just science.
Hold on.
Actually,
so then if we have,
it's not science. It's not
it
science.
is science.
Syndrome.
It is science.
Okay, give the hypothesis then, Syndrome. Okay, actually,
the hypothesis is
MPY.
We're like bubbling
you should
over
continue.
here.
Yeah, you should continue, MPY.
I just want to. So if we did have other observations that pointed to a spherical Earth, you wouldn't invalidate the first experiment. If we could say no, that if it's true because we have these observations, you wouldn't invalidate that first experiment. You would say, okay, that is the circumference of the Earth.
You're saying pointed to. We're looking for confirmed. Is there anything?
There's no such thing in science to confirm something.
I'm just
it's
speaking in
science,
general.
It's geometry.
There's no such thing as like confirming in science. I don't know what you're looking for because you're
I'm
like
not looking for science.
That shows 100% conclusive proof in all instances.
Oh my god, we don't need this. We're not looking for science. We're looking for geometry. We're trying to solve for a shape.
No, you're looking to understand facts of the real world. This is an empiric question, ergo a subject of science.
Okay, let MP Waugh continue. He at least sort of had some idea what he's talking about.
I'm correcting you on your conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you're correcting me by being incorrect, so that's completely useless.
No, actually, I'm correcting you.
You still are incorrect about what science and geometry are, so shut the fuck up so MP Waugh can give us his confirmation of the globe that we're looking
empirically
for.
the real world.
We don't need somebody to keep chiming in to be wrong about what science and geometry are. It's not helpful.
I don't understand.
It's not helpful.
Yeah, you keep talking. I don't know why you're saying incorrect things.
Because I'm trying to get MP Waugh's verification for the globe that he said that he came up with, and you are just waffling to be wrong about what science is, so that's not helpful.
You saying incorrect things to help you come to the truth of things? I don't understand. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, but you don't know what incorrect things are because you are incorrect. So
I don't usually say incorrect things. That's how I don't know what they are.
Yeah, well, that's called Dunning-Kruger. You were incorrect this whole time.
Being correct is Dunning-Kruger? That's really strange to me. I wouldn't know about that. I haven't been
incorrect. You're correct while you've been incorrect this whole time is Dunning-Kruger. If MP Waugh could just tell
I've been incorrect this whole time advocating that science is the study of empiricism. I mean, I don't know what to say to you about this.
Could you please mute this?
Hey, I understand you can't handle it. I get it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can't really handle it.
You can't handle like the actual truth. I get it, man. I get it.
It's a handful to have to deal with a guy.
Don't worry, this guy just believes science is just geometry. Okay, that's fine.
I never said that. You
did. You did earlier. You said that.
Oh my fucking god! I never said that science is geometry. I've been saying the opposite the whole time. This Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit cannot even track with what he's responding to, and he wants to respond all over the conversation to it. Shut up, you fucktard. MP Waugh, do you have what is the verification for the globe that you were talking about?
As observations that we can make so someone in the northern hemisphere sees the stars rotate a certain way. Someone in the southern hemisphere sees them rotate the other way. Stars in general, right? People in different places see different stars, and they can't see the stars that other people can see. Ships disappear over the horizon. The moon has round shadows on it, right? These are all observations that point to a spherical Earth.
Those are all assumptions, and the main one still being the spherical Earth in the first place, because you said hemisphere. So in that scenario, you're taking the question.
Two people in two different places see stars rotating differently. Do you see the point? See, what you're doing is you're hearing an argument and you're like nitpicking little linguistic things. You need to confront the point. Two people in two different places sea stars rotate different directions.
Yeah. Okay. The stars are rotating, and
they
And that's not
rotate
possible
different
on a flat Earth.
directions. That's not possible on a
no,
flat
they
Earth.
don't. No, they don't. No, they
Yes,
don't. All you
they
did was
do.
which direction do the stars go?
In the northern hemisphere, they will rotate.
Hemisphere. You're begging the question. No,
Okay,
no. Which
fine,
direction do they
fine. How
go?
about this?
Which
How
direction
about
do they
this?
go?
How about
East,
this? In
west,
North America,
north, south. Which
they
direction?
rotate clockwise.
MPY.
In
MPY.
Australia, they rotate
That's a relative
counterclockwise.
direction. That's a relative direction. Which direction are they actually
No,
going?
it's not. If I
Yes,
look
it
up,
is.
if I look
Yes, it is.
directly, if I look
MPY.
directly up,
MPY.
counterclockwise is always counterclockwise. Do you understand this?
MPY is left and right. Are those relative directions?
Yes.
Okay, clockwise is left to right.
Not when you're looking up. Then it's not relative, right? If I look up,
yes, it
and I see
is. You're
something
still
rotating. It doesn't
okay.
matter where I stand. It's always going to rotate that direction.
You're
Right?
looking up.
Go.
You're looking up. Can you turn around?
Yes, and it will still rotate the same way.
Okay, so then your left and your right are going to be reversed. So what direction
But
are
it's
they
still
actually
going
going?
to rotate the same way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Do you have a fan in your room? Look at your fan.
Yes. I can do the
watch
same
it rotate.
thing. I can
Now,
do the same thing
stand
with
in
a
other
fan.
directions. Stand in different places in your room. Your fan's going to rotate the same way. I'm telling you, the stars. You'll see that in the stars. Look up, right? And then if you live in North America, they'll rotate one way. If you live in Australia, they'll rotate the opposite direction.
No, they won't. No, they won't. That's not what
Yes,
happens.
yes,
That's
they
not what
do.
happens. I'm
That's
going to
how
help
the
you out
stars
now.
work, man.
I'm going to help you out because you guys all repeat this and you've never looked at the stars and it shows. If you look north, you're going to see an apparent counterclockwise motion. If you look south, you're going to see an apparent clockwise motion. Meanwhile, all the stars ever did, no matter where you were, was go east to west. That's it. The only thing that changed was your orientation when you were observing them. That's it.
But
It
east
didn't
to
matter
west
where you
means
were.
different things on the southern hemisphere on a flat Earth.
Yes.
If
East
I'm
to west
standing
means
in
different
South
things.
America or standing in Australia on a flat Earth, I'm facing two opposite directions. I'm still seeing that rotate around the same center. That's
Yeah,
not
because
possible.
if you're looking outward, we'll call that south. It's going to be going from your left to your right. Apparently, doesn't mean that the stars change directions. It's just your orientation that changed. If you're in the south and you turn around and face north, you're going to see the same apparent counterclockwise movement that you're going to see in the so-called northern hemisphere. That is correct.
Left to right.
That is
if you're talking about
correct.
clockwise, left to right is going to be above the pole. Left to right, if I'm looking the other direction, is going to be under the pole. Those are
Under
two
the
different
pole.
rotations.
There's no. You're assuming a ball there.
No, I'm going off your model. That's what I'm.
What
That's what you would
model?
have to
Post
see.
that model. What are you talking about, dude? I'm just talking about observable reality. I'm not talking about a model. I'm talking about what you see when you look at the stars.
Okay, when you say left to right, what do you mean?
I mean clockwise.
Okay, left to right is not clockwise.
Yeah, it is.
Look at the hands of a clock. What direction are they going?
Left to right.
From 9 to 3, they're going left to right. From 3 back to 9, they're going right to left.
Right. That's true.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
to
not
make
the
a
same
full
as
circle.
Clockwise or counterclockwise.
Yeah. Okay, so the reverse of that motion is going to be what we call counterclockwise.
Yes.
Right. So those are relative motions, and they are based on left to right. And once it gets halfway, it goes sort of right to left to make the full circle. Yeah. But still, in dealing with left and right, you're still dealing with relative motion.
Counterclockwise and clockwise are not relative motions.
Yeah, they are. We'll do it right now. I'll Google it for you because you can't do that yourself, I guess.
I don't think that matters. I think you know how a clock looks when it's rotating.
Sure do. So,
I don't know how you're not getting
do the stars go from east to west?
Yeah.
No matter where you are?
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
So the stars are going east to west, technically, from the rotation of the Earth. But if you're looking,
How do you know that that's the cause?
Hold on, no, don't
That's
get
not
off
the point.
topic now.
That's not
Go
the
back, go back. Stars rotate.
Well, this is the stars
Continue.
rotate. Notice how it's the stars, not the Earth, that rotates. Continue.
From your
talking about
observation.
visual perception.
Yeah, exactly. So
Talking about what you observe.
So if I'm in the northern hemisphere and I'm looking at the pole star,
begging the
Mars,
question.
my
Yes.
point is, the stars that I'm seeing, technically they're all rotating east to west, but I see stars that are going right. What? Going left?
Counterclockwise. Yeah, right to left. You're saying it yourself. Right to left. Those are relative directions. Counterclockwise. Exactly the point. Right to left are relative directions. To change those around, all you do is turn around. That's it. It has nothing to do.
When you look at the pole star, you can see the stars going under it in the opposite direction as the ones above it. That's clockwise, counterclockwise.
I got you.
About if the Earth is flat, is this like a serious conversation?
Yes, sadly, it is.
Okay, so are you guys done figuring out relative directions, or do you want to give us your measurements for curved oceans now?
Wait,
I'm pretty sure, guys. You know what? I'm pretty sure that the Earth is fucking flat. I've measured it. I've measured it multiple times, and I'm pretty sure it's flat.
Okay, you know what? You know what?
Is that branch again?
Hey, Heretic,
yes.
Can you show me pictures of the edge of the Earth?
Why would I?
I need proof.
What edge?
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll show you. I will show you that picture right after I claim it.
Did any of us claim a shape?
I can't show you a picture simply because.
Which one's branch?
I'm talking about straight bullshit. So. I still think the Earth is flat, but it's absolute bullshit. Why I think.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm fucking about doing something else.
Yeah.
Would you be convinced if somebody circumnavigated the Earth like top to bottom?
I can circumnavigate my yard, dude. That just means travel in a circle. So what's that supposed to prove? Top to bottom. Oh, right, yeah. North to south. Gotcha.
Yeah. Would that convince you?
That would seem quite globular.
Okay, so 15th of December, 1981, British team did a transglobe expedition. I linked it in the side chat sometime.
That's the government, bro. That's the government, man.
Okay, so then it wouldn't convince you.
So what did they go?
Go and say what you were going to say, bro. Say what you were going to say, brother.
Yeah, give us. Yeah. Tell us what they did exactly, like where they went.
The lizard people did it.
There's a map on the site.
It's a Nemo.
Fuck's sake, man. I know. My screen smashed there, so it's quite difficult. I'm running 57% battery.
Let's take this. If they circumnavigated the north to south poles, like you're talking about, that must mean, therefore, that the world is a ball, and therefore the curved, or the oceans that are said to cover 71% of its surface must be curving, right?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, can we get a look at one of those curving oceans?
Probably, yeah.
Does anybody have a measurement or an observation of one?
Yeah, what was that thing? Wasn't there a picture of like, what was it, power lines going off over a lake?
Lake Pontchartrain.
We can see right across that lake.
I'll give you some footage in a second from Lake Pontchartrain. Sorry. That'll destroy the notion that you've got. Give me 2 seconds.
So, I just a genuine question. So, what does that mean for all those people whose profession involves the curvature of the Earth, where like they have to take that into account for their jobs? Are they just all in on it?
Who?
Like who?
Like astronauts, like the ones the guys that go up there and they like look at Earth. Are they all lying? Like just
how many of them are there?
People who work with satellites, when you have to triangulate your position, they take the curvature of the Earth into account. Are they also lying?
Show us the calculation that does that.
I'm just asking you a question. Are they lying?
You haven't given me anything to respond to, because I would have to first see what they're actually doing before I could formulate an answer to it.
I understand, but like I don't know the top of my head, but I know that there's a career that does that. So how
do you know that?
I'm just asking. What do you have to say about? Okay, what about astronauts? Let's just focus on that. Are they lying?
Let's go to space.
Are they all lying?
Well, I don't know. There's a Polish astronaut who says that the Earth is flat. Nobody's been to space. Is he lying?
There's two. I'm sure there's two astronauts. A Polish guy.
You're dodging the question.
Right, we'll go to space then. Space is a second law violation. It literally cannot exist. You've got an open system enveloped by a near perfect vacuum that's as good as infinite, as far as I used to see it anyway. So how can this fucking near perfect vacuum support a tiny bubble of pressurized gas? And don't say it's a gradient, because a gradient's still pressurized gas enveloped by a fucking vacuum. Show us gas pressure without containment. Just gravity, did you say?
Yes.
Which kind? Like
Yeah,
you
and he
going for
said
you going for
the old suspect.
Newtonian, or
We
you going
literally
for
just went in the
Einsteinian?
most massive
Listen, man.
circle. Ironically,
Bro, well,
we just
no,
went in
we
a
went
giant
to
circle.
we went to space, and then we went to the second law violation. So you want to try and wriggle out of it. So can you show us gas pressure without containment before you show us it in a fucking vacuum?
Gravity. What did you mean?
Right.
What
So
kind of gravity?
you've got gravity. So you've got Newton. If I was
little
able to
g,
finish,
big G gravity.
see if
Little
you
g
keep
gravity is what we
if you
observe. Big
keep
G
speaking,
gravity is
I'm
the
just going to mute you.
reason we have
See, if
that
you keep
observation.
speaking, I'm going to fucking mute you. Yeah. I'll take me because my screen's smashed, but I will just mute you. So if you keep talking, you're getting muted. Simple as that. So anyway, gravity. So you've got either you're picking Newtonian or Einsteinian. So can you give us an experiment for either?
Gravity?
Yeah, man. Either Newtonian or Einsteinian, a mathematical construct. But so you're not going to be able to get one from that. But mass attracts mass. That was at least a force. Newtonian gravity is not a force. So can you give us an experiment for mass attracts mass?
Newtonian gravity is not a force.
Newtonian gravity is the only one that's a force. Space and time and concepts and dilation and all that nonsense. It's all maths. That's a pseudo force claimed to be. But good old Newtonians, a good old force. So can you give us an experiment? That's what, for fuck's sake, I've asked you. You take it you're Googling and your internet's really slow.
I imagine you wouldn't be satisfied with the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, I was about to say the Cavendish experiment.
You can give us the independent and dependent variables as well as a hypothesis, whatever order you
Okay,
want.
so just a quick question: Is the
Can you give us
moon
an
flat?
independent variable
Is the moon
Bro,
flat?
you're
Is the
shut up
moon
or you're
flat?
getting
Hold
muted.
on, don't
We're on a
develop an
specific subject. We're on a specific subject, man. Stop shouting out random, irrelevant questions.
You
So
derailed my question.
we're
Your
going to
question wasn't derailed.
on Cavendish. We're on Cavendish. You said it. So what's the independent variable for Cavendish?
Like, I'm just confused. Like, you derailed my question. You guys didn't even answer.
Oh,
my
you're going to
question.
answer?
Let's mute
You're
that
gonna
guy.
answer?
Let's
Let him
see.
talk. No, let him talk to manufacturer. They were
Let
talking about
Nemo,
Cavendish.
let Nemo get
honestly
muted.
don't know.
Nemo, it's your last chance, bro. Shut the fuck up or you're getting muted. Just chill out and fucking add a word. Don't add sentence over sentence when other people are talking. Fuck's sake. Right, anyway, back to this fucking independent variable for Cavendish. For fuck's sake.
No, I honestly don't know. I suspect you're saying that because it was done on Earth where there is gravity, that
Well, that
we
as well.
wouldn't be able to isolate that, right?
Well, there's no chance. You've got no chance of isolating it.
So you'd have to do
That's
the
another
experiment
point.
in space, right?
So you're taking it to La La Lands.
Well, I don't know how else you could possibly prove that.
Can't have an observed phenomenon there.
You'd have to
You're
take it out
using
of the gravity.
space.
Well, you don't believe that space travel
You're
is
using
possible, so I don't know
space,
that
bro.
there's anything you would accept.
You're using space as evidence or proof for your story for space.
No.
You're literally using you're saying it it's proof just because it's
No, I'm not
existing.
saying it's proof at
And
all.
well, what are you saying it is?
I'm asking if that to you would be a suitable experiment.
What's the observed phenomenon?
Yeah, come on.
Sorry?
Well, it depends. What's the observed phenomenon?
What was seen in nature prior to constructing this contraption.
What we've seen is things falling to the ground.
What falls to the ground in Cavendish?
No, in Cavendish, it's not falling to the ground, it's things being attracted by mass.
Okay, so that's not even the same thing. All right.
It is. Things falling to the ground is being attracted by mass.
Well, look, listen. If your observed phenomenon is, yeah, but you have yet to verify that. If your observed phenomenon is things falling to the ground, right? Then the experiment would want to include that observed phenomenon.
No.
And what about helium? What does helium?
No, because of the massive bodies.
Okay, so wait, listen, all right. So wait, who in here
believes
believes in space?
Bodies.
Space is a
Nobody.
second law violation. That's what we're talking about, bro. If you listen
Wait,
in.
who believes? Wait, I'm just curious. Who in here believes in space?
What do you mean?
I
Do you have to believe in
Believes in
space?
space.
Apparently.
Is that what you have
No,
to do?
I'm saying, I don't think. I'm with you, man. Space isn't real. I'm just asking who in here believes it.
LARPer. You're
Okay.
LARPing.
Anyway,
How am I LARPing? I'm about to explain to them why space can't
Go for it.
possibly exist.
Go for it.
Go ahead, Lo. Go
Go for
ahead.
it, man.
Hear this.
All right, so listen, right? Do you guys okay? So in the worldview that we're talking about, if space exists, then it's going to be a vacuum, right? How can we know what happens with vacuums, right? They're going to suck in things, right? So if we're
Vacuums don't
next,
suck.
Already wrong.
No.
Vacuums don't suck.
yeah. So I'm going
Instantly.
to yes, they do. That's what have you ever
Vacuums
used
don't
a
suck.
vacuum?
From a differential.
Pressure
God.
presses.
The
Have
air
you
will
guys ever
fill
used a vacuum?
the air will fill the. Oh, he's talking about vacuum cleaner. Yeah, he's a troll, like you said, Spake.
I'm not trolling.
I've used a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah,
How am I
vacuum's
trolling?
a space
Right,
devoid of
boys.
matter. We're not talking about vacuum cleaners, dude.
Well, that's not. Well, vacuums suck things. This is just by definition.
They don't. Vacuums don't suck shit. Pressure presses out, expands out into the lower pressure. It tries to fill the void.
Okay, what's
It's not
your
a
argument
vacuum.
then? If my argument sucks, this is the argument that's been used by Kent Hovind, by the way. So, what's your argument then?
Ken Hovind is a
Ken
ball
Hovind
after
thinks
believes in
he
space.
says the Earth is a globe,
Kent Hovind
and
doesn't believe in
he's
space.
banned
No, he
me.
doesn't.
He does, but it's not the same space that the narrative for space. He's like an electric universe almost.
So if you release air into a vacuum, it's going to fill that vacuum. That would be our debunk for space. Because the atmosphere is an open system said to be, right? That's gas, pressure inside a vacuum, not dispersing to fill that vacuum. These guys are going to tell you that gravity causes that to happen. It acts as a container for air. So we're just going to ask them when they do that, where is the experiment that shows gravity containing air?
Wait, what? Can you repeat that?
Whoa.
Nah.
So
I don't think
why
anyone
can't
understood.
so if I observe that things fall to the ground when I let them go, right? Things fall to the ground. Why can't I say that air does the same thing? Air is attracted to the ground, and that's why it doesn't go into space.
Okay, show me air being attracted to the ground then.
Oh, I would have to show you. In order to prove that something is attracted to the ground, I have to show you that specific thing, not just everything being attracted to the ground.
If that's what you're claiming, that air is attracted to the ground, then that would be the observed phenomenon, right?
I was curious what your thought was on that.
Well, that would be the observed phenomenon. It would be like, okay, I see air being attracted to the ground. Cool, let's test the cause. But where has that even been observed to start with?
Gases being attracted to the ground.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're being attracted. You could invoke the gradient, but is that air being attracted to the ground? Who could verify that?
Well, if I could show you that different gases are attracted to the ground, like say, if I take two different gases, one settles to the ground, the other one rests on top of it, right? I could show you that they behave differently.
They won't stay like that.
What do you mean?
It will disperse over time. You can have a heavier gas that'll kind of settle for a time, but it will eventually equalize.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like you're asking for a lot to prove gravity.
Really. See, this is the thing, though, because you guys say these things, and then we ask for the verification of it. You're like, well, that's asking a lot. Well, if it's asking a lot to verify it, then why claim it? It's claiming a lot.
Actually, I'm looking at this Cavendish experiment. It's actually pretty good.
It is. It almost it doesn't completely eradicate.
Wait, so
gravity.
listen, I need everyone to listen real quick, right?
Oh dear.
Are you guys saying who's saying gravity doesn't exist? What?
Well, these guys. I mean, it's pretty difficult to get the people in this room to even figure out what gravity is, because one minute it's the effect of things falling, the next minute it's the reason things fall, it's space-time curvature, it's mass attracting mass. Nobody can even seem to decide what it is. So before I say it doesn't exist, I need someone to tell me what it is.
Wait, so what's your name? Heretic. What are your thoughts on flat Earth? Do you think the Earth is flat?
I think water's flat.
Yeah, but what about the Earth?
Well, I think 71% of the Earth's surface is said to be covered in water, and water always seeks a flat, level, horizontal surface at rest.
Ah, I see what you mean, buddy. I might use that argument.
Bye, round Earth. How can 3/4 of a ball be water?
I might use that argument next. So is there any globe? Wait, so do you actually not believe in my argument that I gave?
And look, if I'm wrong about that water is seeking a flat, level, horizontal surface at rest, all I'm asking for is for any glober to just show us it not doing that. Show it seeking a curved surface at rest. If they do it, all good.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
so
don't think
Heretic,
that could
you
put
actually
water
think that
in a
my
non-flat
argument isn't
container
sufficient?
and
Like, what
watch
do you
it
mean?
not go flat, and
It's
you'd be
literally-
satisfied with that.
I don't know
Wait,
what was
hello?
said
I
because
have a
everybody
question
was
for this
talking.
guy. I have a question. Do you think my argument isn't actually sufficient? Like my argument that I said.
Vacuum cleaners?
Well, vacuums suck things, right? And how could we live next to something sucking us in?
You're talking about a vacuum cleaner, right?
Well, that's what they mean when they say vacuum in science, right?
It's not. It's not what they mean. We're talking about a space devoid of matter, not a vacuum cleaner.
Wait, so vacuums. I mean, they just need another word for it then, right? Because vacuums suck things. I mean, how
If you're not sure what you're talking about,
all they
probably
do,
how are they supposed to
inside
expect us
a-
to believe in this stuff when
bro.
they're using words like vacuum? You know what I mean?
Bro, inside a vacuum cleaner, there's fucking fans spinning at a high rate, causing a lower pressure system. So that's how they activate the fucking suction, because they're constantly making a lower pressure system with these little fucking things that spin around. I can't remember what they're called, but I looked into that fucking I don't know how long ago. But that's all
I mean, I
they're
don't know,
doing,
man.
mate.
It's just hard to believe. You know, like you
The
said with the
dual.
water thing, it's very convincing. You know what I mean? And there's just zero evidence from the
Oh,
globes, right? I've
there's
yet
no
to see anyone.
motion. There's no motion and there's no fucking curve over water. And why are we the ones that are crazy? We're just
Yeah.
saying we don't experience motion and we've never seen curve. That's all we're saying. We're not making an outlandish claim. Fuck's sake.
And we're just saying if our experience
going
is
over the horizon, how do you what do you say to that?
Hey,
What's up?
doing good. How are you?
All right. So yeah, no, we're trying to see if Bob comes in here, but yeah, if you want to have a conversation with people in here, you go ahead. We're just
Oh yeah. I mean,
hanging out.
I was looking to have a conversation, but I'm just kind of finishing up some homework right now. Although if all of you are going to be off in like an hour or so, then I guess I'd rather talk to you guys now.
Well, just give us a topic that you're thinking about. Meanwhile, you finish your work.
Oh,
How
I
about
mean,
that?
I guess like sure the moon stay because I heard was that what Bob was talking about? I just joined like maybe 5 minutes ago.
No, he's actually talking about how to provide evidence that an astrolabe can show us the curvature of the Earth, which is Bob Rooney's. We've been down. This isn't his first rodeo talking about this, so. But he wants us to drop $50 to his Patreon so he can come in here and give us a lesson on the astrolabe, which I don't think anybody's going to do. So.
Yeah, contact right there. He said in text, "I'm a Glober and I ain't giving $50."
Fuck no.
Well,
and we're offering to talk to you for free, so
Yeah.
thanks for coming in, brother. Speak your mind.
Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, no, I just like hearing you guys talk. But yeah, no, knowledge should not be. I don't even like how universities are so expensive. I mean, obviously nobody likes that unless you're getting paid by the university. But I always kind of believe that knowledge should be free and open to everyone.
Amen. Hold on. So all the universities that are charging you hundreds of thousands of dollars to learn something, which obviously, the way the world's going now, yeah, it's a racket.
Another way of looking at it is that knowledge isn't free, but it costs $1.50 the price of a library card. It just takes your willpower.
And the internet's free too. You can go to the library, use a computer there.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Contact. So how did you find your way here to us? We're talking about flat Earth. So is this something that's new to you? Have you heard about it before? Have you talked to anyone about this before?
Oh yeah,
Globe is serious, so obviously somebody gave him that tag.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool. I've been on this server. I was in the server like a while ago, and I've joined a couple of Flat Earth servers just because I think it's really, really interesting to kind of debate with people who think really, really differently to you. And Flat Earth has definitely been like, I don't know, I like debating a lot of things.
You're the aerospace engineer, aren't you?
No. I'm going through engineering right now, and I'm paying shitloads of money to
Third year grad, right? Undergrad?
Yeah, second year. Yeah.
Yeah, we spoke to you. You told
just
us.
You
told us about you were gonna. You had information on how a blackbird dips its nose because it goes. What is it, 500 miles per hour or something? So you were like, "I have the information. I'll come right back." We're like, "Yeah, go ahead, bring it." And you never brought it. You're like, "Oh, sorry, I misspoke. Sorry, I'm gonna recant."
I
Remember
don't
that?
know if that was me.
I think so.
That was that about like the blackbird plane.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I was talking about that. I know I
Not
said
you?
like last time I was gonna come with something, and I mean I didn't really come with anything, but
Because I think you were talking about aspiring to be an engineer, like top of the field and all kinds of stuff. So we're like, cool, man. And you had the same tone of voice. Because I remember, like, I can remember things. So
That's like a British guy. That dude who was like an aerospace engineer.
we have a couple of those guys, but this guy, yeah, he was also working on his homework while he was in here.
Oh, shit.
And he didn't leave for like it was like 4 or 5 hours. He was like, well, I got to finish my work. And he was procrastinating talking to us. So
yeah, no, I've found myself like procrastinating, jumping into the server, and then staying here for like hours.
yeah, that was you.
Yeah, I don't know.
You do, yeah. I remember the conversation, dude, because we're going roundabout. That's why you got Globe Hysteria. Somebody tag you with that. Anyway, so what's new under the sun for you? Like, why are you You're just like a moth to a flame, huh? You're like, I can't help it. It's so beautiful, and you come in here.
If you don't have any information to prove the globe, how is it you're talking to people who have different thought than you?
I mean, I can make an argument.
All right, go ahead, try it. Make one.
All right, I mean, I know I brought this up with flat earthers before. I don't know if it was in the server or not, but it's just the fact that when you look up at the moon, you always see the same side of it.
Okay.
I just don't get that as a globe proof scene.
In the flat Earth model.
So you look at the moon and you think you're looking at the Earth?
No.
Okay, so we're talking about the Earth here, right?
Yeah.
Flat Earth, is it not the moon? Is the moon the Earth?
No. But the moon is connected to the Earth. Right?
Yeah, the moon's not spinning. That's why there's a dark side.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's the implication?
Hang on, you just made a claim. Go ahead, Red Eye. I'm gonna let you guys go ahead, Red Eye.
Oh no, well, I'm just asking what his implications are. Like, okay, so and.
I mean, I think it's a really, really interesting because, like, one thing. All right, planets orbit. Right, talking about the globe Earth model, we have these planets in the solar system, and they're all orbiting, all like rotating, right? But then the moon, you always look up and you see the same side of it. And so how can it be a big ball that's rotating, but then always facing the same direction to Earth?
Because it's not.
And it seems like a disconnect in the globe Earth model, but then the explanation for that is actually something really, really interesting to do with something called tidal locking, which is just something I found.
Yeah, that's a nouveau nonsense. That's nonsense. What are you going to tell us?
Yeah, give me just a moment.
Is that what you meant when you said it was connected to the Earth?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me break in here. Hang on before you continue. Bob, nobody's going to give you $50. Yeah, you can put that away for now because we're talking to contact. So you had your chance. You didn't want to come in here. So whatever. So go continue.
Elsewhere.
So cool it, Toots.
Yeah.
So is that what you meant by it being connected to the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, would you agree that the moon is connected? I mean, connect to the Earth, I just mean like it's there. It's always been here. Near.
I don't know what the moon is, but I can see that it's a circle in the sky that's got a light. But that's about it. I don't know what it's got to do with the shape of the Earth, though.
I mean, I just like, why is it there, or how?
Just
did it
making
get there?
an
Why is it
observation.
staying there? Yeah,
he's not claiming.
Yeah, but he said that. He said he's got proof of the Earth. He said he's got evidence of the Earth, and he went to the moon.
Yeah, what exactly was your claim? Because you're like, yeah, I can make a claim, and then
it's
said
more
that.
Not really it's not really an argument or a claim. Well, my argument would be, how does the moon work on the flat Earth model?
I don't think anybody can answer that question.
Well, would it change?
I mean, yeah, like, right?
We're on a flat plane, and it's doing what it's doing. So would it be different?
A scientific answer,
let's point out to him that's not an argument. That's a question, not an argument. You realize that, right?
Right.
Yeah. But the argument would be,
the moon is an unverified light in the sky, and you have a question about an unverified light in the sky. We don't have an answer because it's an unverified light in the sky. You don't know what it is either.
It's not me.
These are those people that told you what it is. So I'm just saying, like, you're asking us a question.
What is an unverified?
You're asking us a question about an unverified light in the sky.
What is that?
A light that you don't know what it's doing up there. I guess like unidentified flying object that we've identified as the moon.
Oh.
Yeah, but hang on. I think there was a question being raised, President Orion. A red-eyed Jedi is asking, what do you mean by unverified light in the sky? Just to clarify.
It's a light in the sky that shines light down, and it's unverified what the composition of it is, the shape of it is, or how far away it is.
So you're saying unverified
the sun, moon, and stars.
Light in the sky. Yeah. When you say unverified light in the sky all together at once, it just sounds funny. That's all.
Oh yeah, we just try to be very clear with our words here.
I agree.
Contact?
Yo.
So, was that your big claim? How does it work?
That's just like
a claim.
Big reason why I don't like It's just the fact that the flat Earth doesn't have a working model is the main reason why I can't believe in it. Is because
Globe doesn't have a working model. Why do you believe in that?
Because it does have a working model. And
No,
you
it
can
doesn't.
model all parts of like the seasons.
No, it can't. It can't even model a horizon. It doesn't model anything. It's actually not even a model because there's no globe in reality to model.
You can make a model of something theoretical.
Okay. Well, it's a model of something that doesn't exist.
But that model seems to work well. So it's a model of something that doesn't exist, but the theoretical model still works.
We can't even predict the distance to the horizon, which is the first thing it should be able to do. So what does it work for?
Well, I mean, that's a claim without any evidence.
No, it's not. We talk about this here like nonstop.
I mean, talking about it's one thing, but then actually providing evidence is another thing.
Okay, I'll provide it.
Thanks.
All right, live stream voice text. Is that horizon at 1.2 miles?
Don't really see how this is evidence that the globe model. Okay, platform habitat 9.0. Okay, let me just.
Cause you're looking at cause and effect here. You said, is your model scientific? Maybe that's the problem. Because if it's not a scientific model, then how did you come up with it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said the model works out.
Yeah, the very first thing it should predict is the distance to the horizon. If it's a curved spherical object, right? That should be the very first thing it could get right.
Yeah, but it also answers why is there. Yeah, see this next one looks a lot more really like this next picture I can agree with. And I say, yeah, this looks like a proper model. It shows you the seasons, it shows you more or less. And then the reason, or I guess the reality, I guess this is trying to disprove the model by showing light going through the clouds.
Since when are models scientific unless they're proven to be true? Now, a model can be, there can make predictions, right? And I think that's what you're getting at, right? So
yeah, I mean, I'm getting at
if the predictions come true, just like we experienced the lunar eclipse the other night, those predictions are true. Now, and there are a lot of people that apply all kinds of different models to why you would see that lunar eclipse. Right? But does that prove the model? Or does that prove scientifically the model? Now, those predictions were made long before the globe Earth model was a thing.
Doesn't the globe model the moon as coming down into the Earth's shadow? Yet the eclipse we had the other day, it's coming from the other way.
Well, sure.
Also, you can't even.
That's a different argument. That's a different argument. I mean, I'm just from the closest thing that we can go, just like the solar system model and Earth occulting the sun, Earth occulting the moon, and
yeah. And if you actually watched that eclipse the other night, whatever's eclipsing the moon, well, the moon's glowing behind it.
And so wouldn't that just be the moon going in front of the sun?
Well, the moon's light is supposedly coming from the sun.
Yeah.
Well, that's glowing behind the eclipse.
Yeah, because the sun, like the light from the sun, is bouncing off.
No, the eclipse is supposedly the shadow of the Earth.
Yeah, and then what's on the edge of that shadow?
So if there's no sun reaching it, how would it be glowing? Did you watch the eclipse?
No, I have not.
Okay.
But I'm just thinking of like
I know, you're just thinking of the model.
Of like an eclipse that I've seen in the past, yeah.
Which is not scientific. Which is not scientific at all. The model's not scientific at all.
Okay, let's backtrack here a bit. My point is, if something can't be theoretically possible, then how can it be practically possible? The globe is theoretically possible with this model. Flat Earth doesn't have a model, so how can it be theoretically possible? Therefore, how can it
Are
be
we talking
practical?
about science? Are we talking about science or patterns? Are we talking about science or patterns and beliefs about what it might predict, or I really don't view that as
Hey, can I say something, Helio? Can I say something about what you just said, Helio?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you shouldn't be saying like, "Oh, it's not scientific." What you're saying, as in to imply that it should be, because the evidence we're asking of these globers, technically, the evidence we're asking of them, if it were to exist, the way that we, hypothetically, if the Earth was a ball and you could measure curvature, if you could measure spin, none of those things have to do with science. They just involve direct measurement. So what you should be saying is like, you should demonstrate it. What I'm saying is you should replace the word science with demonstrate.
Yeah, it's patterns that are observed over and over, have been for as long as recorded human history has existed. These eclipses happen whether or not science is involved at all.
Yeah, science is just our understanding of the world, I guess.
No, it just has to do with cause and effect relationships. Science has to do with cause and effect relationships, and some of what we talk about here has to do with that. But keep in mind, most of it is just geometric questions and physics questions. And geometry and physics are not necessarily science.
Yep.
Geometry and physics are not necessarily science? Is that what...
Well, a lot of these things you're referring to are beyond science.
Wait. Math is not science. Math is a language you can use to describe some things involved with science, but math is not science. No.
The way you have these things lumped together, though, the model and everything, it's more of a theology that you have. It's not, you're calling science, you're using science as a very broad term.
Well, it's a religion. We have to admit that it's a religion.
Sure.
Well, yeah, for everything to work out, for the models to be reality, yes, it is theological with the edicts, and he's here chanting them. I guess he doesn't realize that, but
no, that's cool because I didn't realize it until a few years ago. It's taken me several years to kind of.
No, I'm not downgrading them as to make up a word. Well, to quote someone else's made up word, but it's just at this moment in time. Anytime he says something, it's the model, what the model is doing. We understand that the model, you can reverse engineer anything. Yeah, it's convenient how the model works out all the time, but anytime there's a defiance of the model, well, that's just swept under the rug too.
Oh, no.
So
that's taken as evidence for, hey, let's refine this model. Something didn't work. Let's figure out why.
Yeah, let's patchwork it.
Sure. So we all observe the same exact thing happening. Now, your belief about why it's happening that's what we're arguing about, not what is actually happening.
Yeah. And so do you think that you could, like, if you went out with a spaceship or something, went and looked at the flat Earth, what would it look like? Do you think you could draw that on a piece of paper?
There is no vacuum of space. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist. So your hypothetical is nonsensical. You cannot go to the vacuum of space because the vacuum of space does not exist. We're inside a closed system.
Can you get away from the flat Earth and then look at it? How far away?
You can have high altitude. You can have high altitude photography. We've had high altitude photography since the 1950s. Now, how far up it goes, how far out it goes, is unverified. But we do know that we are inside of a fixed volume and we are inside of a container. Because to the best of our knowledge, the only way that gas pressure, consistent gas pressure, can exist is within a fixed volume and within a container.
To the best of your knowledge. To the best of your knowledge.
We do not.
Right now, to the best of my knowledge. Glovers.
Yeah. So if you're going to put emphasis on that, hold on. If you're going to put an emphasis on that, then I need to ask you the question right now. Do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
Yes, that's essentially what weather is.
Okay,
you're begging the question.
Yeah, you're begging the question, and not only you're begging the question, you're begging the question in a nonsensical way, extra nonsensical way.
I'm
So,
saying that.
no,
So
just
can we
back to the-
define what a container is?
Yeah, like a balloon. That's container.
Oh, hold on. Since you said weather is proof, show us why weather is proof.
I'm not saying that weather is proof, but whether in the
you just said it, so you did say it. So why?
that's
why are you
essentially
denying
gas
it now?
without like pressure without.
But that's you assuming. It's you assuming once again that the Earth is an open system, and that's the very thing in question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
in order for high pressure systems to collide with low pressure systems and vice versa, you would have to have the pressure in the first place.
Yeah, and that's why we have weather. So we know that gas pressure can exist for a certain amount of time without a container.
That's why
the container has to.
Consistent.
Let's define.
I said the word consistent. Do not ignore me when I said the word consistent gas pressure.
Consistent gas pressure. Consistent gas pressure. All right, and no, it can't.
Yeah, in the X value form. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. It has to be an actual PSI in the X value form. Like we have the X value form at sea level, which is 14.7 PSI at sea level. So I need you to demonstrate to me in the X value form a form of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Please do that.
Atmospheric pressure is
if you can.
14 PSI. I thought it was 101.
Yes, at sea level.
14. Yeah. Sorry, we use here like we usually don't use PSI. Yeah, pascals. Sorry, 101,000 pascals at like sea level.
All right. So can you comprehend the question that I just asked you?
Sorry, can you restate it?
Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity in the X value form?
This sounds like obfuscation when him trying to say, oh well, we don't use PSI, we use pascals. I mean, what do you mean? So it's different. I mean,
no,
we can do conversions with PSI and Tor and all that kind of shit. We can do that. You know, we can do the same conversion. It's the same number.
Helio, he's moved on. Helio, he's moved on. Don't focus on.
Totally agree. Yeah, 101,000 pascals is 14.7 psi. Sorry, I just got distracted by that.
Yeah, but are we assuming again
that a container is something that exerts pressure or exerts a force back onto the gas that it's holding, right? And so as long as you have a force pushing that gas down, you can have a pressurized system.
All right.
That force does not necessarily have to be a physical barrier.
Well,
so what force? Yeah, demonstrate that. Which force is pushing back down on the other?
You're not gonna like this, but it's gravity.
Whatever.
Because gas.
Well, I don't not like it.
Yeah, we knew.
And so all of the gas is then attracted to the center of the Earth. That's what creates the pressure.
Okay,
that's
you
why
told us a story.
In the atmosphere, you lose pressure because they're getting farther and farther away from the Earth. And at the very top of the atmosphere, gas particles are just flying off into space.
Okay, well, have you been there to verify that? And can you demonstrate gravity holding gas pressure in place of a container?
Literally saying that when you say, "Oh, gas can't be held without a container," well, not all the gas is. Some of the gas is flying away.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you can actually demonstrate that. We know the claim. We don't need you to repeat the claim. We're really familiar with it. Can you just demonstrate it? That's what we're looking for.
How am I supposed to demonstrate something that is so massive?
Okay, so that's a no.
A nonsensical model. That's why you can't.
You're the one making the claim. You're the one bringing the claim. The burden of proof is on you.
So you can't demonstrate your claim. You can just make it. You can tell us a story, but you can't give us any physical demonstration to back it at all.
You my explanation of why gas.
We already know the story.
The question that you asked me.
We already know the story, and it contradicts what we observe everywhere in nature. So that's why we're asking for the demonstration. You're just repeating the story.
But have you really took the time to think about it?
Yeah, that's why we're trying to get the demonstration. We took the time to think about it. We realized there was no physical demonstration for it. Now that's what we're asking for, and you're just repeating the story, the one that's in question, because there's no physical demonstration for it.
I'm telling you how impractical it would be to demonstrate it. Because
I know you're telling me no, I can't. You're telling me no, I can't, and that's the whole problem.
Yeah, no, I can't demonstrate it. But
that's the whole problem.
I can say that it's
impractical. It's a mere blind belief.
actually happening.
So would you say it's a mere belief?
But then my question would be, how does the flat Earth, how does gas work on the flat Earth? Why does the atmosphere get thinner as we go up on the flat Earth model? And
it works the way it works in reality.
You just
there are gradients in every container. That's a very simple answer. There are gradients in every container. If you want an explanation of why a gradient exists, I don't know, go ask someone else. But gradients exist in every container, including the closed system we live in.
And here's another thing, Contact. You get a gradient and try it both with and without gravity to determine that gravity is the cause of the gradient. That's how you have to do that. Otherwise, you're just begging the question again. Just saying, what else could it possibly be?
So how can you say that's right or wrong if you haven't done the demonstration either?
It's your claim, so you're the one who has to do it. You're saying it's because of this. You haven't tested your supposed cause.
There's a model, and then there's what's going on in reality.
Yeah.
giving you
Here's something I can say.
If you can,
On his question, where do you think gases that exist on Earth come from? Do they come from outer space?
No. Where did the Earth come from?
Where do the gases that exist on Earth come from? Do they come from outer space? Yes or no?
They come from a lot of places, and
really,
is outer space one of them?
How would you?
Is outer space one of them? Yes or no?
No. Right now, there's not.
Okay, so where do the gases come from?
Where did the Earth come from? It's the
Where
same
does
question.
the gases that exist in the atmosphere come from? Where do they come from?
When the Earth was formed, it had gas.
Where do the gases from Earth come from?
Comets and stuff
that
in the
exist
form
in the
of solid
atmosphere.
ice came crashed down on the
They come
planet.
from Earth.
So
Why are
it is
you
from outer
avoiding this
space.
question? They don't come from outer
Answering the question,
space.
you're just talking over me by answering
No.
the same question again.
All right,
and again.
well,
Or sorry,
give me the answer. Give me the where the gases that exist in the atmosphere on Earth come from. Where do they
That
come
is a
from?
really good question, and it's got a bit of a complicated answer. If you sit with me, I'll try my best to answer it.
Well, you better make it quick because we
When the
all know
Earth
it's coming.
formed, we had like things like water gas and oxygen
The
was
Earth
from
formed.
comets.
Oh my God, we're going
Who's
through
we?
A lot of
what the
Who's
heck?
we?
I'm trying to fucking answer.
Okay, it sounds like what you're saying. You're
We're not
taking a
talking
long way.
about asteroids and shit that crashed into the Earth millions of years ago. Come on,
I'm
man. We're
trying to
not
give
talking
you
about
an
He's,
answer.
he just said when the Earth formed, we. So,
Yeah, but what's-
who's we?
Yeah, but what's he saying? He's saying that it all came from outer space. He's just taking longer to say it.
Saying it came from it all came from outer
And he
space.
said
So
a
you're
minute
not-
ago
I'm
it
talking
didn't come
about
from
how the the ecosystem works now. Where do the gases come from commonly? Now that the Earth is
This
what
is
it
a
is.
tangent. This is an irrelevant tangent, Helio. This doesn't matter.
All right,
he still
well,
hasn't
it is.
demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity, so let's just move on. Here, let's just
You
ask him the
haven't
first of the 3
demonstrated how
points in
gas
case we didn't.
So.
Go for it.
Yeah, we have, dude. It's called tires around rims of cars and propane tanks. We have demonstrated that gas pressure requires containment. Yes, we've done that. But let's just move on to more simplistic questions.
I'm talking about the gradient inside of a container. Is there a gradient inside the pressure of a tire?
Yes.
Yes, there is. Yes.
When it's
Yes.
on the ground?
A very slight one, but there is one nonetheless, and it is measurable.
So when it's on
Yes.
the ground, when the car is sitting on it, of course there's going to be a gradient. If you have a pressurized gas, what about like a CO2 canister? Is there going to be a gradient in there?
There's gradients in all containers. It's just really small in a small container. Plus, the Earth is a dynamic system that also contributes to the gradient. If you have a dynamic system inside of a small container, there will definitely be one.
Why is that gradient there and what's causing it?
Well, you want to say gravity, but you haven't tested your supposed cause by trying the gradient both with and without gravity, so it's just a story and a baseless assertion.
You come up with some sort of answer for that question.
Yeah, no, let's answer the question directly. Unverified. Next question. Or better yet, I have a question for you.
That's the problem. Why I don't believe in
unverified. Well, hold on. Wait, would you want me to make up a fairy tale for you? Would you want me to make up a fairy tale for you, or do you want me to be honest with you? You want me to be honest, right?
Well, why are you?
Yeah. So anyway, the point is, you don't want me to make up a fairy tale for you. I don't want to make up a fairy tale for you. Let's just go to curvature. Do you know of any time that anyone's measured the curvature of the Earth you believe in? Measured the Earth to be a ball?
Yes.
Brian, you don't hear me?
Where was the method? Who, where, when, how?
You know all of them, and you know how to.
Hello. I'm about to start muting people if y'all don't address me right now and tell me if you hear me or not.
Hey, Elijah.
Okay, so you did hear me. I thought so.
You were choppy. You were choppy at first. You were roboting at first.
How did it go from he's supposed to be supporting his claim to us saying, here's your answer, next question? He still didn't answer the question initially. Like, what's going on?
Your answer to your question, just to be clear, was I don't know.
No, I mean, no, it wasn't supposed to be a question to us. You still trying to answer your question.
Well, I'd love to ask
now
a question
to you about having gas pressure without containment.
I offered you an answer, but it's not a satisfying answer. And it doesn't.
Well, it's not that it's not a satisfying answer. It's that we understand that all gas pressure requires containment.
What I mean by satisfying is that, like, does it satisfy? Does it satisfying is not just like, oh, I like this answer or not. It's like, does this? I mean, the answers you gave me aren't satisfying because they don't fit in with what I know.
Well, you just didn't. You're not able to validate what you believe. That's the problem. It's not. Not that.
No, it's very hard to validate that the Earth is a globe without me going out there and looking at it. But I can say that
no duh.
If I was going to say what what we're living on, flat Earth makes a lot less sense than the globe Earth.
If that's how you feel, why are you here?
Because I like to talk to you guys.
But you think this is a game?
No, but I do think it's not fun, but I think it's also important to challenge ideas and have my ideas challenged.
Well, you're not even.
I mean,
you're not even slowing down to acknowledge that there's no way for you to validate what you believe unless you went to space. Which is crazy, because if I had told you something about some place and the only way for you to validate it was to go there, you'd be like, well, you're full of shit unless you take me there. But in this scenario, you can't go there. So you're going to say, well, I have faith. In that sense, if you have faith, it's not like we're trying to debate. We're just trying to elucidate a problem. The fact that there isn't an answer to the hard questions like, where is the curvature? This is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. There's an arc segment that we can measure. Make sure there's some curvature there, but there's not. So it's not a game. We don't want to sit here and laugh and kiki with you or argue with you. There's nothing to argue about. We don't have to explain anything to you. We didn't wake up with some new cosmology or cosmogony. That's absurd. But whatever these guys want to do with you, I guess do what you want. Said my piece.
Can you consider the fact that you might be wrong?
It's weird because that's exactly what you're not doing.
I mean, I can challenge my ideas on the flat Earth model and on the globe model, and the globe model is the one that works. Flat Earth model is the one that doesn't really exist.
How does it work?
And how many of flat surface should to be flat that it's curving?
Sorry?
If one of the 20 part of all Earth is flat, what does that mean for you?
If part of the Earth is flat?
One of the 20 of the all Earth, it's flat. What is that telling to you?
I don't really know.
Can sphere be flat with one part? It's of 20. It's flat.
I mean,
Can sphere curve?
Globe isn't a perfect sphere.
Oh, come on, dude. You asked the question, have I considered that I might be wrong about water being level? No, I haven't. I used to believe in Santa Claus. Am I certain that Santa Claus no longer exists? Do you think I'll ever believe in him again? No, I am Santa Claus now.
Is it about
okay? It's the same thing. It's impossible to believe in the ball if you've tapped into reality that exists around you that you're ignoring.
And your confidence about that is...
Well, you asked the question. You're dealing with, I don't know what it is, but it's some sort of cognitive dissonance. You can't even conceive of the idea that the globe may be all just a mythology. You can't even conceive of that possibility.
He's got a point. So what's a big problem here is you're saying all these things, and the reason why they're calling them stories is you're saying all these things like, no, they can't show it, they can't prove that gravity is causing this. No.
Why they can't. I didn't just say they can't.
Yeah, but qualifying it with an excuse doesn't help. It still can't be demoed, right? I can make a baseless claim that I can't back up with any physical demonstration and give you a story for it too. Does that make it any more valid?
That's what they're saying.
Things
They're
like
just
atoms?
saying that you to support it other than somebody's story. Because you have no evidence to support it, it's just a story. Cool story.
Your evidence is just disproving the globe Earth. None of your evidence actually proves the flat Earth.
Hold on. If we falsify curvature, what's left? What is it if it's not curved?
What is left?
Yeah, what is it if it's not curved?
But I refuse to just stop at flat. Okay, it's a flat Earth. All right, what does that actually mean? How does this work? What's underneath the flat Earth? What's around it?
Well, good.
I'm just too curious to say, oh, we live on a flat Earth, and that's that.
Yeah, don't stop there. I mean, keep asking questions about reality for sure, but I mean, we've just ruled the globe out, is all we're saying.
Ask those questions about the flat Earth.
Okay, water is flat. All above water is elevation. Is that enough?
No, that's not at all enough.
Okay, can you tell me which ocean is curving?
All of them, I guess. I don't know.
All of them.
I'm here to ask you questions now.
Can you tell me why we have the phrase sea level?
Again, you're just disproving the globe Earth.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Why we have sea level? Like a phrase.
Because there's a force acting on the sea to push it down.
Pushing down.
Pushing down towards something.
Is it level? What is level? Is it level?
It could be level if there was a force pushing down on it.
No, I'm asking you what is level in real life? Is level curved?
What is like the definition of level?
Is it level curved?
I mean, so, like I just know that you're setting me up.
Is it level curved? It's a simple question. That it's yes, no.
Well, what if you zoom really close on a big circle or something?
Stop.
Super close
Is
so that
it level curved? Is it blue?
No, it's not.
The color
I just don't
of
think
the
that this
yellow.
question really matters.
Really? Really?
Because my explanation for why water is curved doesn't fit with it. It's just.
But is it curved? That's the question.
You know what he's gonna say already, so.
Why is it curved?
I'm just going to say the same thing. It's gravity, and then we go into that thing again.
Okay.
That's what. Can I just ask him a question then? I just want to ask him something that he said.
Well, real quick, you're saying gravity is the reason that water is curved. What if it's not curved?
What if it's
Does that
not
get rid of
curved?
gravity?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Timbo.
No, that you need.
Yeah, I was just saying.
So many more questions than just that. Like.
You said it's got a force pushing down on it. Why does everything need a force pushing down on it?
Things do things without a force.
What? So if the force wasn't there, we'd be floating? Is that your answer?
Yes, because that's what a force is.
So if you're saying no gravity, we float.
Do you understand what a force is?
Not gravity.
Well, apparently gravity is not a force. So.
But with mass, it can act as a force. And with mass, because
but we've got no proof of it being a force.
Acts a force onto another force.
Okay, has this Newtonian mass attracting mass ever been demonstrated?
Yes.
In reality?
Exactly.
When? What do you mean? I don't believe what? When has it been demonstrated?
We asked you to do that, and you said you couldn't do it. So now it has been demonstrated.
Stop. Did he shut off the? Did he shut off the gravity in his shed? It's not an experiment. Did he shut off the gravity in his shed?
Did he shut off all other variables other than
Did he shut off the gravity?
How the fuck would you shut off gravity?
Okay, thank you.
Maybe by going in a plane and flying down.
Are you saying that gravity?
So why were you talking about the gravity in his shed?
Are you saying that gravity is curving the water?
I'm saying that there's a force acting on that water, and what is that force? If not gravity, what is that force?
Okay. That means
you know that when we pick up water, it drops. Why does it drop on the...
That means that gravity is doing that. Gravity is making water curve. Is that true?
Yeah, and if gravity, like...
Okay, great. We are on that point. Now, can we check that?
Yeah, so why isn't it curving then?
Is it a way that we can check that?
Yeah, if gravity acts on water to curve it, why isn't it curving then? I guess gravity doesn't exist.
Is it the way that we can check that curving?
Yeah, we already did this with him first thing.
I'm asking him. Can we do something about that? Can we check that, or we are close? We cannot do anything. That's the fact.
I gotta ask you.
Can we check this, or this is the fact?
But when we look out, why can't I see right across the water to the end of... Why can't I go up to a big mountain and see all of the land?
Do you think you can see forever?
Can you go and learn about that, why you cannot see? Can you go and learn about optics and angular resolution? Can you go and learn about perspective? Can you go and learn about that?
Learn about weather, and find me a weather report that says visibility today 7,000 miles. Because usually it says that like max maybe 10, 20, something like that.
Yeah. I don't.
If you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Because we know that Newtonian physics does work, because we use it every day designing machines.
But we conclude that Newtonian, it's working great. How we can check that now in reality?
Well, once you've found, everything accelerates 9.8 meters a second downwards. We just say that it does.
Yeah,
Newtonian
that's
physics
great.
says that things accelerate
great.
downwards.
I told you. I totally agree with you. Now, how we can check that it's curving in the reality, that water is curving?
You should keep going back to how do we check that water is curving, and then I say, well, it's very, very impractical to check.
Can we use size of the Earth for that?
But you said it's obviously a globe. Common sense says it's a globe, but yet it's impractical to show evidence that it's a globe.
Can we use size for that?
Once you understand how big.
Yeah.
Wait,
that doesn't mean a retort.
So gravity makes water do something that you cannot observe it do.
No, gravity pushes down on water. Like I feel like we're getting off topic.
You're saying that gravity curves it around the surface of a sphere.
I believe in your gravity.
Attracted to the center of that sphere. So if you have water,
if that's the case, then why isn't it curving as it would if it were actually doing that?
And I say it is curving because it is
but
curving.
You
just told us you can't show it doing that.
What where?
Can you show it being really, really flat?
Sure. Yeah. Suez Canal, for example.
Can you show it being really, really flat, but then...
Suez Canal, for example, sea level, both ends, over 100 miles, no locks. What's the water in the canal?
Level,
what
I guess.
Is the water in the canal?
Water. Wet.
Okay,
level.
Sea level or not? Is it flat?
I don't
level?
Know Suez. I don't really know.
Okay, I'll run it by you one more time. Listen, 3 seconds. Over 100 miles long. Both ports are about at sea level. There are no locks, 0 locks. What is the water in the canal doing? Is it curving or is it flat?
It's curving, sure.
Okay, well, you asked for an example. You asked for an example of where there would be flat water. That is the example. Now you're saying it's curving. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You asked for an example in reality of flat water. There it is.
Yeah, obviously that it's a very simple question to ask, or a very simple question to answer.
And obviously you gave a ridiculous answer.
I will post
You
it
gave
now.
a ridiculous answer.
Also, it will now come the video now. Give it. Yeah, it's that ship is going through that Suez Canal, you know, and you can point it now out where is where do you see curving, you know?
Yeah, throughout this entire call, I have not heard any bit of evidence for that the Earth is flat. Only that.
Wow, listen to the projection coming off of this guy right now.
If I show you 1,000
for yourself.
If I show you 1,200 miles of flat surface, is that enough for the Earth to be flat?
You yourself provided evidence that it's flat when you told us, well, we can't see it curve.
Contact.
You made an argument for us. We asked you, where is it curving? Can't show you.
Contact. If I show you 1,000. Contact. Is it enough? 100.
Why do solar? Why do seasons?
What are you talking about, Sasha? This is just kind of a mess right now.
Yeah, but I want to ask a question. Do you want? He said that people want. Does you people has anything presenting that Earth is flat? I have 1,200 miles of flatness. Does he want to see that?
That's why the entire Earth is flat.
No, entire Earth, 1,200 miles.
But that's
is that enough?
Why the entire Earth is flat.
Oh my God, dude, that is way too much flatness for your sphere to work out.
Are you saying you want to see all entire Earth flat?
It's just too much.
Also, yeah, it is too much. Let's ask another question real quick. How many flat surfaces are there on a sphere?
Infinite. Why are we talking about geometry? Because the Earth is not a perfect sphere.
This guy is funny.
It's not any kind of a sphere. You haven't demonstrated.
He's asking about the shape of the Earth, but yeah, he's wondering why are we talking about geometry? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't know what either are.
This is way back in the day when I was.
Listen the answer. Listen carefully the answer. Maybe because globe Earth model has geometry.
What?
Maybe because globe Earth model has geometry. What we learn, all of us, and what we will learn and what we are learning. Even tomorrow, kids will learn geometry of the Earth. Do you know that?
So that we're teaching them all these true things.
And who will? And is that you said why we speak about geometry? But they will learn tomorrow geometry.
So we should end all geometry teaching.
No. we need to check that geometry.
Do you know of any geometry? Do you know of any geometry? Do you know of any geometry teaching that they're teaching people that spheres have flat surfaces on them?
Dude, I know all of the geometry.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know of any book, any geometry book that says a sphere is comprised of flat surfaces?
You can define it as something with.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that's a yes or no. You're telling me you got a book that says that spheres are
when you draw
flat.
a tangent on a sphere.
Yeah. We're not talking about sound drawing. We're talking about okay. Is a basketball?
What are you drawing that tangent line on?
Flat surfaces are on a basketball.
When you draw it on a sphere.
How many flat surfaces are on a basketball?
The tangent line isn't the surface of the sphere either. It's just a line.
Yeah, I want to get in on this. Hold on, really quick. Hold on, guy. Hold on. I'm really sick of people saying this. You don't draw a tangent line on a sphere. You draw a tangent line to a sphere. You cannot draw a tangent line on a sphere.
It still relates to that sphere.
Okay, show me the tangent point. The tangent point should be the geometric horizon. Show me the tangent point.
Yeah, it's right behind you.
Right behind me.
I'm gonna go back to my homework, but maybe next time I'm on, would really love to hear some sort of evidence.
He gave it to us. He told us that it's infinite. It's an infinitely flat sphere. So you just argued for an infinitely flat plane. Thanks. You already gave it to us. Thank you.
Remember, your parting words on the globe model was very impractical. Those are your words.
I'm using to.
Bye.
Infinite flat surfaces for as far as we can measure or see, just nothing but flat. You already told us. You already gave us the proof or the argument anyway. So
it was good to have you contact Binary Balls. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. I will see you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Oof. Sorry,
Hi,
Sash.
guys.
It was just getting kind of chaotic at one point. My bad.
Well, when people tell Sasha that flat water's curved, there's this. I go into disbelief mode myself.
Yeah, me too.
No, it's all right, man. Even better. I wanted to stop after because you can speak all night with this guy.
Yeah, it's just going to get crazier and crazier.
I hate when they claim tangent for the proof of the globe, man. It's so freaking annoying.
It's just a mindless script that they parrot. Like, there's no tangent. There's no point to draw a tangent line to.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he was saying. He was like, tangent line from. Nobody draws a tangent line from anything. That's not a thing.
Doesn't tangent just mean touching or something? I thought there was like some.
Yeah, it's not addressing the question. It's not addressing the question when if you ask him, is a sphere have flat sides on it? They're going to say, I can draw a line on top of the circle.
Right.
They're not even addressing the question.
The tangent is the furthest reaching point on a curved line, right? So it has nothing to do with what they keep purporting it as. Like when they talk about they have to design these measurements of angles on tangent from the sphere because they need a flat baseline, right? So it's always a 180-degree tangent off of a sphere, a flat surface above the globe. Never. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying all these things that are, as a matter of fact, or in a matter-of-fact way, yet couldn't provide any evidence of a scientific experiment or anything like that, or any demonstration, anything done by people that have invested millions of dollars in scientific nothing. So
did he even tell us what the globe models or predicts accurately?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I tried to ask, but it just got a little bit too rowdy in here.
Yeah, I figured you guys had it, so I didn't interject.
If I could throw in 2 cents on that last guy, you should have made it more clear to him we don't claim a model because he kept trying to compare models.
Yeah.
Globe had 500 years of kings and queens and explorers and armies. We've had 7 years of guys on the internet. So we don't have a model.
Well, we need one anyway. We got reality. We can just go outside, look at it, see what it is. We don't need to model it.
As far as predictability goes, they were predicting things when they thought the Earth was flat, thousands of years ago. So predictability does not claim a model either.
Yeah, I predict that the sun will rise tomorrow. That must be because I know the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I predict it's gonna rise in the east and set in the west.
I got the vibe from that guy. He's either in severe cog dis or he just at it. One or the other.
100%. I mean, he has to be right. If you believe in something but have no evidence, no experiments, you just believe it? Like,
I mean, to me, it sounds like he thinks you could take, say you can make a steel beam 1 mile wide, right? Then take 26,000 of those and go all the way around the ball. And that would be the globe right there, right? Is that what he thinks? I don't know.
No, he thinks that we can fly.
He thinks it's infinitely flat.
Around the ball.
I mean, that's so yeah, exactly. That's the argument that they're going to make with that hole and like the water. It's unfortunately very fruitless conversation with people like that. You have to just, lambaste them with pictorial evidence because they can't deal with debating or argumentation. And I don't even think he recognizes or is aware of the fallacies that he was using in a lot of his statements and a lot of his beliefs. So, I mean, those people, it's very fruitless to try and have an argumentative discussion, and you just have to hit them with the pictures or something that they can digest a little bit easier.
The thing you got to be careful about. Go ahead. I was going to say, like he said, he wouldn't provide any evidence. I saw you guys show him the black swan and a couple other things, didn't you? We showed him evidence. Go ahead, Jay.
I was saying,
and what he said
if he understood. If he understood too much, he might not be able to complete his homework. He's still got to graduate. He's still got to purport the nonsense. Otherwise, he can't continue on in this controlled life of his. So,
well, if he's in engineering, I think I think the fact that he's in here is a good sign that he is open to hearing other arguments. Because some people, they're very closed-minded about the topic. And I think as he progresses along through engineering, I think he's going to come to some certain realizations about a lot of things, to be honest.
Yeah. If he's going to be honest with himself, he'll find out that in engineering, all the nonsense they tell you to believe in, including gravity, is going to go out the window, because once he sees real life, application, he's going to see that, the rotation of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth is really, it's not even an afterthought.
No engineer is going to tell you that 9.8 meters per second doesn't accurately or closely represent what happens in kinematics. However, attributing that to a force that is, responsible for all these things, is a completely different claim to make. 9.8 meters per second is just a magic number that works with our calculations. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, I find that funny that that calculation is out there, yet, they don't think about terminal velocity. Why does terminal velocity cut that off,
Yeah.
Well, overall, you guys did a good job talking to that guy, and it was good for the audience to hear either way, right? So
there was a lot of us who tried to get in there, so it was a bit clustered, but way she goes sometimes.
We got anybody else new in here? I don't see anybody.
Divinity.
Hey guys.
Hello, Divinity.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. What's up? You want to talk?
I'm kind of just doing my hair and listening. I've been liking listening to you guys.
BC Verified Ladies Night. So what's your opinion on this subject matter right now, if you want to give it?
If my opinion, I don't know. I thought it was interesting listening to the questions being asked about pressure being contained without a container, or pressure happening without a container. It just makes my mind spin. I find flat Earth interesting.
It's very interesting. We have to have, in reality, we have to have some form of containment to have gas pressure exist in reality. That's the point,
Right, which debunks the entropy violation of the vacuum of space, which sounds crazy. The first time you hear it, it sounds crazy to all of us. But then when you use logic and reason, you realize that, everything they've been telling us about outer space is fairy tales.
Yeah, it's crazy. So is that what happens here? Most of the time you just wait for people to come in to basically test what you guys believe against what they believe? Or what?
No, sometimes it's new flat earthers, sometimes it's old flat earthers. Like I've been in it since 2016, and I just found this place, a couple weeks ago. Sometimes it's people that are generally questioning, generally wanting to know what the perspective is. And then you got other people that want to hold the belief and get angry that we believe something different, so they come in here and make claims. And the model of this hangout is, if you make a claim, you have to prove it. So, and that goes for both sides, flat or curved.
If I may also address that, I think a lot of people here are just trying to find truth. We're trying to figure it all out. There's a lot of things that we don't know, but we know that the current model is there's problems with it. And so,
I mean, let's face it, the current model is nonsense.
That's a huge understatement. Jedi, go ahead.
Well, that was pretty much it. I think
I was just going to point out real quick, it's not about belief versus belief. It's about, we know things to be true in reality, and we're sharing this information with people. We hope they get it. The oceans are not curving around a ball. That's silly. And this ball's in all these different motions going through nothing. We don't believe that. Those people believe that. We don't. We don't claim to know all the answers. We're trying to get answers. We've got people investigating, but we're not allowed to freely explore the whole territory. So how are we supposed to make any models or maps or anything? I'll shut up now.
No, you're good, Dave. It's good to hear from you too.
It also is something that people can test for themselves. You don't have to be some kind of a genius or a scientist or anything else like that. We know the fluid dynamics of water. Water always goes to its lowest elevation, lies flat on the surface. If there's any movement in the water, you'll see it on the surface. So the fact that, if you were living on a rotating ball, you would notice that within the water, and there would be obvious curvature wrapping around a ball, over the surface of the water, but we can see definitely way too straight, way too far for their model. So it's the little things that add up, fluid dynamics. The other thing is the air pressure, and no movement, no curvature, no outer space, then what is it? And that's what we're looking at.
I like to say we just try to accept reality as it presents itself to us. And like Jack said, if you come in here and make a claim, you better have something to back it up. You're claiming something to be the truth, right?
Yeah, math is supposed to, kind of help model observable phenomenon. And when you start patchworking theories or ideas with things like refraction and dark energy and dark matter, to where it's you're attributing 97% of the force that should be gravity, but gravity doesn't work in this model to be the prevailing force. It's a little ridiculous, especially when you can't confirm anything. It's just, oh, okay. Dark energy.
They'll say there's curvature, but you can't see it. There's movement, but you can't see it. There's air pressure, there's a vacuum, but you can't see it. It just goes on and on, including, like you said, even in their model of outer space, with all their gravitational models, it doesn't work. So then they come up with new theories to back up their old ones that don't work. And I don't know, how much other people have heard, but, gravity isn't even supposed to be a force anymore. It's supposed to be the bending of space-time that doesn't have any physical attributes to it. So it gets really crazy really quick.
Do you know much about the globe model divinity?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I don't know. Just anything. Any of the basics. Radius, claim dimensions.
Yeah, I do. You know what's confusing to me? What it always was confusing to me, because I went flat Earth and then kind of to like whatever the shape is. It doesn't really matter to me anymore. I do find it interesting, but it always was interesting how this sounds dumb, and I'm sorry, but like, how does the moon work? Like, if we're do we have to, oh, I don't know. I don't want to sound dumb, but that was always the most intriguing thing. You guys started talking about it earlier, but then that guy, I don't know, I think he got run off, so I don't know how it ended.
Right.
When I talk about the moon working, I'm like, we don't even know what it is, let alone how it does what it does, and it gets very peculiar when you observe it night after night. So go ahead.
I was going to say real quick, anything anybody tells you is pure speculation. Like he just said, we see it as a light in the sky, and we can't really verify much about it, if anything. All we can do is observe it. Go ahead.
And I had never heard, or I never even thought to consider that when we have an eclipse, that the light is still shining, or, yeah, a lunar eclipse, I guess, that the light is still shining behind it. I'm like, damn, I'm just trying to do my hair over here, and my mind's getting fucking blown.
Well,
yeah,
so here's even another weird. I was gonna say here's even another weird aspect of it. Like you'll see weird artist renditions, right, of the moon. I'm gonna drop a picture. This lady, she painted a picture of the moon. Beautiful painting, very very talented. And something we're noting in the picture is you see the moon. Sasha posted something too. Right above what Sasha posted, you'll notice the moon has a complete circular shape to it in her painting. Very defined. You can see like a shadow, right? That there's a circle behind the shadow that completes that circle. But you never see that in real life. Ever, 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 ever. I have taken many pictures of the moon over the last month and a half. And the moon is always like the light. Whatever's lit is lit, and whatever is dark is there's nothing there.
Yeah,
there's no completion of the circle.
There's an absolute Terminator line every time. You have the completely lit part of the moon, and then black. That's it. There's no transition of light.
These are all my pictures. Go ahead. These are all my pictures that I'm posting after that girl.
Yeah, I've done some highly zoomed in observations, and when you zoom in on the Terminator line, it looks like that's where the moon is just broke off. Like there's nothing going on beyond it. And if you zoom out, you might see that circle. But then when you look at the circle, there's no. I hate using the term craters because I don't believe it to be craters anymore. But there's no distinguishing marks on the dark part ever. It's just a lit part and then black.
So, Jack, did you get footage of that one last night? Was it last night?
I did not. I didn't even know something special was going on last night, to be honest.
There was some kind of eclipse, wasn't there?
I just know I have observed, lunar eclipses, with my P900, and I know how it just does the transition of going into the red, and the white part is completely white and the red part is red. And again, there's nothing occulting the moon or the sun during eclipses, because I was there for the great solar eclipse as a flat earther as well. And there's nothing occulting that causes the phases of the moon and the sun. They have their own phases. That's all there is to it.
Well, then again, how can we really know how they work? We don't know the mechanisms behind them.
Yeah, that's my point, is when people ask, well, then how does the moon work? Well, first, we don't even know what the moon is. And you have to be honest with yourself that you don't either. You've been told stories. It's a floating rock in the sky. But when you stare at it night after night after night for years on end, because when I first got my camera, I was obsessed. I watched it all night long until I couldn't see it anymore. And all I found to be true is that I know nothing about the moon. It's the most peculiar thing in our existence.
That moon GIF, that's pretty amazing because look at all the different shapes of the moon in that picture. It's not the same every single time.
Yeah, not to mention, I mentioned this the other night, but if you take, a quarter moon, a half moon, the other quarter moon, the other half moon, and you try to line them up and try to piecemeal together to make a whole moon, a full moon in Photoshop or whatever, you cannot get the quote-unquote craters to line up. They just don't match the accumulation of the whole. It's weird.
That's crazy.
So we still talking to Divinity?
This.
I'm sorry. So.
You're cool to just listen if you want, but if you have any questions, please chime in and let us know.
But she did. She's asking about the moon. That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to check in with her because it's been a minute since we heard from her.
No, I do find that super interesting. I'm glad I'm not the only one. But another thing that I found interesting as just a thought was I learned on the globe model that we're flying through space, the sun is going and we're following it and all this stuff and everything is moving. But our stars are in the same, we know where Earth, Sun, minor, or major are going to be at certain times. How do the stars stay also flying?
Same constellations for all recorded history.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yet all these movements on multiple vectors are supposed to be going on. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Let's give her the Glober excuse. Their claim is that these stars are so infinitely far away that you would never see any parallax or anything. They would never. You wouldn't expect to see that because they're so far away. And I'm talking about the closest star is, what is it, guys? 24 trillion miles or something.
Light years.
Something crazy. It's some huge distance that you can't even fathom in your brain. That's
but even so, the multiple directions and the multiple rotations doesn't work. But I can definitely, tell you that the stars being locked in their positions, it was one of the main things that got me into flat Earth. Is the first time I saw time lapse around Polaris where all the stars were locked in. Man, blew my mind. Didn't even think about it. Yo, Dr. Law, what's up, brother?
Yeah, so if space isn't a vacuum... Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Going back to that gas pressure needing containment conversation that they had, if space isn't a vacuum, and if they don't have the gravity in order to have the atmosphere, in order to have the adjacent vacuum and all that stuff, then they definitely can't have the distances that they're claiming in that model, which they also need to not have the parallax and all that as well, right? Because there's no way that the light from those bodies would ever reach the Earth if it isn't a vacuum between us and them, right? So...
Was somebody new here trying to talk?
Yeah, it's Dr. Law.
Hello, Dr. Law. He's the cook at Flattoberfest, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, I am, David.
What's up? Welcome to the panel.
Oh, yes. I don't usually talk much. I just lurk.
Are you a doctor?
He was also the He was also the Elvis impersonator at Flattoberfest.
I wear many coats.
So you do good, Elvis? I'm assuming.
With his pants down inside that lodge.
For a Chinaman, I'm not too bad.
The key to winning a war is
That's even better.
I can lead you by one person. You think you know me?
He does a lot of activism in Colombia as well with that flat fellow.
Yep, cheers to anybody who's spreading the word in real life. I try to do it here in Kentucky when I can. So we got to keep spreading the good word out there, right? That's all we can do.
Yeah, there's a guy named Peter Jarvio who's going around to different universities and colleges and flat smacking the students there as well. He's doing great work.
And he's also recording numbers of quote-unquote converts as well.
Oh, he's hitting them right where it hurts at the university. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually gets permission. Like he doesn't just show up like we do. He actually tells them they're coming.
But he's actually it's got to be needling them right at the heart of the beast. You know what I mean? The education system. Anyway.
Yeah, he calls them up and says, "I want to do a freedom of speech thing at your location. Da 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 da. This is the days I'm going to be there," and he gets permission and everything. I mean, we kind of, when we had Flattoberfest, we kind of just bombarded the college that we went to. We just kind of showed up. That was a fun time, though. We started with a conversation with 4 dudes, and by the end of it, we were surrounded by 200 students. But then the cops were called and tried to escort us out of there, so that was fun.
Somebody called the cops because 200 people were standing around.
It was basically like, they're trying to say that we were trespassing even though we were in the public domain area of Woodford. And we argued our case as well, so they didn't press any charges because they couldn't. But it was a beautiful turnout. I loved it because it started with mockery of a couple of guys, and then it started to be a real conversation. And then a professor of science came out with the whole wild professor hairdo and everything, and we tried to get him to make any claims about the globe. He didn't know crap about the model. And he mocked us the first time, and they laughed at his first joke, but then he tried to keep making jokes at us when we had questions for him, and the students weren't finding him funny anymore. They found it, interesting that he didn't have answers to real questions about physics and, their model. So that was
that's because he's a normie. So did the cops make you leave?
Sorry, Gardner, go ahead.
No, yeah. Did the cops make you leave?
I mean, we were about wrapping it up as it was anyways. We stayed around another probably 10 minutes or so just to show that we're not just running off scared, that we're generally, wrapping up what we were doing. But no, they told us that we had to leave and we were trespassing and all this stuff. And Alex, Critical Inception, had some documents, with the Supreme Court talking about that we had a right to be there and everything, and but we left on our own accord, and it was we were not being aggressive. Even though Dr. Law can tell you I'm a very outspoken person, but we were still also being respectful. But it was. I found it really great. Of the conversations we had, these college students were asking a lot of good questions, and the adults were the bad example because they weren't inquiring; they were just mocking and trying to usurp unnecessary authority, which is the typical scenario.
Well, that's good stuff, man. The young generation is the key. we can get critical thinking going in the young generation, we'll be better off. Sorry,
right. Sorry. I will say that Peter Jarvio has a very good approach to the students. He gets them with the. He has a sign that he puts out there where the moon landing's fake or real, and that brings them in. I've got a couple, maybe 3-4 hours of him recorded, doing the flat smacking on campus. He did very well. I mean, that flat fellow on YouTube, he'll put the videos out sooner or later. He put the interview of Peter Jarvio that, I took him out to dinner after we spent like 3 or 4 hours at the school. But he does very well. He held his own. But I'm going to say that the students are very, very, very indoctrinated. Most of them were mocking him. I wish that I could see what he sees, that he's turning them over, but I'm going to say no. He probably got maybe 5% or less of them thinking about it, and the other 95 are just going to go back into the hole.
Right, and I think that's why there are different scenarios and different outreaches or activism that should be done. Like, does he do it like one student at a time where he's having a conversation, or does he get a crowd together, or how does he deal with those conversations?
Well, once he gets a couple in, everyone else, in between classes, they'll stop by and they would just group around him, right? Huddle around him, right. Just listen, and they're, of course, giggling and making stupid remarks, as we all did when we were young. But this is pretty bad, to be honest with you, okay? But he held his own. And I was always on the side speaking to other kids. And they were very interested, but anything I told them, they just brushed it off and scattergun questioning as usual. And they just moved along.
That's why I think the group activism is much more effective, because you can have several conversations going on, and it gives less of an opportunity for them to be mocking because they're engaged in another conversation.
Yes, I agree 100% with you, Jack. But you know what? If Peter had the wall of iPads that he could show with different videos, because we had one guy, I mean, he just would not listen to anything that Peter said. He was cordial, but then Peter brought up the bringing the boats back from over the horizon, and he was just yelling out that.
Right.
You're a liar. You're a liar. I'm like, what video proof do you have? And he brought up Not a Professor Dave's video that he has on his channel. That's how low these kids are. It's the very bottom of the tree.
I mean, censorship got them, right? The AI wins in that regard. There's not much you can do about it. We're kind of outgunned in that regard, right?
Yeah, but what Dr. Law is saying, that there's a setup that they do in Colombia where several tablets are on display showing multiple videos of different things for them to think about when they're hearing about these subjects, because sometimes the visualizations will help them get an idea of what exactly we're talking about. So regardless of the AI throttling, our searches, if you have that stuff already ready and pulled up, it helps a lot.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yes, definitely, Jack.
But also the group scenario, like when we go to Colombia and there's, a half a dozen of us, some of us will start a conversation about one subject, and then the person who's in the conversation will jump onto another subject that the individual may not know about, but somebody else there knows something about it. We had a pilot there, we had a guy who does engineering there, had a guy that does, water drainage, so it's like when you have a group, together like that, you can hit a lot of different subjects and a lot of different perspectives at once, where they don't have the, they don't have the just flippant, scattergunning like he was saying. It doesn't work when you have a large group.
So, Divinity, any thoughts, comments, questions on what's been said so far, or just chilling and listening in at this point?
I'm still just chilling at this point.
That's cool. Feel free to pipe up anytime.
Do you live near coastline, Divinity, or large bodies of water, or do you? I don't know if you said that earlier. Or do you live like inland?
I'm in the Mojave Desert in California, a couple hours away from water.
I grew up in Hesperia.
Big ocean in the desert.
I grew up in Hesperia.
Oh, nice. I'm in Ridgecrest.
Okay.
You can go to any beach in California and see stuff way too far that you shouldn't be able to see on the globe. Just saying.
You sure Black Swan is in Santa Monica?
Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara. Isn't there one in Santa Monica? Santa Monica is where BLSB shot his stuff, isn't it?
No, it's Black Swan, Santa Barbara.
It's the same thing with the island, the arch in the background.
Yeah, those might be the same islands, actually. Yeah. So that's the thing. We're seeing much too far for the surface of the Earth to be curving the way that it would on a globe with the claimed radius.
If you want to see something really cool next time you're at the beach, Divinity, next time you're like right at sea level, like get down into a plank position and look out over the water, and you'll notice like the waves really aren't that high. The only reason why the waves look high is because of the way it dips in. I'm not a big wave person. I don't know what that's called, but like when the water retracts in.
The angular size.
Huh?
Yeah, it's just the angular size. Something in the foreground is going to be obviously larger than the
water retracts away, and then you have the cresting point. So you have the peak of the wave and you have the base of the wave, but it dips down. It doesn't. The wave doesn't rise up. It dips down. I'm sure you've noticed that, like going out in the water and having waves crash on you. Like all of a sudden, the water is below your waist. Yeah.
So, anybody else new here? Looks like a bunch of globe deniers in here. Let's continue.
Oh. I don't know if anybody told you, Divinity. A lot of people here are engineers by trade or just engineers by hobby. Little interesting tidbit. Like,
I think Jackson, the engineer, is he still here?
I do. Engineer drafting. Yeah. Drafting and design engineering since 2004. Yeah. Trying to find that video of when we went to the college. It's on Critical Inceptions channel. I'm just trying to find it here.
We'll post that. I want to see that.
Yeah, I'm going to also give you the timestamp of when we first approached the 4 young adults, and then
and you can look, further on when we're surrounded by.
So how did the convo with another professor end? Did he rage quit, or you had to go to class, or what?
I mean, like I said, he started with a mockery, and the children thought it was funny on the first joke. But the more that we asked him what he knew, the more that we told him to prove his claims, the stupider he looked. So
he kind of stormed off.
He just sit around until I think it was the administrator or something came around that started talking about we're trespassing on private property, which is not a valid statement. And once she came around, he kind of just floated into the background.
Yeah, there you go.
He was still there, but he wasn't front and center anymore.
I was hoping he got a rage quit or something, but anyway. I admire anybody that's going out there and talking to the general public. We have to face the reality that 90% of these people are not going to look below the surface. They're not going to listen to what we're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to say about the rage quitting thing. I don't think it would have worked because he, in his, pious mindset, he thought we had nothing there. He thought we had no argument. He was just going by, oh, these stupid people are reporting, flat Earth, and I'm so much smarter than them. It doesn't matter what we said to him. He probably wouldn't have rage quit because he was so stupid in his own thought process that he couldn't even see that. We were a threat.
He was acting like he was listening to you, but he wasn't actually absorbing anything you were saying.
Oh, he definitely was not processing the questions we were asking him. Just could not even comprehend that how dare we even ask such questions. All right, so this starts at 24 minutes is when we're approaching the group of 4 gentlemen in the public square. Trying to see if I can copy a timestamp. I know that used to be a thing. Yeah, it just lets me copy the video. It doesn't let me copy a timestamp. Good night. Sorry, unless someone's saying good night. Going back to chat. All right, so at 24 minutes is when we started the conversation. And the screenshot is cops called at Woodford College. And you got the administrator in the front picture and some of the students in the background.
Do you have video of the discussion on the college campus?
Yeah, it's all there. I mean, you're going to hear conversations going in and out because he's kind of walking around the group. So he's not really engaging in one question at a time. He's kind of just floating around, listening in on certain conversations. But if you look at 24 minutes and then you look about an hour later, at an hour and 17 minutes or so, you can see we're just surrounded by a bunch of people.
Is everything on just one clip?
Yeah, that particular activism is all in that one video. The video is an hour and a half long. First 24 minutes is us walking from the front of the college to the public square. So it's actually quite a walk to get back there. So for 20 minutes, we're just walking around, going to the back. And then then we're engaged in a conversation for about an hour. And then, then you see us walking out of the parking lot. So.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Good job.
No problem. It was a fun time. I dug it. We do activism at parks and stuff. Not as entertaining as this. This is fully entertaining.
That's good stuff, man. You're setting an example. Maybe other people will pick up the baton, and maybe I can get a group together and go to some of the universities here. Who knows?
Yeah, there's often in larger universities, there's often public squares.
So they have like, sometimes they have like fast food restaurants in there and little stores and stuff like that. And they're there for you to, interact with college students and stuff. So most larger colleges have a public square. So check it out.
What's funny is I've seen colleges have quote unquote free speech zones. Like
exactly.
What?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's the irony.
Is that similar to 60?
Wasn't it, when he was at Mount Rushmore or whatever, and they told him to go to the free speech zone? Y'all remember that?
Yeah. So they told him that he was in the wrong location, and then he moved to a different location, and they confiscated his sign and his speaker. They basically stole from him because they said that they needed it for evidence, and there was no charges pressed against him. So so they stole his crap, and that was Wits It Gets It. Yeah. Yep, free speech at a national park, national monument, but no, can't have free speech. We're taking away your stuff and threatening to throw you in jail, and yeah.
Well, you're free to speak what we tell you and what we tell you to say, right? You're free to speak whatever.
Yeah,
free to speak in the Cuck Square.
I was told at the park that I have free speech so long as I'm not offending somebody. Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay. So I can't talk about virtually everything because anybody could take offense at any moment.
So I was like, so is it against law for Christians to speak about their faith because it offends atheists or vice versa? Right? So he's like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, but that's what you're saying. Like, regardless if somebody takes offense to it, that doesn't change free speech. That makes no sense. But yeah, we got a lot of videos of that too. With we had a good cop and bad cop, a real good cop bad cop scenario. One guy was like, "Yeah, free speech." The other guy was like, "No free speech." It was pretty funny. It was good to have the cop on our side. That was like, "Yeah, I appreciate what you guys are doing. Keep doing it." That was great. Don't get a lot of that. Mostly most of my interactions with police officers are harassment, not. I appreciate what you're doing.
That's the thing. Being honest and genuine really goes a long way. And if they kick you out, they kick you out, dude. Like, dust your feet off and don't look back. Go to the next place.
Yeah, it's just like the what's it conversation. They said that you need a permit. Like, permit is literally an abbreviation of permission, right? So you need permission to have free speech. It's just insanity. It makes no sense at all. And I know that a lot of the instances that he had, not just there, but he was going across country doing activism in different places where you're being too loud, blah blah blah. And he looked up all the information about the decibels and everything like that. And the fun thing is that when he was doing that investigation, the thing that I loved about all those noise, like you can have free speech, but you can't be too loud. What was included in all of those is amplified device. So I can be as loud as I want, so long as I'm using my own mouth. And people who know me know that I got a big mouth. You don't need to ask that, Dr. Locke. We know.
So you said you need a permit and stuff. What exactly is the permit that they're looking for?
Just a free speech permit, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
that'd be the first thing I ask, because like think about it, you have a discussion with one or two people and more people just show up and stuff and you just have a discussion with them. All of a sudden you need a permit because you're gathering too many people? I don't understand.
Yeah, not to mention when he's speaking about these things, he's not what do you call it? Like when you have a group of people that are, claiming that something needs to change within our government or something like that, they say that you need a permit for that, but it's even worse than that. It's one dude just going around talking about stuff. It's not even like a imposing thing. It's not even like he's filling the square with people. It's just him, speaking. It's not really even a protest, really. He's not really protesting anything. He's just sharing information, telling people to look into it. So, interesting that.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Even like let's say the scenario that they have down in Colombia where they rent a spot at a flea market, they have dedicated trolls that will show up. You're sitting in one spot at a flea market and people come up to you and tell you how angry they are that you're there. You don't have to come over here. You can go somewhere else. But it's funny because I have videos of a guy who was telling us how wrong and stupid we were years ago. And then I have video of him coming back later and telling us how right we are. It's hilarious. One of our trolls actually turned into a flat earther. Pretty interesting. But of course, he doesn't say, I was that guy that was, mocking you a few months back. He doesn't say that. He just tells us, why we're right. So.
Hey, did I hear right earlier? I was listening to one of the playlists. I have a playlist, Flat Earth music playlist. Godric, were you a Glober at one point? I heard something about time space was in a donut hole. I'm guessing you were mocking, or maybe it's somebody else.
I was never a Glober since 2016.
Okay. Well, somebody had something that sounded like you, though.
I think somebody may have either impersonated me, or someone sounds like me, or has the picture like me.
Maybe. Well, it wasn't picture. It was a song, and somebody was talking about the hole inside of a donut was time space, and I was I was like, is that Godric?
Sorry, that's funny, Gizbo. You know who it is?
That was not me
on the song.
Who was it?
It was Brenda on the song.
Oh, it was actually a quote from Brenda. There was actually a clip from her. Him?
Yeah, it was clipped out.
They were just playing random quotes in the song.
Yeah, because I definitely heard Brenda say that. So
I think it was
definitely Brenda.
Like a Dre song or a MIDI song.
So Godric, he's comparing you to Brenda.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great quotes. You can science a shoe because if you have a shoe, then you have a shoe, and that's science. Yeah, some good quotes out there for sure.
I don't even think these Globers get it when you say that the globe is not scientific. Because their immediate response is, yes, it is. And it's no, the whole point of science is to question everything and prove it.
Well, that's because they say stupid statements like science says so. Science is a all-knowing being or something. I don't know. It gets weird.
The whole point, you're supposed to, you're even supposed to test the law of thermodynamics and try to prove it wrong. You know what I mean? That's the whole point of science, is to prove something one way or the other. And you say, "Oh, well, I can prove the law of thermodynamics wrong. I can prove this law wrong." Like, awesome. Let's talk about that. Like, that's the whole point of science, to share and prove things wrong or prove things right, one way or the other.
Yeah, it's gotten really bad. It's just it's the good old boys club now. So it's like if you have the title of scientist, that works for you up until you write a paper that the consensus doesn't like, right? So there goes peer pressure out the window. But you write the paper that they don't like, and you're now an ousted scientist. Like people get mad at you for even calling yourself a scientist if you write a paper that goes against the current narrative.
Yep. And we learned that just from 2019 and on.
Fact.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're debunking evolution or debunking, old Earth or any of those things that go against that narrative. You're out. You're not a scientist anymore, which is retarded.
You got fact checkers now, bro.
They're not even scientists, and they're fact checkers.
I know.
Yeah,
they don't even understand the scientific method. They literally sit in their mom's basement.
Well, they're not actually checking facts either. They're just checking narrative. Like, if you're going against the narrative, that fact is wrong.
Yeah. This is what MSNBC said.
I remember when fact checkers were blocking some posts from the CDC back in the day. Yeah, they were saying that they were misinformation when they literally came from the CDC website. That's hilarious.
They didn't,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
correctly.
Or like even if you had video of like somebody saying something in great length, saying something, and then that's not what it meant. That's not the context that it was meant to.
Right, and then the person who made the video says that he was misrepresented by fact checkers. And that was fact checked as well, so yeah, it's a crazy world when you have to validate things with your social media. It's pretty weird.
Crazy. Like most people don't know this, but like I say no, most people don't know this. I used to watch the news, but most people don't know this about the news. If you haven't watched the news in a while, they used to always like go to Twitter for their consensus. Always. What did Twitter say? What did this person said this on Twitter? It was always.
I mean, I think back to when I used to watch news, maybe probably more than a decade ago. Like, to think that they would use some kind of secondary website and post that on the news, it just seems very, very peculiar.
Right. And then you don't ever really think about it, but then like, say they're using a reference or a resource. If you look into who owns that website and who owns that media company, it's the same owner.
I'm going to tap out, y'all. Have a good night or day or wherever you're at. Have a good one.
Take it easy, man.
Anybody new here? food almost here. So I flat smacked one of my police officers that I work with at the hospital I work at.
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
Well, we started talking about other conspiracy theories and everything like that. He's like, "So what's the latest conspiracy theory you heard?" I was like, "Check this out." Showed him the black swan.
It's not really a conspiracy theory, but when you talk about how much we're being lied to, that is where like the conspiracy would come in.
Well, and then he asked $1 million question, like, so what do they have to gain by telling you a lie? Like, that's the $1 million question, dude. Like,
I mean, yeah.
We can speculate on that all day.
Yeah, you really can.
Right? Like,
they gain control.
There's really no crime in lying.
Control, yeah. To gain control, I think, is probably the biggest reason, but you know, you're always told knowledge is power, and I mean, if you're able to control knowledge, then I mean, it infers that you have a, you know, power. But I think that the big thing also to consider is how big the market for space in general, just very generally speaking, how big the market for space is as an idea, like in movies, and you know, people dedicate their whole lives to wanting to, you know, be a scientist or work on, you know, spacecraft and stuff, and you know, NASA's got massive budgets. A lot of people, a lot of media creators or entertainment industry makes a ton of money off of media that is space related. If you think of space in a very broad sense, like it's a huge industry. It's a lot more. It's a lot bigger than like the concept of it is a lot bigger than you might think. Like there's a lot of money in it.
Well, you said knowledge is power too, and I just want to expand on that. Like, if I know how to read and you don't, and I'm passing notes to somebody or I'm holding up signs to somebody, you can't read it, you don't know what it says, or even like speaking another language. Like, you look at these international games, like the World Cup's coming up, right? Like, not knowing how to speak the language that the other team is speaking, but they know how to speak your language, so they can interpret your tactics. Like, they have a leg up on you. You know what I mean? So like, knowing the truth about space and keeping everybody else ignorant, like there's a lot of power in it.
Let me just stop you at where you're saying knowing the truth about space. It's knowing the truth about everything. If you create this idea that, you know, sounds plausible, you know what I mean, but is actually nowhere close to what actually goes down, the people that are digging for the truth within your bounds will never find like the actual truth. They'll never be able to, like, you're pigeonholing their thinking into a certain line of thinking, and
kind of like what FES does and things like that. Like there's segments out there to basically, like you said, do a pigeonhole. Like, people come in here all the time and they immediately, like, they'll jump to a straw man when they go into cognitive dissonance because it doesn't align with what they believe. So they pick the first thing that they read online somewhere that is so absurd that it has to be fake. Like there's no way that flat Earth is real. So let's pick the most fakest thing, most fakest topic in flat Earth, which isn't even our topic. It's just something somebody else made up.
Right.
Controlled opposition.
Where's the edge?
Yeah. Show me the edge where we can fall off. Like, what?
Yeah, that's one in the second grade, third grade. We're showing these books, pictures of a flat water, and then that water is going over an edge like a waterfall. And on the bottom, it's like dragons down there and shit. And there's a boat going over that edge. And then, like, this is what happened if the Earth was flat. So you must be stupid if you think the Earth is flat, because this is what happened.
It's like a fondue.
So they set the whole thing up.
Fondue dish. It's like a fondue dish.
You believe in this, you must also believe in dragons and all this other. It sounds like that's what they're kind of wrangling in there. Just fantastical fucking. Excuse my language. Fantastical things. Just to underline. Like hyperbolize the entire thing and underline the ridiculousness. As they, according to them,
But that's what the teacher told us. They told us, quote unquote, people used to believe if you sail out to the ocean, you would fall off the edge. This is what they used to believe. This is why they drew pictures. They told us.
Isn't that what happens?
I can either confirm nor deny.
They can get to the ice wall and they won't be able to climb that ice wall, will they? They're just kind of like stand out there and freeze.
One thing I know about.
Why can't we go there?
One thing I know about truthers, all of us truthers know the same exact thing. And I'll go right back to what you were saying, Timbo. I just wanted to say this. One thing that we all know as
fucking around anyway, mate.
I know, but we'll still talk about it. One thing I know that we all know as truthers, we all agree on this. If you want to know the truth, find out what you're not allowed to talk about. Find out what you're not allowed to talk about. Find out what's being censored.
And at least ask yourself the question, why?
You can't talk about Jews.
Yeah. That's something you got to look further into, isn't it? If you're not allowed to point out a documentary that was written by someone else, then there's something going on there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Craziness. Yeah, but that statement you said was absolutely perfect. Look at what you're not allowed to talk about, and then look into that.
And the worst part is like it's going to be really hard to find anything on it because it's going to be suppressed everywhere. So you're going to have to be real cryptic with the way that you put words into the search engine. It's out there. It is out there. People are talking about it. You just got to word it the right way.
You just got to dig and be diligent about it.
I get so much flat Earth stuff come up on my Facebook. It's not funny. Like I've just been noticing in the last 2 months, 3 months. It's crazy the amount of stuff that comes up.
Anything of note? Anything of substance? Or
Oh, just that guy who's on Twitter. Quite funny.
It's a little bit hard to hear you, Timbo.
Yeah, sorry. I'll get my headphones in. I'll get to the max, so I didn't tell you. I was definitely. I've been with Sean Gillen I'll post it in the live chat.
It's really hard to hear you.
Yeah, I'll check out.
But yeah. So, what's the deal with the Antarctica? Can we go there and freely explore?
You're going to Timbo's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something to talk about, right? There's somebody out there listening. Like, yeah, why aren't you going to Antarctica? Show me that damn ice wall.
Well, that would be the Atlantic Treaty.
Antarctic Treaty.
Antarctic. Atlantic. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
Antarctic Treaty. How many countries are in there? There can't be that many people. They're not all involved, but they're not all in on it.
57 countries or something. I might be messing that up too. 54.
There might be more. There might be more now.
Yeah,
I'm sure it grows every day.
Yes.
Started off with 12. Now there's 54.
But why?
But why? What would they have to gain? Well, you figure if there's nowhere else to explore on Earth, there has to be space, right? Everybody else is just worried about going on their vacations and going to their resorts. Or are they going to grab their next alcoholic beverage and their next greasy food?
I mean, I do find it kind of strange that Admiral Byrd would say that he, saw land that hadn't been touched before, and that they also wouldn't let us go there. I'm not saying I necessarily trust or believe the guy, but I'm just saying it's weird. That's all.
Didn't you guys?
I've just posted it in Vortex. Have a look at that.
What is this? Oh, NASA scientists, astronauts.
More the guy's page.
Oh, the guy's
not the article.
Oh,
yeah.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So if you follow that page, it's pretty funny.
What is this? Facebook or Twitter or what is this?
That's on Facebook, but he's like a TikTok account. I don't have TikTok.
Pass. Sorry, I'm not making a Facebook. I had a Facebook, but I deleted it like 6 years ago.
I'm sure he's on all the other ones.
I deleted my Facebook too.
If you see anything like super good though, I'd love to see it. Yeah, share it, whatever. But I'm not one for social media, to be honest. It's it's great for a lot of things, like keeping in contact with people. Although I would just encourage you call people.
Yeah.
It's more, it's more personable and but it's still great for that. Old folks that like seeing baby pictures or whatever is the big argument or whatever. But social media to me has become such a point of like vanity and superficiality. That's a word. But that's just my point of view, my opinion. It's I do see other ways that it can be good. So, if you use it that way,
no, I agree. Like,
for you.
people are always bragging about all these different places that they're going to. It kind of like demoralizes people who don't have as much money.
Yeah, in a sense, it could do that. Sure, I can totally see
I mean, that's just one example.
That is one example, and I think it almost kind of encourages that, like, kind of like one-upping one another in a sense. I think it encourages that. That could be a wrong interpretation on my part, but when I was a part of it, that's really the feeling that I got from it. But yeah, Timbo, if you see any content in particular that's really funny or good or meme worthy or informative, I'd love to take a look. As much as it'll allow without me having to make a Facebook. That's all.
Sorry, I'm allergic to Facebook.
Gesundheit.
I really didn't want to make a Facebook account myself. You know, I didn't want them getting my info and everything, but you know, the Oculus Quest, I just had to, man. They don't allow you to, they don't allow you to play it unless you have a Facebook account linked to it. Like like the games, like the entire system doesn't even function if you don't have it. Like there's nothing you can do if you don't have one.
Yeah, that's another good reason, I guess, to have one.
I don't know. They've already got your information. If you've got a mobile phone, they've already got it.
Yeah, Timbo's right. I'm gonna have to agree with Timbo on that one. They have a more intimate perception through your phone, arguably.
Well, yeah, that's Oculus Quest. That's the whole point. Pretty soon you'll be going to space in that thing.
That's the only place you're gonna go to space.
I don't use it too much, but you know, it has a good movie theater option. Like, let's say that you wanted to wanted to sit and watch a movie, but like inside of the Quest, like you can like have a virtual movie theater.
I think that's great, but I just don't like the idea of having that thing like on your face for 2 hours. Doesn't it get uncomfortable for you?
Oh, it is absolutely uncomfortable, but you know, you just gotta win some to lose, or lose some to win some. You know.
I mean, how much are you winning and how much are you losing? I guess there's I need a cost benefit on my desk. A cost benefit analysis on my desk by the end of the day.
I would say then, considering that I haven't really had the urge to use it in months, it's probably even, or maybe you're losing more than you're gaining. I don't know. I don't use it too much, nor I've had the urge. Maybe it's not as good as I really make it out to be then.
Is the last movie that you watched not with it?
Well, I just said movies, but I usually use it if I was like watching like a show. That's the last time I was using it for, because I was watching anime with my bro on it. So we were just like, we were in the movie theater together in virtual reality.
Oh, cool. How'd you do that?
It's just an application on their app store. You just download it, boom, you got it, and then you send your buddy a friend request to join in your movie theater, and then boom, you can change like the settings to be like, you can have it like on a mountainside or like a forest with like a campfire, and like it has like a screen set up for the movie to play, and you can look around your settings while like focusing on the TV. It's like sitting in your room watching TV or whatever, you know.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Is it all through Facebook?
You have to have a Facebook account to set up your account on the Oculus, and if you don't have an account on the Oculus, then you can't play it, you know. So it's not like it's a big thing about it. It's just like you can like make a fake account on Facebook if you wanted to, and just use that if you wanted to.
Right. I get you.
Yeah.
But it's through the Facebook platform. Is just all I was really asking.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, and you know, it also has like all these options too, where you can like actually, like, you know how you have like multiple tabs on your computer open at the same time. You know that. Everybody knows that. So you can like actually on the Oculus, like you can have like your virtual reality setting around you, and then what you can do is you can have like a floating screen with a tab. And let's say you want to open up multiple tabs at the same time, you can just like have multiple floating screens around you, and all you got to do is turn your head to see the other tab.
Right. I think I know what you're talking. I think I've seen that before on the Vive. I think I've seen that.
And it's like you have access to the World Wide Web. So, you know, if you're like doing like research, you know, or any of you, you know, let's say that you do like flat research, you know, often, you know, and you're flipping through multiple tabs and whatnot. I mean, you could just sit there and in stationary and just like look around to the different tabs if you need to like cross-reference stuff or whatever.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was actually it was an Oculus, but it was before Facebook actually purchased it, when it was still in like being developed, right? Crowdfunded and all that. My buddy was one of the backers, and he got early access to all that stuff. So it's very cool. I just don't think the technology is there. Like, I think what they need to do is they need to have like, it needs to get to the point where it's like basically like contact lenses. Or if you've seen like Black Mirror, that like thing
now
that
that's trippy. Oh my goodness, that's trippy. To think that they could just like put a little piece of glass on your eye. Oh my goodness. Imagine if you go to sleep with that and like wake up with it. Oh my goodness. The amount of deep, like, oh my goodness, the disassociation that would happen from that is insane.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying to the point where it's that lightweight, you know, not necessarily that, but just that unnoticeable, right? I guess, you know, maybe it might be noticeable being a contact lens. I don't know, but just not what it currently is.
Like, what would you like? I think actually no. There's an issue with that. There wouldn't be like sound unless you have like an audio device. Like, let's say you get a pair of earbuds too, and you just connect it to those, and then put it on your ears like that way. I guess it couldn't just be the contact lenses. It would also be like earbuds.
Utilize bone conduction in some way. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that.
My goodness. If imagine playing like a jump. Oh my goodness, dude. If they put like a jump scare game, like a horror game, and it was like maybe like a chip or something, you know, they got Oculus Quest 2 or something like that. They got those. Some generation they just have like a chip inside your head, and you're just trying to play like a horror game or something like that. Like, oh my goodness, that would have to be like hundreds of years worth of technology to ever get to. But like,
hey, have y'all ever heard of the movie Anon?
Anon?
Yeah.
I have not. Tell us about it.
Has Amanda Seyfried in it, and I think it's Gerard Butler.
All right.
I'm dropping a link here for. Oh, it was just interesting. Like, it was a modern society where, like, people had these chips that were implanted in their head, and like you could pay people to erase your memory for you, and weird stuff like that.
Huh.
People would hack other people's brains.
Well, on that note, I guess, and changing topics a little bit, I guess. What do you guys think of Neuralink? Are you guys familiar with it?
I'm not. Is it like a microchip type of thing?
downloading your subconscious.
I believe it's like it's a chip that would physically attach to a neuron. I to be honest, I'm not really sure what technology or how they employ the technology that they use, or what it is exactly. But just conceptually, how do you feel about a tech company, having tech, I guess, connected to your brain?
Kind of like Johnny Mnemonic.
Sounds like somebody evil getting their hands on the thing is like an uncountable amount of horror.
Yes,
dude. So here's my whole thing. All right. So like the whole idea of like nanochips fixing you and making you heal, and like so the idea of some things like genetic manipulation to make people stay younger longer, live longer, getting rid of disease and things like that. Like all of that sounds super cool, and I am totally for all that. But I don't trust the government.
It's a fair answer. I think it's reasonable. I think it's healthy to be skeptical. I would say the same thing. I think that it's going to be advertised as like, oh yeah, it'll tell you you're low on vitamin D or C, or you need this, or you got this going on with you.
Your blood count's low, go seek a doctor.
Yeah, all those sorts of things, right? It sounds good like that, but in actual implementation is, what's actually really going on under the hood of this technology?
Like one of the most ultimate forms of control on another person. If someone has access to everybody's data and everybody's just, I don't even know, it's like so much power over another person that such technology just shouldn't ever be allowed to be made.
Yeah, and they're saying that, you're going to be able to know what the other person is thinking, what they're feeling, all sorts of kind of
I already know what everybody's thinking.
Me too.
I know what you're thinking right now, Red Eye.
What am I
thinking? You're thinking this guy doesn't know what anybody's fucking thinking. He's an idiot.
No, I think that when you're having a conversation with people, you can kind of guess what they're thinking. And you can even finish their sentences too. You kind of know where they're going.
Hypothetically, if such technology existed, and then someone would have the data to how your body is doing, how your brain is doing, that kind of chip in your system doing all that, to think that they could also have the power to maybe change some of that stuff themselves, maybe from some computer in a base somewhere, you're just messing up your system just because you thought of something, you had a thought crime or something like that, fact that they
Minority Report.
Yeah, like Minority Report. Well, I mean,
you do a wrong thing to just make the chip explode or something like that.
Or it just causes you pain in some way.
Yeah, something like
or
that.
You can be tracked, so they can come pick you up.
It would also be to think that it would also be like a tracker device too. They know exactly where you are at all times.
Yeah, I mean, in the age of data mining, I would be most concerned with how, what they are doing with that, because 100% they're going to collect data, obviously, to make a better and better product. I mean, I would think, where that data is being fed into, because I mean, if you think about it, if it gets to the point where they're able to perfectly map out everybody, you can have people's thoughts basically be modeled within a computer, a large enough processing power. You can model human behavior to an extent. There's always an element of randomness in human nature or outliers.
With that, I agree. Nightmare material. Like as soon as that stuff becomes public, you're gonna see me, standing outside of like a corner with a cardboard sign around my waist saying the end is near. Because that stuff is crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean, you just gotta think about it because we might see this stuff in our lifetimes.
Like, dude, man, he was right.
Wow. Back to what you said, I'd say that being at least skeptical about these things is healthy.
Yeah. Well, you should never give your power to somebody else.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you'd be doing. Who's to say that how it would react in like a solar flare event, right? Like, how is those charged particles going to, I know I'm making claims about the sun and stuff, but in terms of like what was it, like the Carrington event when like power lines, what if something like that happens again, right? Like, how is it going to interact with your device?
Just explodes, man.
Right? Maybe. Just another thing to consider, right?
Yeah, I don't really feel 100% comfortable with the idea of just putting a bomb inside my head. That would be kind of nice. Not just the smallest solar flare from how far away did they say the sun is? I don't know.
93 million miles.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. And you're just doing your own thing one day, and just your little chip inside your head just goes off.
Yeah, they won't tell you they're putting a bomb in your head. They'll tell you all these nice things about how it's going to make you live longer and healthier, and you're just going to be so much better with it.
And it probably will for the right people.
Maybe.
So there's definitely risk reward. You can either have like easy access to get into hospital or something like that because they'll have track of your health and everything like that. With also like the 0.5 chance every day of just like suddenly exploding.
Yeah, that doesn't like really appeal to me.
Yeah, something like that. Glowy's knocking on the door, like, no, you'll never take me. You'll never put it in me. No.
We got any new people in the chat?
It appears as though we do. We have Chase. Hello, Chase.
Hello. How's it going? Anybody else new join the chat?
Looks like you and Bucko.
Oh, Bucko? I know this guy. Ben? Oh, he's gone.
Take Bucko off mute as well.
Yo.
How are you guys?
Yo, I'm good. I'm good.
That's great.
Ben? How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good too. And everybody else here is good. I believe.
Okay. So you guys have prior knowledge of each other?
Yeah. Me and him have talked before. What's up?
Okay. Cool. Yeah, just curious. What brings you to the service?
I'm just interested. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just interested. I'm interested in the thought behind it,
The thought behind it, yeah. behind what we're talking
Truthfully,
about.
I'm actually truthful about this. Seriously. So, like, what's going on?
Well, reality is an interesting topic, you know.
Yeah, it truthfully is. I'm not even kidding. It's seriously an interesting topic.
We might as well look into it. Might as well try to figure out what this place is, right?
Might as well.
Might as well test the claims.
Totally down with you guys. If you guys are down to analyze these mindsets, then I'm totally down too.
Well, we're here to test the claims that were put to us over and over again our entire lives. The claims that were put to all of us.
Well, what are those claims?
Claims like, that we live on a spinning spheroid through a vacuum of space.
Yeah. Do you believe those claims?
Well, those claims come with a specific set of dimensions, right? It's a specific geometric claim. They tell us how big this ball is. They tell us how much it should be curving, all sorts of things like that. So
all types of things like that.
So we can go and check to see if those things hold true in reality or not. And we're finding that they don't. So that's what it's all about here.
And I'm totally down to learn about this. And I'm totally down to learn about what does not, make sense.
Do you have any knowledge?
Like what's one thing that like doesn't match up with like this globe model?
Real quick, do you have any knowledge in geometry?
I'm totally down to learn whatever you guys want to say. I'm totally down to sit down.
Can we just do one person at a time?
Yeah,
so
that's totally fine. You guys can do it one at a time. Yeah,
that's good. Thanks.
Whoever wants to answer first, go ahead. You guys are totally down. Whoever wants to answer first, you're totally free to go ahead and answer.
You were first, mate.
Sure. Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
My name was Banker before, so
yeah.
But the number one thing that we find is that there's no curvature of the surface of Earth. So
and why do you believe so?
Because we checked and didn't find any.
Well, when did you check?
Many times. It's been checked many times. Many times by many different people.
You understand my superstition in assuming that you haven't checked. Do you know what I'm saying?
Superstition.
Yeah, superstition. There's superstition that comes with these things. If you've checked, then...
Well, I would agree. The globe is somewhat superstitious, so to speak.
Yeah, it totally is 100% superstitious.
Okay, so here's one thing we can check, right? Based on the rate that the surface is supposed to be curving at, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain distance that there must be to the horizon, right?
Of course.
So they always say, that boats are going over the horizon. That means they're getting blocked by the curve, bottom up, right? We've all heard that, right? So there's a specific geometric distance at which that has to happen based on the size of the ball, the claimed dimensions, right? The rate it's supposed to be curving at. Yeah, so so the formula for that is 1.2 miles times the square root of observer height in feet. Right, so you could test that at any height you want to. 1 foot off the ground, that would be a 1.225 mile horizon. So all we have to do is put a high-powered camera, with a good lens, a foot off the ground, and zoom in on the horizon and see, is it actually at that 1.2 mile distance? So there's a picture that's just posted in the live stream voice text, right? Do you see that? Oh, wait, you need verified. 1 sec.
I'm 100% certain. If you want to verify me, dude, go ahead. I'm totally certain.
You'll need it to see this.
Yeah, I 100% want to see this.
I'd appreciate
super
it
interested
too.
about this.
Sure. 1 sec.
No, dude, I'm like for real. I'm 100% interested in this, and I'm super interested in what's going on. Because it's an interesting topic, is it not? It's super interesting. It is super interesting. I agree with you. Seriously.
Well, he posted a picture that says "bye-bye ball." Do you see it?
Why would he post that?
it's in live stream voice text because it pertains to what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
It is what we're talking
about. All right, I'm all right. I'll look there. Sorry.
Yeah,
I just assumed as which it would be bad.
Just take it serious. Just listen and don't.
Yeah, I'll take it serious. I'll 100% take it serious. Yeah, that's fine.
So how far away on this like globe model would one of these have to be for it to be like hypothetically like gone?
Well, what do you mean one of these? Are you talking about the rigs?
Yeah, the rigs. Like, how far away would it be? Like, does it not match up with his picture?
It's not really about the rigs per se. It's about where the horizon is. So the rigs are in the picture just as demarcators, basically, just as something that you can use to judge the distance of the horizon by. That's really our purpose in the observation, right? We're not really talking about how much the rigs should be blocked by or anything like that. We're just using them because they're objects of known distance. So the furthest one is at 1.4 miles, right? we can see that the horizon is further than it. So it's sort of like it's like a measuring stick, basically, right?
Yeah,
We're
seems
measuring the
obvious.
horizon to beyond 9.4 miles, right? So like the math on there says, according to the globe, the claimed dimensions, the rate its surface is supposed to curve at, that horizon must be at 1.2 miles geometrically. But we know based on the distance to the furthest rig that it's further than 9.4 miles. Big problem for the globe. What do you say?
No, dude, I totally agree with you. And seriously, I'm listening to what you're saying here, and like what you're saying here is true, and I agree with what you're saying. And honestly, I wish you would say it more. I wish you would explain into more detail about this time things, because it does get to a problem. It does get to a problem where people start treating it as not a problem, but it is a problem. It is a problem, and people suffer from it every day.
What's the problem?
Yeah. Okay.
The problem is that every day someone, regardless of whether or not you're suffering from it. I mean, some people are suffering and some people aren't. I mean, it's just truthfully whether or not you interpret it that way.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean it like this. Look, like some of you aren't suffering, right? You're just like chilling. You're just having fun, smoking weed. That's totally cool. But some of us are totally suffering, bro. We're totally suffering. We're like, what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, but that's a little bit unrelated to what I just said.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. And I totally agree with you. And let's listen to what you say.
Well, what did I say?
Well, what you said is that you disagree, and I totally understand what you're saying.
Well, I gave you good reasons, though. It wasn't just...
No. I'm not saying that you disagree without any good reason. I'm totally understanding where you're coming from. Like, there's a lot of problems here.
That would be a reasonable stance in and of itself, to just say, well, I simply disagree, because...
Yeah, it would be. It would be.
We actually are on a globe, right? You should...
And I would agree with you. I would totally agree with you on this front, that you shouldn't agree with these things, because there's some serious problems going on. I totally agree with you, dude.
I mean, like, how are we as people supposed to, like, trust the government after, like...
Okay. You guys...
Some of the shit that they do.
And someone just finished their sentence, and then talk after someone's finished the sentence, because people are listening and it's hard to listen to. So
I'm sorry for whoever's talking. I just can't understand you very well. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you need to do is wait for him to finish his sentence, then talk. Then he'll wait for you to finish your sentence, and then he'll talk. Okay.
I understand this. I totally understand this. The only point I was trying to come across here was that shit gets unheard sometimes. Sometimes you don't hear shit you say. But I'm not trying to say that we're like.
So one of the main rules of the server is no clowning and trolling. Do you think you can manage that?
Absolutely not. I would not troll anybody.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to have a distinguished conversation here, like whether or not you guys agree with me. And it's totally cool if you guys don't. I'm totally here to listen to what you guys have to say.
Yeah, right. But we want to have an honest conversation about it, and it just kind of seems like you're being trolly, so.
What do you want to have a conversation about?
Well, check the server topic. Check the name of the server.
Well, originally I assumed that it was about Flat Earth, but Flat Earth is like a whole broader topic than just, what I was about to come in here with. Like, oh, do you believe in Flat Earth? Do you believe in this and that? Like, it's just a super broader term than that. Like, do you believe in Flat Earth? Do you? I don't know. Totally up to you.
So what are your thoughts on this?
Hey, can I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay, Chase, can you do you think that you are talking on Discord right now?
I know I'm talking on Discord because I am talking to you guys on Discord right now. What about
100% without a fact? There's no
absolutely 100%. I'm talking to you on Discord right now. I can prove it to you actually. If I talk to you and I trace my conversation, it's coming from Discord. If you didn't know that, but in case you were wondering, actually I can trace the conversation back to Discord if that's what you're wondering.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, what other questions do we have?
Why are you such a clown, mate?
I'm not. I simply am saying the questions that have always been asked.
He said he had a very specific question that he wanted to ask.
Yeah, I have a specific question because I have a question for everybody who believes in flat Earth, and I'm actually serious about this.
All right, let's get the serious question.
No. I'm actually serious. Seriously, I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking about you guys. Seriously, it's flat Earth, right? You guys, no. I'm not trying to fuck with you or anything at all. Seriously, if you believe in flat Earth, right? Right, and you believe that the footage that has been shown to you is false. Do you believe that? Can you guys explain that? Like, when you guys see footage and you see people who are like, I don't want to say some stupid shit, but you see people who are like going to space, and they're like, oh, I've been to space. Do you believe them? Do you believe them? Do you believe them, or do you believe that they are just like completely trolling? They haven't been to space at all.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can go to space.
You don't think so?
That would be a thermodynamics violation. I think you can make movies about going to places like that. Many people have. It's been done many times. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
You could definitely put together a movie, and if you wanted to, you could even tell people, yeah, this is reality, this is where you live. You could do that. How the hell would you know? How would you verify what they're showing you?
No, dude, I totally understand what you're saying about this.
Yeah.
Like, you could say that you believe in this and you believe in that, but who really knows? Who really knows the truth? You know what I'm saying? I totally understand this.
You know, which one of us is going to go a million miles from the Earth to verify?
Yeah, which one of us, me or you? Neither of us. Neither of us are going to go. We don't know. We don't know. We're just guessing. And I totally understand that thought of view. And you know what? Whatever. It's totally cool. I understand.
Yeah. Those videos from space, so-called, are a bit of a problem too. Because, well, obviously you know of the ISS so-called live stream, right?
The International Space Station?
Yeah. There's a problem with what they're showing us. It shows curve, right? It shows Earth
curve.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But from that distance, it's about 250 miles altitude, right? From that height, the math doesn't even predict that you actually would see a curve of the ball with the claimed dimensions that it has at that altitude. So why are they showing one then if the math tells us we shouldn't actually see one? Because we're not far enough above the surface yet to really start seeing it curve. Yet they show a curve. What's up with that?
Well,
do you think they could do such a thing? Do you think they could produce an image like that, you know, using filmmaking?
Oh, dude, I totally think with you on this front. I believe that they could make things like that. Yeah, like Interstellar, dude, they could make things like that. But whether or not they would is a whole nother question entirely.
Yeah,
well, they did.
Yeah, and that would be a question that you would ask after you determine whether or not.
Yeah, seriously, think about it. Like, from my point of view, like, I like, if I was questioning it, like, I don't believe in that. Think about it, you know?
Right. Well, first you have to determine whether there is a lie going on. You got to determine, is this a globe?
And how would you do that?
Could it possibly be a globe or not? And like I was showing you with the horizon thing, if we went out and checked for it, it was always in that geometric position that it should be in based on the globe math, and it'd be like, oh, well, I don't really see a reason to think that they're lying about anything, right? I don't see a reason to doubt the globe model. But since we go out and try to measure the surface to see if it does match the globe claim and find consistently that it doesn't, it leads us to the next question, which is, why are we being sold the globe story then?
Okay, and if it doesn't line up, then why? That is the real question, right?
Yeah.
That is the truthful
you can't
question.
start asking why until you've determined whether there is a lie.
Yeah, dude, I'm totally down to ask why if you guys are right. Like, I haven't even thought about these types of things, you know? But a lot of people, they haven't thought about it either. And if you guys are right...
Well, why do you believe it's a globe, then?
Because that's what people have told us. I mean, that's just the truth. Because, like, why would I doubt them? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they tell me it's a globe and I follow their instructions daily, you know, like, I'm like, oh, okay, you guys say it's a globe, and I trust you on it, the fact that it's a globe, then I should believe you. And it's like, oh, why do you believe them it's a globe? Because why would I not believe them? Like, if I don't believe them, no. I know. But think about this: if you don't believe them, then who the fuck do you believe? Like, then you're left with no one. You're just completely fucking.
May I interject?
I know you can interject, but I'm saying that if you don't believe in anyone, then who do you believe in?
Chase, let your friend.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll let him interject.
I guess the big problem here is, like, why would they lie? You know.
I want to know the truth too.
Would you?
I want to know the truth too. But
stop fucking talking, mate.
The truth is that we all agree. We all agree.
Okay, we're gonna talk to
people that would like to answer your question.
That was actually really mean. That was actually kind of weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he won't shut up.
He was just asking questions, but okay.
Well, he's kind of steamrolling the conversation. We just need to let him cool off for a second.
Yeah. Have you guys ever asked a liar why they're lying?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Why not just ask the liar? Why come to us and ask us why they are lying, right? Why don't you just go to them, whoever they are,
So,
right?
what happens when you ask NASA if they're lying, for example?
You probably don't get an answer.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one obvious reason would be 70 million taxpayer dollars per day to produce cartoons and then pocket the money or do whatever they do with the rest of it that's left over. Since they don't really need to go to space or do any of that, right?
I guess.
It seems like a good tax scam. I mean, I think that money, honestly, is probably the least of the motives, but it's one obvious one. But again, like, people come to us and ask us, why are they lying? Well, why don't you go to them, right? We're just reporting to you that the Earth does not match. It doesn't match what they're telling you about it, right? We're just here to let you know that, right? Because that's what we found when we went out and actually checked the Earth itself. So I kind of have that question myself. Why do they want to sell this globe story on all of humanity? And I guess, go ahead, sorry.
A greater, unknown reason they could be lying?
Yeah, to deceive you, to hide the nature of reality from you, I guess, for some reason.
Yeah, it all comes back to, control, right?
Yeah, that's why liars lie. To control you. Yeah, mind control. Control your worldview, your entire sense of where you are, what this is, reality, etc.
I bet Chase has some questions, so...
Okay, let's let him back in. But don't steamroll us this time, Chase. Just quit clowning.
They're 2 inches, and that would be 3. And if you were 3 inches, then that would be racist. So if I were you guys...
Okay, I'm done with Chase.
He never even knew he was muted.
Chase, why are you like this? Why are you like this?
Chase, why do every time we join a call, Chase.
Yeah, we're wasting our time on Chase. We'll let him go. But, yeah, where were we?
Well, we left off on, computer chips and brains and stuff like that. We can go back to Twitter.
Yeah, they want to condition your sense of reality, I guess. I mean, why else? Why else lie about the entire nature of reality?
Nope.
They can be a bit tough to define, but there are a few obvious suspects, so...
Right.
The ones selling you the cartoon globes in exchange for millions of taxpayer dollars per day, they're obvious culprits. Right. Not everybody working in those organizations is doing this, though, wittingly, trying to pull one over on you or anything like that. It would just be the people, at the top of the chain that would really have to know anything. Because it's all compartmentalized, and most people are just doing their own jobs and just going along with the status quo, just believing in the story the same way all of us used to. Everybody here used to.
And they make good money doing it. It's not great money or anything like that. But I mean, if you're making 80, 90,000 a year, that's pretty good money.
Yeah.
Bills are getting paid.
Yeah. If I went to school to get a job at NASA, I never once would have considered, maybe it's all a lie. I would have just gone into it believing the standard globe story like pretty much everybody does. There's people in this server who say that they were going to get a job at NASA before they realized that it was just a bunch of BS.
You could hear in that guy's voice that he was going to do something like that.
Oh, the Chase guy?
Those guys that, he pretends, he sounds like he thinks he's really smart.
Yeah, he's going to end bomb the live stream or something stupid like that. He's still listening. Whatever.
He's probably still talking.
Do we dare take him off mute?
I just want to see if he's still talking.
Yeah, let's see.
fucking retards listening to me talking right now. You're like, oh my god, I'm gonna pretend like I don't hear this guy. You literally hear this right. You fucking retards. You literally hear me talking right now about how.
Well, that was enlightening.
Why are you so upset, bro?
Hey, does that count as I knew it? Does that count as I knew what he was thinking?
I mean, he was pretty easy to read.
Pretty easy to read. That's why you talked for 3 hours.
You're muted, dude. You're not even like you can go to.
Yes, no! If you know.
You can go to
He
YouTube right
thinks
now.
we actually care.
I think it's time to send him away.
Hey, can you guys stop bullying my friend Chase, please? Like,
you're probably gonna get muted too, dude.
Retarded. You're literally a fucking retard. You know that, right?
Dude, Chase, don't.
Okay, that's enough.
That's some language. That's actually some really bad language. I'm actually really sorry.
Let's just.
He never does this. He never does this.
Not get our feelings involved.
Yeah, right, mate. Sounds like he does it a lot.
Yeah, you driving home, Timbo?
Yeah, it sounds like you're roboting a little bit.
Not yet, man. And I'm still working.
What's the hotline to NASA satellites? We need one.
You'll know when I get in the another half an hour.
Cutting you out, Timbo. You're robot.
I've just got to put the last dot. I've got to put.
You're robot and Timbo. Pretty bad.
Yeah, we can't understand you, bro.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Roboting forever. He's lagging real bad.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're out in the country.
Had a lot.
But I just want to say, like, this is an example, like that guy that was just in here, Chase. It's an example of like people who go into cog dis. You tell them something, and then it completely goes against what they believe and what they've always known, and they get emotional about it, and they can't fucking let it go.
No, he's just trolling.
You think he's trolling?
Yeah,
he's just
trolling. Yeah, he's just trolling, and like we didn't give him the reaction that he wanted, so now he's upset for whatever reason.
This is how Zoomers do prank calls. They join Discord.
Yeah, it sounds like it's something that they regularly do because he was saying you do this every time or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, just trolling Discord. Whatever.
Yeah.
No big deal. We just don't really need it around here.
Yeah, I don't think that guy was being genuine at all. Like he just kept on like you said, steamrolling the conversation and trying to.
Yeah, he's just being a goofball.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we could get him on track, but nah, wishful thinking.
Give her a shot.
He didn't
You guys have been doing this longer than I have, so I definitely trust your judgment on that, because
I could tell right away. Like you can just hear the tone of his voice, like the insincerity in it.
Right. He was really amped up too, like really amped up.
Yeah, he had it all ready to go. It was like a fix for him, and we didn't give him that dopamine hit.
Yeah, he wanted us to spiral, so he spiraled.
Yeah.
I like that. We didn't give him that dopamine hit. I like that so easy. You didn't get your dopamine fix today?
Yeah, that's why he sounded so upset. No need to be upset, bro. If like I've trolled before, I'm not gonna lie.
Who hasn't?
But you don't get upset like that.
Anyway, new subject.
Yeah.
Oh, we can talk about YouTube Live. Let's go see what's over.
Flat Earth dude still fucking come in here?
Most nights.
Yeah.
Oh really? Yeah, I'm usually at night. I guess I leave too late, I guess. Or too early for him when he gets on.
Somebody's saying Trillion was a old dude was hoping Trillion was on the mic.
What are you laughing at?
I'm looking at the exchange between Gongus and Trillion.
Oh. I'm missing
On
it.
the live chat. Gongus goes, I can't go outside and see space, and Trillion goes, what? Gongus goes, you can see space, Trillion? Trillion goes, yeah. Not right now, it's raining. Gongus, like, when it's not? Trillion's like, wow. Yeah. Gongus, you know, you can see space from your backyard? Trillion's like, dude, are you for real? Gongus, what does space look like from your backyard? Can you describe it? Trillion, is it clear where you are? Go outside and look up. Gongus, look up. Must be the vacuum of space. Trillion, you need me to describe what you can see? How does belief in flat Earth get you to close your eyes like that? Like, that is such, I don't know, like, he had to say that because Gongus is right. You don't look up and see a vacuum of space.
It sounds like an argument of semantics where one person is using a word one way and another person's using a word differently. He's just telling him look up. Oh yeah, that's space, and yeah.
Right. Still funny.
Yeah.
I hear Trill's like been here forever and like been banned and everything.
I don't think I've ever talked to the guy or listened to him. I don't think I'm familiar with the guy. Not that I've been here very long, but
Man, the show died after those two clowns got yeeted.
Yeah. It's getting late. I mean, I don't know. Usually around this time it dies down quite a bit though. Oh no, I'm running out of energy myself. I said Atlantic Treaty. Oh man.
No worries. It happens. Sometimes you lose steam in this place after being here for too many hours.
No, I mean, it's not that. It's just a long day in general.
Yeah, I hear you.
A long day like the length of the Atlantic Treaty.
Gosh. That, on a scale of 1 to Atlantic Treaty, yes.
These guys, they think they're so smart. We didn't even get to whether they know anything about where they think they live. Like, I couldn't even get that far. You couldn't even get a conversation going because he just kept.
They weren't going to go there. They wanted, like they said, they wanted to spiral us. They didn't want to spiral.
Yeah, I don't know. One of them seemed like he could have had a decent conversation.
Well,
maybe.
He freaked out and started screaming, saying, "Why do you always act like this?"
Yeah, I think he was one of those. I think his mate was like his kind of alpha male, one that he follows around or something. You know, fucking cuck. Follow another bloke around, you know, sniffing his ass. Very homoerotic. Oh, wind's picking up.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of trying to figure that dynamic out. Also, like, because like, yeah, I guess he's just that chaotic friend that acts. I'm not really sure because he seemed like the very opposite type of person, right? Like, he didn't strike me as like seemed like you said reasonable. You maybe could have had a conversation with him, but he didn't seem like tightly wound like the other guy, or high strung, I guess. I don't know is the word. But you know, they were young, and no judgments on their character. Maybe they're just still trying to find themselves. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna go say hi to my friend. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good night.
Chat rooms are so short. Only 6 people. 5 people. I guess it's up to me to be a one-man show. Get ready to leave work, Timbo. Ready to punch that clock.
Yeah, sure am, mate. Problem is the clock is mine anyway.
Right, so you got to finish the job, basically.
Yeah, I'll be in the car in 5.
Cool.
Yeah, the room really cleared out, didn't it?
Yeah, dude.
Oof, what a day.
Yeah, how was it, man? You get a lot done? Or did you get a good project?
Smashed it. We're doing a house reno at the moment, so just doing all the plumbing and stuff today, because here you need a license to do any plumbing work and electrical work. They're the two licensed trades. So I've got I've actually got a plumbing license, so I can do all the building work and the plumbing work too. So
pretty awesome.
we're doing all the drains, setting up all the water and mixers, and Smashed it. But it's bad here at the moment. It's just started to get warm, which is really late. And it's been a really wet winter, so all the pollen's just started to come out. I can't stop sneezing. So bad. Only happens on a flat Earth.
Right.
How does pollen go around a ball? So do you talk to many people about flat Earth, Gizmo? Or you kind of just keep to yourself about it?
Well, so outside of work, I really don't have many friends because I would rather be alone and happy than with other people and be miserable.
Yeah.
A lot of people have their own personal agendas, and
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
start being up and down, or are all those going to be the same level?
Right. So if you imagine the line, right, you're just imagining the line, correct? You're
It's
not
the horizontal plane of reference we've established between 2 points. Yeah.
right. It's an imaginary frame of reference. You're not referencing anything. You realize that,
If
right?
you just bring into the middle, just go to the middle. We got to there. I'm just asked you what's happening at the middle. So we took a T piece off the pipe in the middle and we made another point in the middle. Is that point on the same horizontal as the end points of equal elevation to that? You seem to be saying it was something else.
Yeah, I mean you'd have to measure that, dude.
Well, then the water will establish that.
Yeah, but you have to You have to establish that what you're actually making is a horizontal line. Not that you imagine that these 2 points of blah blah are.
So if the point in the middle was higher than the end points, then the water will start flowing. And it'll either run out of your end or my end.
Mm-hmm. And
that's what tells us whether it's horizontal or it's not horizontal anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, like-
you're
like canal or
you're
river.
establishing an imaginary horizontal. Do you understand that, right? That
Okay,
you're
so you
not
stay
actually
there,
measuring.
Whoa, stay there in the middle. Establish the water level in your pipe at the same position as the ends, all right? Same thing. Flush with the top of the pipe. We have 3 points now, all on a horizontal. Then we get another pipe, and I'll run from my end to your end, and we'll establish another level that matches the horizontal points that we've got from the initial pipe and the T-piece. And we'll establish another water level between those 2 points, just to verify that they are also horizontal with each other. So we have been able to establish that now.
Okay, and then what?
And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We'll go to the other end as well and run it from your end to the middle. We've now got 7 points where the water is at equal elevation and would verify that they're horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in reality.
Okay, and then what do you do?
Well, it's a horizontal. You said something about it was different in the middle.
Yeah, it's all done.
Verifying that the middle was the same height as the ends. We've got that now.
All right, and so then what do? You
That's
imagine.
You got a horizontal. You got a horizontal created. You're done.
So you imagine a horizontal plane, right? You imagine a horizontal.
You understand
line.
what he's saying,
You
right?
can work off of those numbers at each
He
end.
doesn't understand what I'm saying.
You can actually physically work off of those numbers without imagining anything. And each point at where you work off of will be horizontal to the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, Erdbear, he's saying not that. This is a big.
Yeah. I know. But every time he
can't
moves
see
that
what it
pipe, the water will. Who, Jesse?
Well, he'll never say what it is. He'll say what
No.
you say is not that.
Yeah. He has to say that. He's from the Sophist Club.
Well,
The Waste Your Time Sophist Committee.
It's not a sophist, man.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, check it out.
Sophist is using deceptive language to try to influence others. What deceptive language is he using?
Yeah.
So check it out. I'm gonna have a pipe sticking out of the ground, and it connects to Jerry's house, and he's 10 miles away, and we're gonna fill it up so it sticks 4 feet out of the ground, and it's clear, and we got a mark right on it, and he marks his. Those 2 lines are a level line.
Okay,
Are you gonna say there's a hump in the middle? So Bear, he lives in the middle, and we're gonna put plug a T into the line running between our houses, and he's gonna put a pipe up in the air, a clear tube, and he's gonna mark the same level mark where the water's at. Are those 3 points on the same plane?
So here's the thing: the imaginary.
No, not here's the thing. Just yes or no.
Yeah, the imaginary plane, yes, is a plane. It's flat, right?
Oh,
Conceptually, logically, it's flat. Yeah.
All right, good. It's not higher in the middle. Perfect.
Right. But hang on. Listen, you heard what I said, though, right? The conceptual plane is flat, right?
Only in your mind. In physically building with that, it would just be the same.
No. All right. Perhaps I misspoke.
In reality, it would be there if I built a plane from mine, and I started building a plane straight out.
So the plane is real. So the plane is real.
Every 10 feet, I put a pipe, and I put a plank onto that, and then 10 foot more, I put a plank onto that, and all the way till I get to Jerry's house. That would not be an imaginary plane anymore. We could actually walk on it.
Okay. Well, I would doubt if you put every 10 inches a level, quote unquote, you'd actually establish between all of them.
Every 10 feet, I'm going to put a T on the pipe.
Or 10 feet, yeah.
Put a pipe in the ground, and then we're going to put a board right next to that and keep that level and walk all the way down all 10 miles. We're going to make a straight line 10 miles using that. Is that now not going to be level?
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a line that intersects with all of those points. That would actually be impossible.
No, if you were building a road.
Why?
Because the Earth is curved. That's why.
What?
Can you show that?
Yeah.
Can you show that?
Yeah, there's multiple ways of showing that.
Where?
Yeah, there's the easy water bottle test.
What water bottle test?
So if you take a water bottle and you hold it to your eye level and you line it with the horizon, right, on the ground, right, or around sea level, and then you do the same thing up in an airplane, the horizon doesn't meet with that water like it does at sea level.
Are you going to be level in an airplane, or what?
You mean conceptually?
Is the water not level?
Raise your bottle up and down to the camera, like I pointed out. All you had to do was lower it. You can make it exactly on if you want, dummy.
Have you ever built a house before, buddy?
No, you can't.
He hasn't done anything.
Because if you lower it, then it won't be level to your eyebrow.
Nep. Have you ever built anything before?
This globe.
Yeah, I've built multiple tables and done some framing.
Tables.
The house.
Yeah, he cut the wood the wrong lengths quite a lot of times, though.
If
he had to throw lots of bit away, and then he decided, bugger it, I'll cut a little bit off the end of the mattress, so the mattress fits the bed now.
If you take a measurement, if you take a measurement, right, 6 feet, and then you walk around, and you're like, oh, you remember in your head 6 feet, and then you come back around and you measure another piece of wood. You say, well, that first one was 6 feet. There's room for error there, man. And the only way you get two pieces of wood the exact length.
There's also room to get fired, like I told you. You keep cutting that shit 5'8" when it's meant to be 6 foot. Then pick up your papers and go
it's
home
off by like a
job.
16th of an inch, man.
Hey, Nep, is there any way that you can prove that I'm upside down compared to you?
Actually, yes, there are some ways.
How?
We can. We can do. Look at celestial objects. We can see based on constellation and azimuthals.
You just said look up
on the ground.
Up at the sky.
Yeah, that's how you do it. I mean, you asked me, that's how you do it, right? I know you think.
Show me that my plumb line is different to yours. Do that.
That it intersects in different areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do exactly what I said. You could look up at different constellations. We can
plumb lines. Ask for a plumb line. Just a plumb line.
Right. So we set up a frame of reference, right? The azimuth and elevation.
Down?
Hang on.
Down is the frame of reference.
Dude, conceptually, though. Conceptually, don't forget to say conceptually before you say anything.
So so you could take an azimuth and an elevation reading, right, of a certain constellation, and you can say, okay, well, the azimuth and elevation of this constellation is
you don't
at
know
this,
what's going on in this sky.
this azimuth and this elevation, and with reference to that, which we're both looking at, my plumb line is pointing at this angle away from that, and you can say,
Incorrect.
okay, well, my angle is pointing this angle away from that. You can say, well, guess what?
Yeah, it's all in your imagination. Great.
And they're at different angles.
Incorrect, buddy. Yeah, that's incorrect.
Why is it incorrect?
Well, the only way that you know where you are is because of the sky. Yeah?
Well, it's a frame of reference that you can use, can't you?
Yeah, so that's latitude and longitude lines only from the sky. Yeah.
I don't see your point. Longitude and latitude from the sky.
Well, the only way you know where you are is because of the sky.
And that's one of the ways you can know where you are.
Perpendicular, right?
What'd you say?
Always.
Always perpendicular, right? Latitude and longitude.
Yeah, in a sphere, they should always be perpendicular. Yeah.
Right. So all perpendiculars to another straight line would be what?
It's not a straight line.
So they're not perpendicular?
No. Well,
Are they
do you know geometry across? Do you know?
Wait,
do you know geometry across three-dimensional objects?
Wait, hey, dude, what's not a straight line? What isn't?
Longitudes or latitudes, they go along the curvature of the Earth. You realize that, right? There's a
How do
dimension.
you know that? How do you know that?
Because the longitudes and latitudes meet up at two separate points. They meet up at the north point and the south point.
Yeah, that's conceptual. That's imagination, isn't it?
So,
same as the horizontal will be established for the water level.
Actually, that is
exactly
imagination.
the same as that, then, is it? Huh?
Actually, technically, yeah, you would be correct. Yes,
And
that
you
is
can't-
imagination.
you can't prove anything you claim.
Longitude and latitude lines are from the sky, correct?
The longitude and latitude lines, I'll address this, gentleman. Yes, they are imaginary. Yes, you don't actually see
They
longitude and latitude lines.
Only
in the
time,
sky.
the only time you can get, the only time you can get longitude and latitude lines are from the sky.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, there's other ways you can do that.
Correct or not? You can answer it, or you can't.
You can get them. It's not the only way you can get them, but you can get them.
Okay.
from the sky.
How else do you get them?
Well, you can do distance and things like that.
What?
Yeah, there's markers like of longitude and
Where?
latitude.
Where?
The original.
I want to. I want to go visit these. I want to visit the ones by my house.
The biggest one, the most famous one, is the zero latitude, isn't that zero latitude? The equator in Ecuador. You can visit that one. That's a really huge attraction. But there's a bunch of
it's from the sky though. Yeah, that's from the sky.
That's where the sun goes over, straight over.
Yeah.
I'm here now. I'm in Bali at the moment. Sun goes directly overhead. It's awesome.
You're on the horizon, or not horizon, equator.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's the only way you can tell is from the sky. You have no other reference point. The latitude and longitude lines.
What time is it right now for you?
For me?
Yeah.
It's 10 p.m. in Indonesia.
He did a quick Google just to see if you were lying, if you could answer.
No, I was trying.
No, he knows me.
I was just trying to figure out where.
Okay, if that was the other guy.
What time it was where he was at.
Yeah. That's all right. We know each other well. Don't worry about it. He's not testing me.
No, I wanted to know what time it was where he was at.
I'm on holiday, man. I'm going back. Got to go back to Australia soon. So. I really want to go back.
Tomorrow's my last day of work until January 3rd.
I know I love that when I say it to like everyone at the office and stuff. See you next year. You know.
I just typed that out in the Teams message this morning that I said, I'll, go ahead and submit that into the system, and then I'll follow up with revisions after we release it next year.
Yeah.
So Nep, the only proof you have of the Earth being a sphere is in the sky. Yeah?
Well, that's how you get your name Hemisphere. It's from the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground. That's how it was named.
He also said that there's a hump. So you have a vertical line between me
in the middle.
Yeah. So there's a line. There's like you got a horizontal line, a flat horizontal line established between X and or A and B, and he says there's a hump of Earth in between those two. That flat.
No, my issue is that you're taking an imaginary horizontal line that you drew in your head.
Why is that imaginary though?
I made it not imaginary for you. I added 10-foot planks. Every 10 foot I tapped into the pipe underneath.
Right.
Timbo, you're a builder. Can I do that?
That's
you can add in me as a level line as well. You can put that water line over to Australia, and it'll be the same horizontal line as everyone else.
That's well and good.
So he's going to say, Bill, put a plank every 10 foot on top, right next to that line, and put a level on the board to make sure it matches the actual water levels, which it will. And then I add another plank, and I just keep doing that for 10 miles from me to Jerry's house. He's going to tell me that that's not a straight line.
But I will say, just listen. I know it's hard to listen. What I will say is that you probably can't draw even an imaginary straight line between all of those points that will intersect. You just couldn't.
That wouldn't be imaginary.
Right. You couldn't draw an imaginary straight line.
It wouldn't need to be imaginary. I drew a real line made out of lumber.
You would have drawn a curve. You would have technically drawn a curved line at that point, effectively, because it would fall
You'd have to prove that the Earth is curved before you draw a curved line. So how did you do that?
Because you couldn't draw a straight line, right, that wouldn't intersect one of those levels.
What do you mean? Everything's level and horizontal.
So, like, let's say you took an imaginary line, right, and you followed it to all the way to the end.
Why do we have to imagine things then?
Because what you're effectively doing is you're not making a straight line.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, because the Earth is curved, man.
That is not how you prove things.
Oh my god,
dummy!
I mean, if you want to go ahead, and do it, if you want to go ahead and do that and construct this structure that's 10 miles long, and you'll find it, you'll see for yourself.
Okay, who
you can't draw?
Who did that?
Like, who was the first person?
Anyone, man. Go ahead.
Anyone? There's like quite a few people on a day-to-day basis.
Never.
Go for it.
Tell us. Just the fact that there's satellites, all that stuff.
No, the Earth. The Earth, man.
Yeah.
You sound retarded.
There's like videos and images in the ISS. There's people up there.
Videos. Okay.
Yeah, mate, I've got a video of a unicorn as well.
Well, unicorns exist. You should be able to see Bigfoot at the equator today. There's that
unicorn video you have is fake, dude.
So that one's fake, but the other videos aren't.
Well, yeah, I mean they're not fake.
Why? How do you know that?
Okay, hang on. So, are there videos of real things?
Of course.
All right. Then why are they fake?
Why are what fake?
Why are the videos from the ISS fake? You claim that they're fake, right?
Okay, so you see curvature from the ISS, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, you see the curvature.
Do you know how high the maths works out? Where you would have to see curvature from? What height?
What's the height?
Okay, what height is the ISS? Give me that answer.
It says
Oh shit!
200 to 250 nautical miles.
How'd you know that?
Okay.
You saw a video of that showing it that
Google
height?
it, dude.
Oh, Google. See, this is a problem now. Is coming to talk to you, but not talk to you at the same time. All anyone here is doing is talking to you, going to Google. There's no thinking here. There's no process. There's no worldview to dive into. If someone says something, you Google it and just read what Google says.
If you just type your questions into text, I'll give you the flat GPT answer, and then we can just go back and forth, and mine will win. Mine beats Google every time.
Okay, so should I have just not said the height of the ISS?
No, you would say how you know it. Like, how do you know that? You said the height of the ISS is X, and I know this because Google told me so. And then be like, okay, well, yeah, now there's something to go on. See, you came in here and you said, like, hey, what's the height of the ISS? You said it's X number of miles above sea level, and then you made it sound like you know that. Like you know, like you got some knowledge on that.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's a belief system. You just believe the story.
It actually matters as well, because the so-said height that you would have to be above the Earth to see any curvature is around about 1,200 miles.
And where do you know that
because
from?
As well, the planetarium director.
Mm-hmm. And you believe that planetarium director? I'm talking to you, not the planetarium director. See, this is the issue.
Okay,
You just look up.
I'm just getting
stuff about the planetarium
information
director.
I'm getting information from people who say things.
Right. I'm just.
Okay.
Is he in on it? Do you think? You think the planetarium director is in on it? He's like,
yeah.
Do you think he's in on it?
No, that would be your claim.
Why would he lie?
See, he thinks the Earth is a globe, and he said, yes, the Earth is a globe, but you cannot tell at certain heights. You're not high enough to see the curve. He says because the Earth is very big. And then you're saying, well, no, the Earth is really small because I can draw a line from me to, just a couple of meters and get a curve and show a curve there. So you're in direct comfort. What we're doing here is putting conversation of you versus the experts in the heliocentric model, the guys who work at
it's not
planetariums
our
and whatnot.
information. Yeah.
So why is your version of Earth so different? Why is your version of Earth? Yeah, no problem. I didn't hear you right away. Why is your version of Earth so different than everyone else who thinks it? Because it's based on a very poor read of a Google it. You haven't really thought this stuff out yet. You're still like really at ground zero. You really haven't decided, hey, how do I know these things outside of some very poor reads of what other people said without really understanding what they said?
I could say the same thing to you. Like, why are you saying that you can only see it from however far you saw it from a very poor read of a person that you yourself say shouldn't be trusted because they believe the Earth is a globe?
They used math to figure it out.
Geometry, a question of geometry. They showed how mathematically you're only seeing about 3 to 4% of the Earth's surface. That's not enough.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, it's 3% from the ISS. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm looking it up, and here it says you can see it from as low as like 40 kilometers.
40 kilometers?
The best part is you know who to contact then. You don't need to talk to us. You could go talk to, I can't remember, Chris Hayden, I think his name is. Chris Hayden. You can talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's done multiple interviews about 60, even at 63 miles, you don't see the curve. The Red Bull space jump, you don't see the curve. Go talk to them and get them to change your words to their words, and then come back here and say, hey, I proved it to these guys, and now these guys are agreeing with me. I'd be like, wow, yeah, you got some intellectual firepower here. Because right now you are in direct confrontation with the Earth, but you still say Earth is a globe anyway. because you're not really thinking these things out. You haven't really started the process of evaluating what the information means to you.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't mean much.
Don't you find that interesting, Nep though? You're actually arguing with the people you're agreeing with.
I'm arguing with you. You're the only ones who said that. That's the
Your guy said all this.
Yeah.
Did he? I don't know.
It's not our argument.
Where did he say it? You're just saying that he said it. It's hearsay.
Okay. Then you can look it up if you want. If you really
why should I have to look it up?
You're the one
who said it.
interested in
You're
the
afraid
topic.
to.
See, the reason why you should have to look it
You're
up.
afraid to
because
present it up.
Your worldview is based on that you've looked things up, so you should be able to look it up.
I'm going to go and find it.
Yeah, anyone can find it. It's saved multiple places on our server. We got it saved. It's saved over and over again. The problem is going to be tedious. It's like this fetch quest that you're not going to understand. It's just like saying, like, hey, I'm going to go play this role-playing game, but everyone's just going to come and deliver all the quest items to you, who just sits there and just waits for everything to happen. And then you just say, oh, you won. You beat that game.
Yeah, you gave me the quest items. I'm just going to put them in this pile here. I don't really need to do anything with them.
Yeah, don't give a shit. So if you go on the journey and you find out what people are actually saying, instead of just to Google it, and you start putting these information in conversation with each other, and then come back with your take, not someone else's take. Say, hey, now that I know you do not see the curvature, I could also say, well, this is how you measure it anyway. Or give some version of where you're coming from. Because right now you don't have anything except for Google it.
Nothing.
So far he has water levels don't work because the Earth is a ball. That is exactly what he said.
Yeah, I would disagree with that because I build shit every day, mate, off water levels.
So should I Google this guy who said that, or should I not Google it?
No, I can pull. How about this? I want to buy it.
Have you got that?
What's the name? I'll Google it, or I'll use Brave
I'll
browser
post
or
it
something.
if I want to buy in. Okay, I'll stop what I'm doing. I'll get the
No,
one.
you don't have to. Just give me the name. I'll Google it.
Yeah, for which one? The planetarium.
Oh,
yeah, the planetarium guy.
Larson. Yeah.
Larson.
Larson. Planetarium. Height to see curvature. Maybe you Google that.
Paul Larson.
You can also do the one for Tyson's too.
Yeah, that shit is flat. That one.
Yep, that's the one.
And ISS. You can't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS. That shit is flat.
Yeah, we usually have clips playing by now, but he's not in here. He would be playing you all the clips of these guys talking.
So it's a video. It's not like an article, right? It's a video. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a video. Are you making sure it wasn't an AI voice or something tricking you?
No, I want to. If it's a video, I want to search for a video. I don't want to search for like an article or something.
Making sure we're not tricking you. Well, you won't trust an article. Anybody can write those.
Yeah, of course. Go on Wikipedia, edit that shit as well if you want. Yeah. Like, this is not information that we're making up. This is information that guys on your side have told us. Yeah.
So Paul Larson in a video, not any kind of article or something, right? I just want to make sure I'm finding it. I'm just gonna go on YouTube. Hang on.
So what
the funny thing is, these guys don't even know why they're
not finding anything. I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, anyway, we'll give it to you when we get to it. So once you find out that you can't see the ball, what are you going to think about? Well, they see the ball from the ISS. Now you're going to have a problem. You hold two beliefs. You know for a fact you can't, but you believe they can. So now what do you do?
I'm sticking with they can see the curvature.
So no matter what, you're going to say they just see the curve
because of the video.
That's what I know to be true. I mean, I still haven't found this Larson guy.
Know that's
what you know. That's what you know to be true.
Right, like that's the thing, right? I haven't found this guy saying that. Because you see it in the videos, and the people are saying it's like, yeah, you can.
Well, no, your claim is you can see it at ground level. So that's what's debunked.
Well, you can measure it from ground level.
How? Who did that?
You're the flat Earth guy. He measured it.
Who? What? Who? You're talking about the Netflix series?
No, not the Netflix series, actually.
With a flashlight? Are you talking about that one?
Yeah, the flashlight guy. Yeah, with the circular.
Oh, are you
holes.
okay? Are you interested in looking at PDF at the moment? Have you got a?
Sure, why
have you
not,
got a chance? You got a chance? I'm going to bring you up a laser test PDF. I'll see if I can find it. I'm only on my mobile at the moment, so give me a second. Let's have a look at this. Alright. I'm getting used to this new, like an app as well. It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's retarded. Isn't that the worst design you've ever seen for an app?
Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah, you can tell that it was like interns all said, yeah, we agree this should be the way to do it. And the engineers said, fuck it, just release it.
Must have been all the guys that left, what's that company that Elon Musk took over?
Oh, Twitter?
So he got rid of 80% of his staff because they were useless. So I just put a Google Docs in the chat. Are you in the chat? Side chat?
Sorry, hang on 1 second.
It's safe. It's not. I'm not going to spam you or anything, mate. I think it's page 102. Go. That's the observation 7. I think it is.
Sorry, there's someone at my door. I'm just checking my camera real quick, making sure it's not someone important.
Might be a flat earther.
No, it might be worse. It might be a Mormon.
Yeah, that's funny. At least you think that's worse. Most of the world doesn't.
No, so, I mean,
Here,
you guys aren't bad.
I posted a picture from the clip. You can see the red circle. If you click on that, you'll see the red circle. That's what you can see from the ISS. And the video's above. That's Paul Larson speaking. You asked for it. There you go. But you're going to say you see the whole planet, and that's fine. I mean, you probably believe in other things, too.
I never said you see the whole planet. You see the curve. That's one thing you should see.
It. That red circle is all they can see at a time.
Yeah, but they can see the curvature, not the whole Earth, right? Yeah, you have to be way far away to see the whole
Are you
Earth.
saying so I can just go to the ocean and see the same thing then?
No, you're too low.
Yeah.
Like you have no...
Well, okay, so I'm at the ocean and I get in a balloon that can go as high as the ISS. At what point does it start bending?
I think, according to... hang on, like at 40... Yeah,
so we know that's
not 40,000 feet.
No, not 40,000. It's like further than that.
So we know that's not true.
Yeah, not at 35,000. You can't really see. What you can see at 35,000 feet is like you can see way further than you would, like, obviously at sea level.
Of course, because you're increasing your angular view.
Yeah,
Same thing happens on a flat plane as well.
But if you are at a flat plane, the horizon will still meet at
At the horizon? Yeah.
The horizon. No, the horizon will still meet you at 90 degrees with from straight down, which it doesn't.
No, because you're always above the horizon.
Right. No, that's true. But when you're higher up, the horizon falls. That's why that picture, that water bottle is significant.
It increases. Are you on that?
Yeah, I'm watching the video, the lecture.
Oh, you're watching the video. Okay, we'll bring up the later on. We'll jump on the PDF later on, but
We have to go find these videos for these guys.
Yeah, because they're not interested in where they live.
He's going to say fuck planetariums from now on. He'll never go to another one again. That's how he will react to it.
You'll go, who the fuck is Paul Larson?
He won't say screw NASA. He'll just say screw planetariums.
Or
Did you notice
Paul
we're not
Larson,
even
the flat earther.
really bringing... He's not a flat earther.
Screw Paul, what's his name? Paul Larson, right? Flat earther.
Yeah. He's not a flat earther.
Yeah. But people...
This is why we like to use these people. We
now
like
he's
to
a
use
flat
these people
earther
because
because...
they're...
Yeah, now he thinks he's a flat earther because he said this.
Have you ever heard of a hostile witness? Do you know what a hostile witness is?
Oh, you're asking me?
Someone we can use from your side who said something that contradicts what you believe in. Yeah.
I mean, I have that from your side too. The
Go ahead.
FE what?
The FE guy.
FE guy.
Yeah, with the PDF FE core. He did the measurements actually.
The field engineering
FE core
project.
No,
Yeah, what about it?
you're thinking of the wrong person, man. You're thinking of Jeranism, aren't you? He's not on our side.
Jeranism?
You're talking about the Netflix series when he raised up the torch and they go, oh, you can see it. Look. You're talking about that guy, aren't you?
That's not us.
Yeah.
That's Glover's pretending to be flat earthers.
Yeah, he's got nothing to do with us.
Well, I mean, he still did the measurement that proves you guys wrong, though, right? Or is that
No, he didn't do any measurements at all. Yeah.
He didn't do it right, or he was
didn't
wrong?
do any measurements. Okay, I'm going to give you a rundown of what happened on his thing. They had a laser with a collimator. A collimator is something that brings the laser back into focus. They burnt the collimator, and the laser burnt out. So he goes, oh, fuck it, everyone's here. Let's use a torch. They used a torch, and it didn't work. And that was it. So how do you use a torch to get distance?
Yeah,
you can't do it.
A flashlight, a torch.
Yeah, you can't do it, can you?
Yeah. Wait,
So
what do you mean you can't?
Successful on both sides. Yeah, so you can throw it out.
But the light shining through comes through both holes.
Yeah, it's not a laser, correct? It's not a laser.
Yeah. Flashlights
Why does it have to be a laser?
Work like that because they spread. Lasers can go to a point, and then if you use a collimator, it brings the laser back into focus. So it brings it back to a point because everything's got spread. Yeah, everything spreads out over distance.
So, but what does that matter when you have like two apertures?
What? They had holes in a board.
Yeah. Holes in a board. Yeah, that could be an aperture.
So you're saying it took a flat earther with a flashlight to prove the Earth was curved?
With a hole in the board.
Well, I mean, that's not what it took. But I mean, he just proved it right there in one of the experiments that you guys bring up.
How did he prove it?
Not an experiment that one of us guys did. Now don't be a retard again. And
No, not that you guys did, but that you guys say that should be done. You know?
No, we didn't say go use a flashlight in a board. Nobody said that.
When you finish watching the video, we'll go through the PDF.
So
we'll post the video. We'll post the video that goes with the PDF, and you can do some research tonight. All right, but this is a proper observation that's been done. Have you finished watching the video that Radwin sent you?
Well, which one with what's his name saying it? Paul Larson. Yeah, I watched it, but I don't know.
So he said what, about 1,000 miles or something like that?
Yeah, he said I don't remember the exact number, but it's a lot, like really high up. But yeah, I don't think what he said was accurate.
Almost 4 times the amount. So he's a liar. Now that guy's a liar.
I don't think he's a liar, but I think people who've actually been in the ISS, like their testimonies would probably be more viable than his.
This is a person doing geometry, saying that what they show you from the ISS is not real.
Right, I know, but that falls back to the form versus description. The geometry is the description of things, whereas actually going into the ISS and seeing it and reporting what you saw is.
Let's jump into the PDF then.
So the math is
ground
incorrect now. So now we can't use math according to this guy to solve anything.
Yeah.
You got yourself in all kinds of corners. You know that, right? I mean, you are backed into like 8 corners in this one square room.
Well, what I'm saying is that simply saying, "Oh, the geometry of it," you shouldn't be able to see it, versus going up there, seeing it, and saying, "Hey, I can see it," is patently different now.
Well, who's seen it?
People who've been to the ISS.
So now we got a problem, right? Here's what the problem is. Now the guy up there says, "I see it." The guy in the ground says, "You should be able to." Now they're going to figure out who's wrong.
Yeah. So we take it to the ground. That's why we take it to ground level.
Wait, so
if you can see a curve from outer space or 250 miles up, then you should be able to measure a curve when you're on the ground, correct?
Right, and I posted a video where a person did that.
Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Never mind.
Can I ask you a question real quick? If the Earth is flat, how are we talking?
What are you talking about, man?
Okay, so in order for the satellites to actually
hold on, wait a second. Let's get you some information. Yeah.
So in order for well, yeah, but it's
Let me get you some information first. 99% of all communications is undersea cables. Now take it from there.
I'm talking about satellites. I'm talking about satellites.
No, we're not. We're talking about us talking on Discord is because my cable is connected directly to somebody else.
Exactly.
So how do satellites stay in the air?
Nothing to do with talking on Discord. So we're going to move back to the other guy.
Yeah, we'll move back to the other guy because we're having a decent conversation, not a stupid one.
So you guys agree I'm pretty friendly?
Yeah, you're all right, man.
All right. Yeah, because there's some people on here who say like I'm mean and like I don't know.
No, you don't seem mean.
Hardly mean.
Okay, thank goodness.
We've dealt with some assholes in our time, mate.
I'm mean.
You're not one of them. So.
Hey,
Then why are you guys like telling me to shut up and stuff? I mean, that was really rude. I'm not an asshole.
Tell you to.
I told
you to shut up, but yeah, we were kind of in the middle of a conversation.
You guys are aware that like most other flat earthers consider you guys to be trolls, right? Like they consider you guys to be aberrant. You understand that, right?
Yeah, we'll get to you in a minute.
Yeah,
you're not actually flat earthers. Like they of course, like they think.
Okay, cool.
So when I say we'll get to you in a minute, and then you keep talking, I'll put it. You have to stop for a minute.
Yeah, but Nep. What did you post a video or something that showed something?
Yeah, just kind of explaining how the Who's Him and What's It video. Jaren Nation. I have a lot of names.
Oh, don't worry about him. He's not.
But
he's not
how
part
he
of
proved
us.
that Earth was.
Yeah, nothing to do with us. That's a good thing.
Well, I mean, he proved that Earth was round.
No, that's nothing to do. Who, a Glober? That's wonderful.
Well,
are you happy to
wait.
Are you happy to look at the? Are you happy to look at the PDF that I posted? Can we look at that?
Yeah, I'm looking. It's a little long. I gotta.
So go to page. I'll take you straight to the point. Go to page 102. Yeah, I'll go there as well, and then we can look at it. Now I've got to go back to it. Go to 102. That's I think it's called observation 7 or something like that.
Yeah, calculation of seventh measurement.
Yeah. I'm just trying to bring it up. It's my internet's a bit slow here.
I didn't read the whole thing. So, like, the seventh measurement is because they did like multiple days.
So if you go, they did at different lakes as well. So this one here is the height of the laser was 2. Let me just bring it up. 2.92. Yeah, and they shot the laser over 40. So that's in meters. Yeah, I'm going to do it in meters. They shot it over 40.14 kilometers, and then the height of the laser ended up at 1.5 meters on the other side of the lake, with a missing height of 90.9 meters. Should have been obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
So let me
a lot of
ask.
missing.
So you seriously believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So when I
got any proof it's not.
Yeah, I circumnavigated the globe, dude.
How'd you do that?
In the Navy.
How?
So on a ship.
Did you go from port? Did you go from port to port?
Yes.
Yeah. So you pointed at a port, ended up at a port, and then you went to a different port.
Yep.
Yep.
So are you saying the only way to circumnavigate a globe is to go from port to port?
Well, if the Earth was flat, we would have fallen off at some point.
How? You're following north, aren't you, with a compass?
Actually, it was following a lot of. We were following our charts. Yeah.
Yeah, but did your compass point north or not?
Compass points north.
Yeah, beautiful. So when you're on a globe, does the compass point north?
Yeah.
So do you have, if you're not on the equator, do you have to keep correcting east and west?
You have this thing called, are you going by, if you're going on by magnetic north, you have to make adjustments, but yeah.
Correct. So you're going around in a circle, are you not?
A great big circle, yeah.
Yeah. So how does that prove a globe?
Because if we would have gone a direction other than, I don't even understand your argument. It's the
same. It's the same argument you've got.
Show me a map. Show me a map in which I can circumnavigate
satellites, and your circumnavigation got debunked.
Tell me how I could have. Tell me how you can get around a globe without when there's something when it's flat.
I already
posted. Are you saying you can go
around the North Pole?
Yeah.
So if you go around the North Pole, 100-mile radius, and sail around that, you're going in a circle.
You have to agree with that. Yeah.
If I'm going around if I travel around the North Pole in a circle, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So keep on.
And then when you go to the South Pole, you can go around in that too. How does that equate to a? How does that equate to the?
You don't have a south pointing compass. How can you go around it?
You're just going north, man.
Well, you use
north.
You use north as your basis, and you travel around the South Pole, which you are able to determine.
North, with everything pointing north. Have you been around the South?
Have I been around the South Pole?
Yeah.
No, but you sound like you've been.
No, I haven't.
Where are you? Aren't you Australian?
Yeah, but Australia's not that far south. At the bottom of Australia is 40 degrees south. Not very
the bottom
south.
of Australia is pretty close to the south, to Antarctica, correct?
No, it's not. It's nowhere near it.
Are you going to convince this guy that he lives at the South Pole when he's telling you he doesn't? Is that what you think you're going to do?
No. I'm asking a question. If he's closer to it.
40 degrees south. It's pretty much the same as California is.
I
to
live
the
in
North
Ohio. You're telling me I live next to the North Pole.
Yeah, exactly.
41 degrees.
I'm just trying to figure out how you guys are. I'm trying to figure out your guys' argument.
I'm trying to figure out your fucking way of thinking, actually.
My way
The
of thinking
argument is that you're in the Navy and you always use north as a relative direction. Yeah.
Yeah. And I've seen the curvature of the. I've literally seen the curvature of the Earth.
How? Where? Where?
Well, you see a ship goes away, and then it goes down, and then then you can't see it.
So
anymore.
in the Navy, you don't learn about perspective or anything like that, do you?
They don't use radar in the Navy.
We use radar.
Well,
what are you
how can
talking
you use
about?
radar if the ship's gone around the curve?
Because there's a point where radar doesn't work.
How far
is that?
It depends on the radar. It depends on the wavelength.
Okay. Maximum radar. What's
It also depends. It also depends on. It also depends on attenuation. It tends, which also it wouldn't exist in a flat Earth.
Oh God!
I don't think you're in the Navy, dude.
I don't think so either.
Okay.
Well, those were two good answers. It's just there's reasons that radar doesn't go far. I mean, how far does it go though? Since you're in the Navy.
Well, I mean, not all radar is line of sight. Which, if it was line of sight, then it wouldn't be much fucking use now, would it?
What?
Why?
All right. So a signal, a radar signal, is a wave, correct? The tighter the wave, the tighter the wave, the shorter the range. The tighter the wave, the more of it turns into more of a line of sight.
Talking about
Now,
like
in order for
low frequency,
when you're dealing with a lower frequency and a lower
goes further,
and a tighter pulse repetition frequency, it also and the radar has to go out, bounce off something and come back in order for us to receive a signal.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
so when you're bouncing off other ships 100 miles away, how are they doing that?
a lower frequency radar has a much greater wave, so it's able to account for. It's able to go around the curve a little bit more. When it's
you're struggling to explain.
I'm not
struggling to explain something.
I'm trying to interrupt them. It's difficult to explain. Yeah. It's like trying to explain. It's like trying to explain orange to a person who's blind.
You just know. Believe me, I understand what you're saying, and you told us that large pulse waves go around a ball and come back.
It's not going to go around the entire Earth, of course. It's going to go out a certain distance, and it's going to bounce, and it's going to come back, and then we have accounted for that.
So how do you detect
they
ships?
bounce off the ionosphere, but it's like not very accurate at all.
So now you got to do something completely different now.
Yeah.
This is like an acoustic globe shadow thing, but you still haven't named Navy guy. How far? How far?
It entirely depends on the range. It entirely depends on the radar.
The radar that you were using. How far?
I actually worked on the opposite of radar. I worked on a radar receiver. I was electronic warfare.
Okay. So how far?
How far could I detect? Mm-hmm. I could detect radars depending on what they were, up to 300 miles.
How far?
Oh my!
300 miles.
I just answered the fucking question. Jesus Christ! Shut up.
Do you know the curvature of the Earth? Do you know the curvature of the Earth on 300 miles?
That's because what happens is the radar, because it's a low frequency, it goes up and gets trapped in the atmosphere. You're able to extend the range, and I'm able to pick it up.
Trap radar.
Yeah.
So why can't it go further than 300 miles then?
Because there's a level of energy that's required.
It's a square cube law, bro. Like it's like how light works, waves work.
Yeah, it's like why doesn't my walkie-talkie go? Why can't I talk to you on a walkie-talkie?
Okay.
Because it just doesn't have a fucking range.
Being in the Navy, do you know the curvature of the Earth at 300 miles?
Like the actual number? No.
Yeah. How much dip?
Dip.
Well, usually the visual range is 12 miles.
Why would it be 12 miles? Can you tell us that?
Because at 13 miles you can't see it. At 11 miles you can see it.
From what height?
That's the height of a ship.
Which is?
It depends on the ship now, doesn't it? Have
The
you not
ship
seen
that you were on.
why do I
The ship
do I
that
have
you
to
were on. The ship
the
that
ship
you
that I
were
was
on.
on?
Let's talk
I
about
don't
your
know.
experience.
I don't.
Yeah?
I have no idea. Look up the USS Cushing and then that's the one I was on. God damn. I don't know the actual number specs of things that had absolutely no
So you
bearing
were
on my life.
working in receiving radar, and you don't know the height of the ship
Why would I need to?
because you were talking about line of sight before, weren't you?
My equipment wasn't line of sight. My equipment.
What equipment did we use?
Called the ANSLQ 32.
Oh, dude, I'm looking it up, bro. That's the exact one. ANSLQ32. This guy's verified, bro. Unless he has a fucking thing open right now. I don't know.
And if you want to say
Do you
it,
know
it's a
the
V2.
do you know the
It's
do you know the
V2.
curvature of the Earth at 100 miles?
No, there's books for that. I don't need to reinvent the wheel every single time.
6,666 feet.
Okay. But
Well, that's a lot, isn't it?
Then when you go and see pictures from outer space, what do you see?
I don't see them because I don't see any pictures from outer space.
You don't believe in them?
Well, how do you feel about that curvature with the radar, though? The 100 mile. You said yours goes 300.
Well, it goes up. It gets trapped. It gets trapped between thermal layers. It all depends on. There's a lot of weather factors involved. You can get, like I said, you can get up to 300 miles, but it's not the normal. And
how do you know?
I was able. And I mean, we detected now the equipment. My detection radius was usually two times the whatever the range on was of each radar, and like I said, each radar is very different. And it all depends on what type of radar there's, and what type of scan, what kind of scan it does, etc. There's a whole lot of factors involved in it.
We're talking about the curvature of the Earth on this server.
Yeah. So it goes
how do you
up.
know the Earth is curved?
The gentleman who says 6,660 feet of curvature. So are you saying that wherever this ship is shooting wherever their signal begins with the radar, that in 100 miles it would, wherever that straight line is, would be 6,600 feet lower?
In the air.
Oh wow.
Oh well, the radar would be 6,666 feet in the air.
Okay, and so you've got, and when you're dealing with the wave that expands,
The wave curves around the Earth.
the wave, depending on the frequency, if you draw the wave and its expansion, normal expansion, you go up down, it'll continue to follow, it'll continue around a curve for a while.
Are you sure about that?
I'm very sure of that. Otherwise, the radar wouldn't fucking work now, would it?
Right.
You're saying straight lines.
You're saying that it hits like the object. That's not, and it tells you where the object is, and that's why it works.
The object it'll go in, then it'll hit the object, then that signal is returned.
I'll return back around the curve.
Yep. And this is all traveling at the speed of light, by the way.
At sea level.
At sea level.
Well, your equipment is up off sea level
if it's
a little bit, right?
ship. Huh?
So the equipment is always up off of sea level, right?
Correct. It's usually at least at very least above the
keel.
No, I was going to say the bridge.
Above the bridge. Oh yeah, because you don't want to get freaking toasted near it because those things are strong, huh?
You some of them.
Yeah.
Fire control
So we'll go back to
fire control radar, which is very short range. Has a very narrow pulse, so it's not going to. But those are the ones that'll actually cook you if it actually gets focused on you.
Yeah.
So how do you know the Earth is curved?
I know the Earth is curved because, well, for several reasons. Of course, the very first was that I have an education. Second, I've seen pictures of it.
Are you saying I don't?
I'm saying that you went through that education at some point in time, rejected it because you think there's a different.
That's not true. I have an engineering degree.
Then
also, I'm also a builder and a plumber. So
okay.
I have education.
Why does it? Why does it
have an education?
So why does the toilet? Why does the toilet flush the opposite direction?
Don't be a retard, man. Don't be a retard,
no, I'm asking.
man.
I'm asking.
I have two toilets. I have two toilets in my house that flow in different directions.
Really?
Yep. You know why that is? Because the jets operate in different ways to create a cyclonic force to take the toilet.
What about the bathtub?
Down the drain.
Well, what about a bathtub? Doesn't have any
what
jet.
way the no, they don't. No. Do you know what? Do you know how drain plugs work?
Oh yeah, you pull them out and the water go down.
They create a cyclonic force to help the water go down the drain.
Then why is it always the one direction? Except when I get why does the drain when I'm above the equator travel one direction, and on the very same drain, not adjusted for anything, one below the equator,
can you show me that, please? Can you show me that?
Well, why don't you look at the what's the difference between a hurricane and a typhoon?
All right, okay. At the moment, I'm on holiday in the equator. I'm going to run the sync, and it should go straight down without spinning around. Yeah.
If you are on the exact equator, maybe, I don't know. I never tested that part.
Let's go and have a look.
Are you on the? So you're exactly on the equator, like exactly.
Yeah.
Like to the millimeter.
Oh, to the millimeter now. So
okay.
Where does it start going the opposite? Where does it start going the opposite direction?
I would assume I would assume at 0.0.
Oh, so if I step over the other side,
well,
does it go the opposite direction?
I don't know. Tell you. Why don't you test it?
But it's your claim.
I'm claiming that
you're claiming that I'm standing on the equator. If I'm on the northern side, it'll go one way, and then if I step on the southern side, it'll go the other way.
I'm claiming that when
I've already showed you. I've already proven to you that I have two toilets in my house that flow in different directions.
Yeah, you're dealing with jets at that point in time, right? You said one jet forces it one way, the other jet forces it the other way.
And my bath goes anti-clockwise, and my sink goes clockwise.
Did he just say that trains go in opposite directions? I just walked in.
Yes.
Oh, good.
Lunatic, if you just Google this, you can see that it's acknowledged to be an old wives' tale.
Well, I've seen it happen, so it's kind of weird.
You can see them spinning in any direction, in any hemisphere, depending on what you're assuming is a hemisphere, depending on the jets and the shape of the basin and everything. This isn't actually still held to as a globe argument.
How the engineers designed it to clean the toilet as it goes down, or the drain.
Yeah, it's called self-cleaning process.
do toilets flush in opposite directions based on the hemisphere? You'll see they're telling you Britannica and all that. They'll say, no, this isn't the case. It's based on the jets and the shape of the basin.
What you would be proposing is that the Earth's spin is a stronger force than you moving water physically. Like what you would be proposing is that if you were to try to throw a glass of water in somebody's face that you were upset with, that the spin of the Earth would throw it back in your face the other way. You know, that's what you're proposing would happen.
What?
Yeah, because you're talking about the Coriolis effect. Yeah.
Well, it's also you're also talking about, you know, even so the water on the while the Earth is spinning, the water is also spinning at the same time.
Get this, all right. So if you're looking up at a plane and you're in the northern hemisphere, do you see the plane deflect?
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Because that's what you're suggesting. Like if you look up at a plane, you're on the Earth, and you should be spinning underneath the plane. That's what Coriolis effect is.
The whole thing is moving.
Okay, so why is the water moving only with the Earth, but everything else seems to be connected to the Earth?
Well, swimming pools don't, just toilets.
What? No.
So look up at a plane. Does the plane move? Do you move underneath the plane or not?
So on a flat Earth, there's no rotation whatsoever, right?
No. We're just talking about the globe.
Right.
Talking about the globe.
Motion, like you experience.
How do you? Okay.
You should stick to your time.
Do you have a?
Acknowledge that you understand what we're saying to you.
I'm kind of confused by what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. It's confusing when you start.
I said you need to understand, so we're going to question you until you understand, then we can move on to your question.
It can be confusing because you probably haven't realized it, but you've just been operating under the assumption of a spinning ball all your life and everything that you've been told about. And now you're kind of trying to match reality or what you observe or what you think you observe to that model without actually having any evidence that model is true to begin with. That's why it's a bit confusing.
Well, a lot of it is that
you're the radar.
Let's actually go. I've actually got a better question. Now, when you observe, say, Mars.
No. We've got to sort out this. We've got to sort out this Coriolis effect first before we can go to Mars.
Well,
I mean, we could just tell you very quickly that the luminaries, the lights we see in the sky that move around us, don't tell us anything about the ground we're on, in the same way that going into a room and looking at a light bulb in the ceiling isn't telling you anything about the nature of the floor you're standing on, right? They're different things. So we're taught to assume that these lights in the sky are spheres of light, and that means what we are on must be a sphere. But when you think about it logically and based on what we actually observe, it's non sequitur. It doesn't actually logically link one and the other. So don't waste your time speculating on.
Well, all right, okay. Okay. All right, so maybe we can start from a different point. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because no one has ever observed or measured curvature. All the long distance observations, laser tests, radar, long distance line of sight, they all debunk the claim of curvature. No one's ever measured motion of the Earth. Gas pressure requires a container.
What's your proof? So
that's a few.
For over 2,000 years, people have been wrong.
The Greeks. So the Greeks, yeah.
Well, they tell a story that
even before the
2,000 years ago. They tell a story that 2,000 years ago, some Greek guy stuck sticks in the ground, and he was able to figure out that the Earth's a spinning ball. But when you actually dig into that, you'll figure out that he just assumed that the Earth was a ball and that the sun was an infinite distance, causing parallel light rays again, contrary to what we actually observe in reality. He wasn't measuring curvature. He was doing a calculation that assumed it, and then calculating for an assumed size of an assumed ball Earth. It was all assumption and calculation. He didn't actually measure any motion, didn't measure any curvature. No one has.
Can you counteract that?
Well, let me look something up real quick. Go ahead.
Hey,
You guys continue.
You know what? Like, hey, no, you're all right, man. Stay on the line. It doesn't matter. You don't need to mute. But what we're suggesting is that a lot of the stuff that you've been told is hogwash. Like, it's based on assumptions, and when you actually look into it, you can actually find these assumptions and work out that what you've been told is not actually true. Lunatic.
So, what about
Eratosthenes?
No, just what about simple observation? Okay, when you see an
Anyone got
eclipse,
the black swan? Oh, so you're looking
Are
up in
you-
the sky again. We're talking about the ground.
well, the sky is all part of it. The sky is part of the ground, right?
No.
You don't.
Sky
Where is
gives us
it?
latitude and longitude
What
lines,
is
and that's it.
I mean, do you believe that the sun exists?
Oh my
We
god!
Come on, man. Everyone.
No, I'm not trying to be facetious here. I'm actually asking. Do you believe the sun exists,
Okay.
and do you believe that it traveled? That it does? Does the sun travel
No.
around us, or do we travel around the sun?
Well, you observe the sun moving
The sun
through the
moves
sky
across
every
the
day.
sky. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, mate.
Nah, sorry, TW, you carry on.
No, it's Timbo. But no, it's all right, mate.
Timbo.
You go.
No, I was just saying, we all observe the sun moving through the sky east to west every single day, yeah?
Right.
Right. That's what we observe. We're not disagreeing with that. That's what we observe. So, what else should we assume about that?
Is the Earth moving around the sun, or is the sun moving around the Earth?
We have no evidence that the Earth is in motion unless we're in an earthquake. Then we do.
Okay, and then so when there's an eclipse, right? The sun is obviously, we know that the sun causes it. We know that
Well, you don't know what the cause of an eclipse is. You just know you observe an eclipse. You're not manipulating any presumed cause to know whether.
Well, do you have a different model that can show otherwise?
We're not claiming to know the causes of things.
Yeah, because you've also got to look. There's a thing called the Selenalian eclipse as well, when the moon and the sun are in the sky above the Earth, and the Earth is supposed to be the cause of the shadow, but the sun and the moon are above the Earth. So how does that work?
Because it's a reflection off of the Earth. The sun
bends around.
No, it's hitting the Earth and then it's being reflected onto the moon.
That's not the claim, though.
So the sun, it's lit up. The moon's lit up from the Earth, and the shadow is from the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, if the sun and the moon are both in the sky, and then there's an eclipse.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lunar eclipse.
Selenalian.
If the sun is up.
Uh-huh.
And
the moon is up.
The moon is up.
And the moon is up. And where is the moon exactly? I'm trying to figure this out because you're saying that then all of a sudden that the Earth somehow, or that somehow
we don't know the cause, but the cause that happens with an eclipse proves that this is not the case in this situation.
That proves the sun's not lighting it up. That proves the Earth's not. That's not the Earth's shadow because the Earth is not in the way of the two objects.
Have a look at it. Selenalian eclipse. It's interesting. Really interesting.
right in the chat. I posted an image of it, what it looks like, plus the shadows, upside down, and that really throws people for a loop.
Yeah, should be the other way around.
Shoot.
Like, we're not trying to get you on a gotcha or anything, but we're just trying to get you to think differently. Because what they tell you is not what they tell you. Yeah.
Literally interested in what you're saying. I mean, just because
I'm genuine too.
it's a different school of thought completely, and it's really difficult for me to.
Yeah, this is why we just need to focus on it and like try and frame it as logically as we can, starting with observable reality, what we can experience, what we can test. Forget all the claims, forget everything we were told as children and shown pictures of. Let's start with what we can observe and test and go from there. If something's true, we can test it and prove it, fine. If we can't, we're not just going to believe it.
Okay, for me to believe in for the very first thing is for me to believe in a flat Earth. I would like to see a map.
There's no. There's no believing in that. You experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface. The globe side tell us this, right? They say it's too big, so you see it as flat. The movement, it's too slow, or it's so fast, or it's a constant speed, so you never feel it. The globe side says you experience a flat, motionless Earth, but it's not, because the government went to a place that you can't go, and they've confirmed that it's a spinning ball. That's the story.
So when, okay, so it's not about whether or not. So it's not about whether or not the Earth is flat. It's more of a just questioning. It's a questioning of reality too, and
it's more like it's reality. It's a bit of both. It's a bit of both, right? It's an interrogation of the story that we're told, the mainstream idea that we're given of Earth. It's also an examining of reality to see what that actually tells us. And yeah, when the term flat Earth is used, right? Flat Earthers didn't come up with that term. It's like a media term. Same way they'll try and use the term conspiracy theorist or something like that. But we don't really mind because there is no curve, so it is basically flat. But it's not, it's topographical. It's not a perfectly flat surface. It's got hills and valleys. It doesn't have curve.
Well, here's the
Not necessarily, because every optic has a limit, and you're looking through the air, right? Which is a medium, builds up over a distance. Same way when you're underwater and you can only see like 10, 15 feet in front of you because that water builds up. Air is the same, but thinner. So depending on conditions, no, you're not going to be able to see that far. But you can see further than the globe model would allow you to. That's what's being tested.
Because you're a Navy guy, Lunatic. You're a Navy guy, yeah.
Wouldn't that be lensing?
You're a Navy guy,
yeah.
So you know that conditions will stop you from seeing a certain distance, correct?
Right. And I also know that lensing, atmospheric lensing, will also cause me to be able to see the sunset below, or the sunset that would be below.
Lensing just makes things bigger. Yeah.
It also
makes things bigger.
It also makes it so that it appears low. It appears even though it shouldn't.
Well, you've been told that. You've been given a story that, hey, this sun is actually below a physical horizon of a ball Earth, but it's being refracted up like a mirage into the sky so you can see it. That's a story you've been told. You don't know that to be true. All you know is you observe the sun. You can't tell the difference between the mirage sun and the real sun, according to that.
Yeah. Because that thing you just said about getting a telescope and seeing Paris, you know that that's not true, don't you?
Well, I know that
any situation.
Well, even under, if we had a perfectly clear sky,
you still can't see it.
Here and
you
there.
can't still can't see that far, can you?
Oh, what about pointing a laser? I should be able to point a laser and hit the Eiffel Tower.
We can use radar.
I cannot use radar to hit the Eiffel Tower.
Okay. Well, I brought up before when you interrupted before. Like I'm not saying you're a bad person for interrupting, but I was bringing up a PDF about laser demonstrations over a lake. You want to look at them?
No, is it accounting? Is it accounting for the elevation of the
Yes.
elevation of the
Water.
land?
Yeah. Lake's edge to lake's edge. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like,
So now lasers aren't good
you
enough.
understand that the Earth can be curved the other way too, right?
Lasers follow the curve. Well, you think it's?
Are you saying water?
For short range.
Are you saying water's not supposed to curve to the Earth?
Well, no, yeah.
What are you saying?
So is this just water to water?
Yeah, it's on a lake. Yeah, water's edge to water's edge.
Yeah, shore to
Okay.
shore.
Yeah.
And how? What's the distance?
40 kilometers.
Roughly, what's just like 30 miles?
25 miles. Yeah, 27 miles, I think it is.
Okay, so there should be there should be a couple meters.
No, it's more than that. So the laser left. I'll do this in meters, and then we'll put it in feet and stuff. But I work in meters. It's pretty hard.
No, you can do metric. It's fine. I can convert it.
So the laser left one side of the lake at 2.9 miles. The 2.9 meters. Sorry, that was the height of the laser. They leveled it off, and it hit the other side of the lake at 1.5 meters, and there was supposed to be 90. Around 90, I think 92 meters of curvature, so that the laser should have been 90 meters in the air, but they picked it up at 1.5 meters.
I can't account for that.
So that was with a laser test. Because you were saying, what about lasers and stuff like that? So we've got examples of lasers actually showing that there's no curvature as well. Well, I'll post the PDF again, just so you can have a look at it, and I'll post the video that goes with it. I just got to go to the other server and get it. I'll be back.
Yeah, well, why would you deny that a straight line would remain straight over top of a straight line set by water, but then at the same time be like, but my toilet spins, and that's fine.
Well, we can skip that entire argument. That's fine. I
know, but why were you so eager to believe that toilets spin
because
on their own?
because I've literally it wasn't toilets. It was actually
That's
sinks.
what you've been told. I just posted the PDF.
I actually did witness. We did witness it in the sinks on the ship when we crossed the equator. We actually saw.
I can tell you that's. I can tell you that's not true, man. My bath spins one way because of the drain plug that's in it. It's got a cyclonic drain plug in it, and then the basin spins the other way, and my two toilets spin different directions in my house, and I'm in the south. So it's not true, man. It's it's just something that's been told.
I'm just saying that it was a thing that I witnessed. It doesn't mean that it was always the best.
But
that's
Pour the water down the other
post
side.
it in there.
See what happens.
I mean, I can't post. I'd post it, but it happened long before cameras. Cameras on cell phones, and I am not there.
So you guys were running around on the ship playing with the Earth spin?
What?
You guys were running around on the ship playing with the Earth spin?
Well, yeah, we were. We crossed the line. We had our ceremony. We went and fucking did a lot of stupid shit during that time.
This is a ceremony.
You gotta understand.
This is a sleight of hand somebody was doing for you.
Oh, absolutely not. When you're saying it's that they were conspiring to show us things.
Why would there be a ceremony about it?
Crossing the line? Navy tradition, man.
Oh, I see. Weird.
But what? So I'm still, I'm still waiting. I'm still listening for more of your evidence.
I just put in the live stream. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong channel. One sec. Give me a sec. I just put the PDF, and now I'm about to post a video that goes with it. Yeah. So there's in the chat. There's a PDF and a video.
Mm-hmm.
They go hand in hand on a laser test they did across the lake. So if you've got that, I posted the short version, so it's only like 50 minutes. The other one's like 2 hours. But that goes with the PDF. So the PDF's like 100, maybe 200 pages long, but you can actually skip to each measurement if you want to. Have you got time now? Just click on that PDF.
I don't have 90 minutes to go through.
No. If you just click on the PDF and go to page 102, I'll show you what I was talking about. Like it's not going to take long. It'll take about 5 minutes. Not even that.
No, I'm just
104 actually.
It takes 5 minutes. It's like a couple minutes. It's like a minute.
Yeah, if that. You in there? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not giving me a page. No, fuck. I'm on. I use my tablet for all my voice stuff here.
Yeah, I'm on my mobile at the moment because I'm on holiday. So.
Oh, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, a little bit. Yeah.
Slow, but I do save a lot. So.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, 102, 104. There's measurement 7. Go to measurement 7, and it's got a diagram of like a quarter of a sphere, a quarter of a circle.
Right.
It's got some measurements on there. Yeah. So the height of laser on one side of the lake was 2.92 meters. They shot a laser across the lake at 40.14 kilometers. The height of the laser ended up at 1.5 meters, and missing curvature was 90.9 meters. So the laser should have been 90.9 meters in the air.
I think
You're disagreeing.
that. I'm
disagreeing with the math.
I'm skeptical of.
We can do it.
Math.
Like we can grab this measurement and we can go into an Earth curve calculator if you want.
Please,
just so we can.
Just please show me more detail. Thank you.
So let's go. Let's remember. Let's just round it to 40 kilometers, and then I'll take you to Google Earth curve calculator, because this is not our math. This is an Earth curve calculator based on a radius. I don't know where they got the radius from, but we'll go into that later. Earth curve calculator. All right. So I'm going to type in. I'll show you a screenshot when I do it. So height. I'm in feet at the moment. I'm going to change it to metric, because that's what they gave us. I'm just going to put it at 3 meters. All right. Distance, I'm going 40. We're just going to round it to 40.
But just to interject something here.
Calculate. So 89.75 meters. That's what the curve. That's what the height of the laser should have been.
At 40 meters. That far at 40 kilometers.
Meters. At 40 kilometers. Yeah.
I'm just trying to right now I'm trying to do the imagery in my head.
Yeah.
Actually,
just turn 12 miles. Turn it into miles so you can freak out.
Oh, okay. I'll turn it into miles. Here, I'll change it. There we go. So it's at 10 feet, and the height should be 294 feet. That's what the height of the laser should have been on the other side of the lake.
A whole football field
in the air.
I would have placed it a little bit differently, but okay, yeah, sure. I mean, if the math works out, the math worked out. But I can't.
This is why.
And I can't explain what those findings are without.
I posted the video for you and the PDF, so you can if you want, if you got to spare 45 minutes, or you can go through it and have a look and find out how we're wrong.
And to give you a little perspective, I left a different chat because this guy was talking about how he needed to sag his pants so that he could, conceal his illegal firearm in his underwear. Which
I don't understand. But when you said you can't, you would have to explain. What are you
I don't
talking
even
about?
know what that gun talk means, man. We don't even have guns here, mate.
What I was going to say is I called him an idiot, and I'm not going to call you. I haven't called you guys idiots yet. I'm not going to.
No, you've been fine, man.
What the fuck was that whole statement about? That was retarded.
No idea. So you said you can't explain it away yet. You don't have the ability yet to explain it, right? But he's not showing you an explanation. He's showing you a demonstration. Like, why does it need explanation?
Because I think I need more. I would want to.
This is the first time that you're dealing with curvature measurements and what the globe model predicts, and you've not looked into it before. Of course, you need to take the time to go through this. I would recommend, if someone can send him the server link to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we have an additional information section that's all alphabetized. There's hundreds of channels, and it covers curvature, long-distance observations, laser tests, all that stuff, so that you can research it in your own time. Because if you go on Google and YouTube and stuff, it's not gonna show you this stuff. It's going to show you a bunch of nonsense that's basically just trying to debunk anything.
Well, and
they just call us retards in the end.
And when I do ask about the satellites, is that we do know that satellites are there.
Well, it depends what you mean by satellites. It's a separate conversation, but
a man-made object. We
First
put
figure
in the
out
sky.
why it wasn't a whole football field in the air, and then we'll talk about satellites after you.
I don't know. I don't know why that, but I can. But I do have a different observation of satellites wouldn't be able to stay in the sky if the Earth was not a globe and it was spinning and it wasn't spinning.
Depends what you mean by satellite.
A man-made object in the sky that is not sits there
a balloon?
and
could it be a balloon that floats around in the currents?
No, it has to be. No, it's outside of the atmosphere.
How do you know that?
Yeah, don't they say the moon is inside the atmosphere now? What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
No, the moon is not inside the atmosphere.
Well, they do say that.
Bro. Who says that?
They do say that. NASA
says
model now.
I have never heard such a thing.
No kidding. We always have to teach
Google
you about your model.
But look at this, yeah. So what if you look up satelloons? Like NASA will show you a video about how they boast about satelloon technology being the gold standard. Yeah, it's the cheapest and best way of communicating across the Earth, and they'll tell you that if you just look it up, man.
All right, but I'm talking about
when you say satellites, we're talking about things that are floating in the air that give you communication. Yeah.
Sure, but we're also talking about the satellites that are even further out. What about
which ones?
What about the Hubble satellite? The Hubble.
Oh, do you mean you mean the plane Sophia? You mean that one?
The Hubble satellite, or the Hubble satellite.
Have you ever looked up Sophia?
What is Sophia? Besides my daughter, besides my granddaughter.
Yeah, I've got a stepdaughter called Sophia, but it's a telescope that's mounted on a plane, a high altitude plane. Yeah.
So
same images. Same images.
Okay. Yeah, but so you're saying that they're lying about that in the what's the new one?
Saying it could. I'm just saying
James West.
When they don't need these things, like you guys are saying, these things are in outer space. We're saying you don't actually need to be in outer space to get what they're giving us. Yeah,
but
so they
the
have.
plane needs
Satelloons. They have these. They have a technology that floats in the sky.
But
so
not
if you can
without
prove
power.
that there's
Not without. I mean, you
helium,
need the balloon. Yeah, you need the helium or whatever it is, whatever they're using.
Did you see that that Chinese satellite that got us? It almost got America, at least. Did you see that?
That was a balloon. Yes.
Oh, I was just checking.
Oh, there you go.
I believe in balloons. I've seen them.
Oh,
I also
that's all you have to worry about. That's all you're dealing with. There's nothing launching out of rockets and flying around the ball. Doesn't happen like that.
Nothing? Never?
Nothing. Never.
Really?
Well, I mean, what sense does it make to make a satellite anyway?
Yeah, it's expensive. Doesn't make sense when you can have. You've got You've got these helium balloons that they can adjust how much pressure they have in the top of the balloon, which will take them up into a different air current and take them in different directions. So they can be geostationary, as they call them, because you can get them into different wind currents in the air by raising them up and lowering them down. So you raise them up, and then you lower them down. Yeah,
but in order for
inside the big balloon is a small balloon called the ballast, and they inflate and deflate that, and that's how they make it go up and down.
Okay, and then you have the ISS. That's not a balloon.
Do you?
Well, I can see it in the sky.
You see a light.
I can look at it.
Have you though, actually? Or you? I know you can.
Yeah.
But have you?
I've seen it with the small telescope. Yes.
Nice. All right.
Not mine, but it was somebody else's. And I'm pretty sure they weren't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a government conspiracy. Sorry.
How fast
we're not,
do you have to move the
we're not
telescope
saying
to
that,
keep
man.
up?
I say that. I'm saying
everyone knows. The funny thing is, everyone always goes to a conspiracy. Yeah.
Well,
but they actually tell us these things. Yeah, they tell us that they've got balloons with satellites on them.
Well, yeah, but then they
what
also
more do you need to know?
But then they have other telescopes, and
on
then
TV.
You've got Elon Musk.
On TV, yeah, he's on TV too. Yeah.
What's wrong with TV?
Oh, what's wrong with TV? You believe the news?
I believe some of it.
What part of it?
With the stuff that isn't spin.
Like what?
But
how do you know what's spin and what's not?
Like, did you think the air was going to kill you a couple years ago?
The what? The air? What do you mean? What do you mean the air was going to kill me?
Nothing.
Are you talking about COVID? Are you talking about COVID?
No, we're not talking about that. But yes, that.
Yeah. Well, I had COVID, so yeah.
I got sick too. Did it look like the pictures I just sent you, lunatic? When you saw it?
Yeah. Let me look.
Well, I put them in the chat. I tagged you in them.
Yeah, I'm just still in that PDF. Hang on.
There you go. You've never seen a satellite, have you?
It looked. No, it didn't look like that. It looks a little different. It was a different shape.
Do you? I want to question where you're at with. Do you believe the government, what they tell you, or not?
I don't believe my government is smart enough to lie to me too much.
You believe that what they tell you is true?
Mm-hmm. A lot of it, yeah. Depends on the subject.
Lied?
Have they ever lied?
Have they ever lied?
They have, yes.
No, they're not smart enough.
How do you know what's a lie and what's not?
Well,
I know my government lies about everything. So
there's lies that are more transparent than others.
Not really. How do you know that? What about the Gulf of Tonkin? Did they lie about the Gulf of Tonkin? That's a good one.
What is the Gulf of Tonkin? I'm sorry.
You're in the Navy and you don't know the Gulf of Tonkin?
No, I was in the Navy. I was in the Navy quite some time ago.
Yeah. So
What
the
is
start of the Vietnam War, they blew up their own ship.
Oh.
So they could go into Vietnam. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What about 9/11?
9/11 was pretty much what you saw.
What,
Yeah, we know where he's at. We know where he's at.
A couple of guys with box cutters. Yeah.
Yeah,
actually. Guys with box cutters. Yeah, that's what you believe.
Yeah, they
What
found
else?
their passports and everything, man. Of course.
Yeah, the only things that survived. Yeah.
You know, you could just lift your seat up because it's a life preserver and just hit the box cutters with it and knock them out of their hands like a pillow fight.
Have you seen a lot of things? Have you seen a lot of things where somebody could do something very relatively simple and yet they didn't, out of fear?
No.
For example.
For example, somebody's say got a gun to your head, or pulled out a gun, but they're being lazy, and you give them your wallet instead.
No, we've never seen that. What's one we've seen? You asked if we've seen that.
I've never seen that before, man. No.
Have you guys ever seen this hypothetical situation that I'm going to come up with right now?
Well,
he's been alright.
I mean,
You're also assuming all the passengers on the. You're also assuming all the passengers on the flight knew they were going to crash the plane into the building. They didn't.
Well, they called in, and the whole proof that it was real was that they were all calling home saying, "We're going to die, Mom. We're going to die."
Leaving messages for people so it could be recorded.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that would make sense.
This is the thing, true. Yeah. So we say, you know, you got to question your government, yeah. So when you guys believe telling you things, and you're going to believe them about space and stuff like that, and we saw the Earth as a ball. You're going to believe that, but you don't believe anything else that they tell you. That's the interesting thing.
Well, I've done a lot of things in my life, and I've seen a lot of things. I'm trying to figure out where you. Why would you?
Going. You're going to say why do we not trust them?
Well, why don't you trust people on certain things? I mean, why wouldn't you trust 2,000 years? 2,000 years.
I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything anyone tells me unless it's verifiable.
Okay. Do I exist?
Yeah. Well, you're talking to me now, so I would assume that you exist.
Am I an AI?
Probably not.
Definitely not.
Sound like one.
But do you have evidence of it? What if I'm really good at it?
I don't need evidence of that though, because I can't measure that. I can measure the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
He's a 99%er. I can see where he's going right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't go there, man. Reality is reality, man.
Okay. So there was a
denier.
No. There was a guy named Anton Wilson who had some really interesting observations after doing a lot of mescaline. But one of the things is that
not reality. Yeah.
One of the things is that his thing was that you see a table.
Yep.
But but you can't prove that the table exists until you actually go in and until you go over it fully.
Dude, this is what the globe does to people, bro.
Yeah,
he's a 99%er, and he's trying to make it sound like he's got a reason to be a 99%er.
What is a 99%?
You're only 99% sure that you're even real.
No, I've never said that. I think that
the thing is, like,
you're making assumptions.
Thing, yeah, so you can go over and you can touch the table and you can measure it and you can see whether the table's real and how big the table is. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do with the Earth, because the Earth is a physical thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So when we can try and go and measure what I was showing you before with the PDF with the laser test, we're trying to measure the curvature of the Earth. We're not getting any results of curvature. That's the problem we're at here.
So instead of So instead of calling me the 99%er, it's actually you that are the 99%er.
We're
Why?
100%
Explain
sure
that.
of our reality.
I'll ask you the question then. Why are we the 99%ers?
Because you're the ones who are doubting, not
Doubting who?
You're the one who's
Doubting who?
doubting 2,000 years, 2,000 plus
you
years of
already
observation.
But you already doubt them. You already doubt them.
I already doubt what?
The government or whoever's telling us.
Well,
Your
you
last
already
line of
doubt them.
questioning.
Okay,
your last line of questioning was to prove that you're not sure if you're talking to AI or not. So what are you doing?
What I'm trying to say is that
he was just trying to sow some doubt. That's all.
What I'm trying to say is that there are things that you can say that you know without having to have this
Donald Rumsfeld. Here we
super
go.
empirical proof.
Sure. So, I mean, what do you do in that situation, Lunatic? Then, when all right, so they claim that what do you believe at that point, right? So, if they say, hey, the globe, we live on a globe with a specific radius, and this is what should happen when you measure this, right? So then you go out and measure this, and you find something different. Do you believe your measurements? Do you trust your measurements, or do you trust that everything that you know and use to make measurements must be wrong because they must be trusted and they must be right? Like, which one do you trust at that
Can
point?
you repeat? Can you move to a different place and repeat the same?
Yes. The Navy has done it. The Navy's done it over 100 miles with different coloured lasers.
And have proved that the Earth is flat.
100 miles. Yeah, they did 100 miles to the top of Hawaii.
100-mile flat oceans.
I do not believe that the Navy would have done that because half of our equipment wouldn't work.
Oh my God.
So which one do you believe at that
I'm
point?
going to go and find that. It's on the other server. I'll be back.
You want to be specific with what equipment wouldn't work?
Everything is attached to the satellite network.
That's the Earth-centered coordinate system.
So balloons overhead that we talked about then. Okay, balloons,
The
right?
satellite network also requires the Earth to be spherical.
Nope.
No, it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay.
We already came to the conclusion that you can have things in the air that give you readings and give you information. Yeah, didn't we? We came to that conclusion.
All right. So a picture a pizza, which is kind of what you're picturing. If you go to the far left side of the pizza,
he's a pizza earther.
No, that's not what we're talking about here.
Far left side. If you go to the far left side of it and put a satellite, and you go to the far right side,
hey, dude, I've got to stop you.
The only way they can communicate is if they were closer.
Space doesn't exist. I'm going to say it. Space doesn't exist, man.
Oh dear.
No, space like length, width, height exists. Like you could draw you could create a sphere, a 3D sphere above a flat plane. There's no problem if that's what Lunatic is saying. We must implement is a 3-dimensional coordinate system above a plane. That is possible. We can do that.
Yeah, the sky. That's how we get longitude and latitude. Yeah.
We figure out where we're at.
So what about what about other?
Can we go back to because you're saying we're talking about space. So they say there's a vacuum above us. Vacuum, yeah, next to a pressurized system. Have you ever seen anywhere any experiment? Oh, it's not an experiment. Any demonstration that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Gravity.
Because
gravity is
gravity works on gas or what?
Sure, it works on particles.
That's an explanation again, not a demonstration.
So which way does gas go? If you release gas, which way does it go?
If you release in your model, if you release gas, if I release gas,
no, in your model,
it would fall off the edge.
Don't straw man. Go.
What?
In the spherical model, which way does gas go?
It goes to the pressure level.
I helped you with
It goes to the same as
36 minutes after the hour. I posted. I helped you out which way gases go.
all directions.
Well, yeah, but it also depends on the pressures, etc. There's a lot that goes into this question.
Yeah, but okay, pressures, but where's
There's not a
gravity then?
simple
But you
gravity is from the center.
You said gravity was the container.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Look, man, my background is in anthropology and history, so
yeah, I know, man.
You're asking for too much scientific shit. I mean, I do have to live. I mean, I'm down to practical physics, not.
Yeah, there's two claims of gravity. Yeah, there's Newtonian and then there's Einsteinian. So you got Newtonian as mass attracts mass, and then you got Einsteinian as the bending and warping of space time, which is now. That's what their explanation of gravity is.
Okay.
Heavy masses. Well, you don't need one if you live on a flat surface. Up is up and down is down.
What causes us? What causes us? Where is the?
Who would ever?
I don't know
what is underneath the earth?
I don't know about it. Who knows, man? We've only gone down 7 miles, 7.6 miles. That's
okay.
The thing is, like, when you say a cause, like a cause is a funny kind of claim because all as we experience is up and down is down, and that's it. That's all you experience as well. So
when
tell me something different. Like, if you've got something that's heavier than the air, it goes down to the ground because the ground stops it from going any further.
So. If there's space, then Mars doesn't. If in your model, Mars doesn't exist because if it did, it would fall down and hit us.
Why?
Because down is down.
Now you're making a claim to what Mars is made out of.
That's right. He went immediately up into space and started talking about planets and fucking things falling from just down. He doesn't even know what he's talking about at this point. His mind is scrambled. Why does he started melting?
So, lunatic, you think that there's land in the sky? Is that what you're saying?
You're throwing insults.
Do you think there's terra firma in the sky? You think there's land in the sky?
I believe that Mars exists. I believe that it is a planet. I believe that it is a planet like mine.
We do see a light. That's about it.
I've seen.
Can you agree
pictures.
With that?
I've seen pictures of
what?
Of Mars. Of Mars.
Yeah, but there's a
rover running around it.
Yeah, that's the problem, because if you look at their story, their lore, they tell you there's a helicopter on Mars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can things work differently? Like, is there a different set of physics as soon as you leave Earth? Or is it the same set of physics combine all of the universe together?
Well, there are universal properties.
Okay, so how would a helicopter be able to fly on Mars?
Because it works because it's a different type of helicopter than your standard helicopter.
No helicopter.
Why don't they build them here?
Yeah, there's no helicopter that will. They tell you that if you, like Everest, right? They keep telling people, hey, be careful on Everest because once you get to a certain height, the only way to get down is by your own power. You're going to have to walk down, or someone's going to carry your dead body down. There's no helicopter that can get up and
sit on the side of the mountain until somebody gets to you.
Yeah. So, but now they're trying to tell you that they've got helicopters that can fly at the height or at the air pressure.
1% gravity, I think it is. 1%
yeah, that's way higher.
1% of Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, that's way higher than Everest is. Like, wait, so why can't they use that helicopter to save people on Everest? Why are they just letting people die?
Yeah. Why don't they?
Because it's a joke, dude. They
because they
people
could.
Who
why
are
would
you?
They,
because
why
people
would they
like you are scientifically illiterate who aren't able to really understand how helicopters work.
Again, watch the insults, please.
It's not an insult.
No, he didn't say that. He said some people are. He wasn't talking about you.
Well, no, I said like him because he's scientifically illiterate. He doesn't understand how helicopters work, and then just says, "Oh, they work anyway."
I do understand how helicopters.
Okay, how come they can't build a helicopter to fly to Mount Everest, the top of Mount Everest?
Why would they need to?
To save people's lives.
To rescue people.
So they're going to go through. So they're going to go through and spend millions of dollars to save.
They
what,
spend
5
billions.
people?
They spend billions on a
To save 5 people.
They spend billions to fly around and take pictures, dumbass.
They spent billions on a Mars helicopter, and you're trying
Yeah,
to save
because
millions?
Mars is far more interesting than some numbnuts that wants to go and fucking walk around.
Dirt is more
human life.
Dirt is
Human
more
life is
interesting.
not. Yeah, human life
I
is
mean,
not as important as Mars. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, they spent billions of dollars as opposed to giving billions of dollars to people starving in India. Yeah.
Or maybe they just made all that up.
It's bullshit, yeah. See, where's their proof of
Yeah.
concept? Where was their, like, hey, here's the helicopter. We flew it at, 100 miles up. There we go. Now we know it will work at ground, virtually
On
ground
Mars.
level on Mars.
Well, it has
Where
to
did
fly,
that happen?
it has to fly in a vacuum chamber. You have to get to 1% Earth's atmosphere, and then the helicopter has to take off and fly around in it. A big one, not one. It won't even work anyway, so it doesn't matter once you pull the air out.
Yeah, because we're talking about Mars, but we haven't even confirmed that there's a vacuum of space yet.
So you can use information inside their story to debunk it because it's not logically consistent.
Yeah,
Or
different groups
they
of
got-
people who come up with stories, and they all try to connect them together, and you can't.
Well, wouldn't it? Well, what's more? What? Okay, let's use Occam's razor then, real quick. What's more likely?
Yeah.
That
the Earth is flat.
No. What's more likely in the grand scheme of things is that for 2,000
the Earth
years,
is flat and stationary.
but for 2000,
Occam's razor.
No. For 2,000 years, that
everyone perceives
that
a
there-
level
that
plane
everybody-
and no motion at all. So Occam's razor is that we live on a
no.
level plane and
Let
there's
me
no
finish.
motion.
May I finish?
We
please?
see the sky rotate above our heads, so the sky is rotating above
May
our
I-
heads. Occam's razor.
That's Occam's razor.
Let me.
Yeah,
may
go
I finish?
ahead, mate. Sorry.
Dude, you're not able to form some sort of argument here. Like somehow 2,000 years matters, like the time. If you use that, what's more likely? A model that's been accepted for thousands of years, or just a couple hundred years?
There's another question as well. How much do you believe history as well?
May I finish, please? For
No,
fuck's
dude,
sake.
you're because your line
Nah,
is just so retarded that I don't want it to infect the airwaves with some sort of appeal to antiquity when you're not even doing that to begin with. If you really want to appeal to antiquity, were the cavemen in on it? So cavemen walked outside of the caves and they looked up at the sky for the first time. It said the sky moves, and it moves like a clock. And I can use this to plant, when I'm supposed to plant different crops. And now I can get out of the cave and start building some sort of city-states. Were they in on it? Were they somehow in on the flat earth conspiracy theory in your worldview? Or do you just factor them out? Okay, we'll just pretend caveman, the vast majority of human history, by percentage, okay? Like this modern, society is very short compared to how long humans have lived. So factor all of that out and just go back a couple hundred years to when the Catholic Church said, hey, dudes, it's heliocentric, but we're going to suppress that because if you say that, people think, dude, that's batshit crazy and it'll weaken the power of the church. So what's more likely? People speaking from, places of power and privilege or actual lived experiences? There we go. Which Occam razor are you going to go with?
I'm going to go with the Occam's razor and the fact that the cavemen can go out, look up, see constellations move, and predict and be able to predict time of season. Without both, then that doesn't require an Earth being round or flat. The point that I'm trying to get at is that
the conspiracy theory, right? There's some sort of conspiracy.
No, let me finish, please.
Well, be quick about it for fuck's sake, dude.
You were rude. You're being very rude, and I'm not being rude to you at all.
Let's not.
See, now that goes into meta. Meta conversation.
Just get your point across. And then,
My point was that they with the what's more likely in the Occam's razor is that for you're saying what a flat Earth thing would be that every nation around the world.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Incorrect, man. I got it. Yeah, you already.
There's only you already shot the shit there. There's only 7 countries that claim a space program. 7, okay? Not all of them. Not every nation's out there flying about space for the betterment of humanity. You've got North Korea, India, Iran, China, Russia, America, France, and kind of Israel. That's it. Those are the only countries who are in on it. And if you look at those countries, they're kind of despotic nightmares, okay? Like, go to North Korea, okay, and see what you think. Are these supposed to be advanced space-age cultures, pushing the envelope, bringing humanity together for a common goal, exploring the cosmos to find out the nature of creation, to answer the question, why are we here? No, okay? In North Korea, they believe that when their supreme leader was born, winter turned to summer for 3 days. Their supreme leader wrestled a bear and won at the age of 5. He mastered all forms of human communication by the age of 9. His IQ is so far off the charts that they had to redesign IQ tests. This is the type of shit you have to believe if you think they're not in on it. And what's really funny too is you've got these are the same type of claims that Elon Musk's mom had made about him. So this idea, this lore, okay? Then you look at
you are not listening to anything that I'm saying,
dude. You're talking. What you're saying.
Hang on,
you are talking and not listening.
No, stop. You were muted because Crit needed to get something out, but now you're unmuted, so you can go ahead.
Okay. First off, what I'm saying is for 2,000 years we've been teaching this all around the globe, and in order for
Incorrect.
yes, it is very correct.
Incorrect.
Every nation that teaches physics does talk about a round Earth.
We're just talking about a shape, though. We're not talking about physics.
Well, physics is also included in that shape.
No, it's not. It's geometry.
Well, here's your chance, all right? Show everyone here how smart you are. Show me your physics equation that includes curve or rotation.
All right, I'm gonna. I don't
Google it. Frantic googling.
Why
you
would
don't know this shit, dude. You just come up with it. What's the equation every day you go about your life? Show me the equation, the physics that you use. Because when I do physics, my body, my mind, is able to calculate physics very quickly. Like, I get up from my chair, I walk to the kitchen, I make a cup of coffee, I go into my car, I drive to work, all the time, the whole time, constantly, calculating physics, an object moving through space. None of it, not one time did my body say, you know what, I got to account for curvature here, or rotation. All of it, flat and stationary Earth. So you would show how somehow, even though every physics you will ever do in your lifetime assumes a flat and stationary world, but it's not that at the same time. It's a contradiction. So what's your explanation for that? It would be a frantic Google. Let me see, can I find some equation somewhere that shows some...
You're being exceptionally insulting, first off.
Okay, dude, that's meta again.
And
let's go
the second,
into. Let's
and
go
the second
into
was
when,
is that I'm.
When did they,
the second is that I'm
they,
trying. When so you're, but in order for a okay, so.
Dude, it's hard to believe that this military guy is coming in here crying about being insulted. I mean, it's like I've seen military men cry. They lose a battle buddy. Something very tragic happened. This guy's crying because he feels insulted. No one's insulting you. No one's been mean to you, sir.
We get yelled at every day. All kinds of crazy names.
I just got told the other day that I'm a cockroach. And you think I started crying about it? See, this is the thing. Just use this, okay?
We get told not to breed, mate. That's what we get told.
See, this is why it's hard for me to believe that these guys are in the military, because, or even if like Air Force or Navy, okay, even just that alone should be enough to understand flat Earth speech is free speech. You've got a human right endowed by the Creator and protected by government, and you've got someone who took an oath to protect it. So either he's a liar and he just throwing out this military shit because he thinks it gives him some cover. You know, like somehow you're supposed to roll the red carpet out for him because, oh, he's a veteran. Or he's a fucking oath breaker, which you invalidate his idea of being, like, hey, give this guy some space because he fought for free speech. If you're going to just sit there and deny free speech for everyone else, and you took an oath to protect it, then fuck you. Get the hell out of here. Go up to those other channels and try to flex your ego like someone's going to give a shit.
But you mute people all the time. You don't believe in free speech.
What? Who said that?
Me.
Who said that?
So if I mute someone because that means I don't believe in free speech, or that means like I'm moderating the conversation?
Did you just mute him and talk a whole bunch of trash about him?
Duncan, stop talking over the top of people,
dude, you're
mate.
being really cringe here. You've got free speech. At some point, though, it ends at property rights. You can go wherever you want. This is what the best thing I say. Whatever you want to say, go out and say it. But if you've got a space set up for a certain topic and you want to come here and talk about me, this isn't 24/7 flat crit discussion. It's flat Earth. So I can just show you the door. Here's the door. Since you want to talk about me, just go talk about me someplace else. You got all the free speech in the world. Anything you want to say. And how can you not understand that? How is that so, difficult for you to grasp? It says so right in the server rules. You just go right up here. Right up here, server rules, okay? Information. I think you got access to this.
I think it's kind of a cowardly act to mute someone and then talk trash about them.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Right,
so you think that?
Okay,
and
well, you're not.
That
you're
in
not
25
muted,
cents will
so
get you a
go
cup
ahead.
of coffee.
Go
So
ahead,
now take
Duncan,
that
you're not
idea.
muted.
Yeah, take that idea and go get a cup of coffee with 25 cents. Because I think it's cowardly to sit there and keep asking the same questions day in and day out and not even take anything anyone says. Just over and over and over again, ask the same stupid question, not even use it to evaluate your worldview, make it seem like somehow you're some baseball empire coming in here, calling balls and strikes, like it's our job to convince you of something you said you will not be convinced of. That's cowardly. It's cowardly inside your own worldview, which is even breathtaking. You're not even able to evaluate your own worldview to start with and find a space where you can be able to communicate. You're just a bad faith actor. You're a coward.
The first time I came in here, you asked me for evidence of a curved Earth, and I brought up my surveying tools and how I get
Not me.
No, well,
Yes.
I asked you a question
didn't
the
ask
other
you.
day, and you.
Yeah, I don't ask globalists for anything, really. I know
I
kind
asked
of
you a
different.
question the other day. You said you had proof of curvature from a test you did, and you couldn't even tell me how you did it.
Yeah, let's go back to that because I did not ask you. Okay, my epistemology is I hardly ask globalists anything because I know they don't know anything. Okay, a lot of these guys don't even know like how many continents there are. They'll tell you they know the Earth is a globe and they've seen it from space. They're like, what does it look like? They can't even describe what they've seen. Why the fuck would I ask them anything at that point? They can't even tell me what they saw, with their own perception, their own eyesight. What did you see? What did it look like? How many continents did you see? Well, how much water was there? All these questions are not even able to answer. So for me to ask a globalist a question, it's a rare event. They said something that sparked some curiosity in me. So I did not ask you about any sort of survey shit. I know you don't know survey.
I did.
Yeah, probably. There you go. Talk to Timbo.
So with my surveying tools, I put my total station on one point, and I have a rod with a prism on another point. And with the machine on one point, it gives me a horizontal angle.
How far away?
It was about 1,800 feet away.
Okay, yep. 1,800 feet. What's the curvature of the Earth on 1,800 feet?
Just a couple seconds of a degree.
In measurements. Give me measurements,
Yeah.
mate.
A couple seconds of a degree.
Yeah, how much? How much in measurements? How much in millimeters? How much in inches? Whatever.
I'm talking about the angle.
Your angle of what? So you were on land and then you measured the angle was lower on a different land, yeah?
No,
1,800
so what I'm
meters
talking about.
down, yeah? So you
What?
would have had to been, you would have, if you're measuring a drop in angle, you're going to measure, yeah, the difference in elevation on each point. So in order for you to measure a drop over distance, you're going to have to be on exactly the same elevation as you were. Yeah? Correct or not correct?
That's not what I'm talking about.
So what are you talking about?
The zenith angles.
Over 1,800 meters?
Yeah. 1,800 feet,
Go ahead.
not meters.
Go ahead, man. 1,800 feet, even worse. Go ahead.
So I have my total station set up on one point, and it gives me a horizontal angle of the prism.
Yep.
Like in reference of the level plane on one point.
Yeah.
And then
So
I take my
where
machine.
your prism was sitting, was that exactly the same elevation or not?
Doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because I'm just talking about the level and the angle of the level line.
So you're measuring drop over distance or not?
No, I'm measuring the fact that at one point on Earth, what's level is not level on another point. The horizontal angle, the zenith, gives you a zenith angle of more than 180 degrees, and that only works.
So you're saying the plumb lines don't match up 1,800 feet apart?
The plumb lines are not parallel.
Okay, can you show us that?
I can, not right this second. I'm driving right now, and I don't have my notes with me.
You said that last time.
Yeah. I'm mostly on here when I drive. I don't know what to tell you.
You're making a claim, but the other time you said you were in the field, and you said I can't show you because I'm in the field. Now you're saying you can't show us because you're driving.
I work for a living.
You're making a claim,
you know?
and then you're stacking it on top of a claim, but you can't show us the plumb lines don't match up.
But they don't.
They don't. Okay. Well, I build buildings, and plumb lines match up.
I do buildings and plumb lines match up. That's your reply. What do you mean
you're not actually a surveyor.
What do you mean you do? Yes, I am.
He said build.
No, you're not.
Bro.
No, you're not. You're not a surveyor. You admitted to me last time that you don't have your license. You do it out of fun, and you do it,
not for
and you're
fun.
trying to
I
get your
do it
license.
for work. I'm not licensed yet. You have to have 8 years in the field experience. I have 6.
There you go.
I'm not licensed yet.
Show me that plumb lines are not parallel to the perpendicular.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to set up a video? You want me to record?
Yeah,
What exactly
measure
do you
the
want
plumb
me to
lines.
do?
Over 1,800 meters and show me how much difference they should be off parallel, off vertical, and show me the difference.
So if I come in here another day with this experiment done, and I show you that these plumb lines actually do divert, you will
How are you going to show that? Tell me how you're going to show that.
I can take pictures of the data collector as it reads the horizontal angle. I can give you timestamps on the photo to show you that I'm
Are
not
you using a total station with a pre-programmed coordinate system?
I'm not using anything about coordinates. I'm not doing anything with coordinates.
And what does the total station do? Explain that.
I'm not talking about that for this experiment. So.
What does the total station do?
It measures angles, distances.
Yeah? Keep going.
That's what it does.
Yeah. So how are you going to show drop over distance from a total station?
I'm not talking about drop over distance. That's another thing I can show.
That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the curvature of the Earth, and you claim that you can show the curvature of the Earth from a total station.
Yes, using the plumb lines and the horizontal
The plumb
angle.
lines?
Yes.
So you're going to measure the plumb lines. How are you going to do that?
Because it gives you like the machine tells you the angle that that it's pointing at. It gives you that angle. It calculates
Over
it.
over 1,800 feet, you're going to measure the distance between the bottom of the plumb line and the top of the plumb line.
No, not the bottom and the top of the plumb line. That's no.
You're not going to do that because that's
No.
how you'd have to show it. That's how you'd have to show if the plumb lines were vertical or not, wouldn't it?
No. So what I'm going to do is show you that the azimuth.
Because you'd have to measure the difference between the plumb lines. The bottom of the plumb line and the top of the plumb line give us a different distance between the plumb line, the bottom of the plumb line, and the top of the plumb line. And then you can show that they're curving into the center of the Earth. So how are you going to do it then? You're just measuring angles. You're not doing anything.
Yes, it's measuring angles.
Yes, you're not doing anything.
And if the Earth was flat, you would get a perfect 180 degrees. You wouldn't get an excess of 180 degrees on these plumb lines.
So now you're talking about triangles. So.
No, I'm not talking about triangles.
What happened to the
why have you got
lunatic guy? He actually sounded cogent.
Yeah, why have you got 180 degrees if you're not talking about a triangle?
Why do you automatically assume a triangle?
What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape whose angles add up to 180 degrees when it's a two-dimensional object. When you have a
why are you talking about 180 degrees if you're not talking about a triangle?
Because I'm talking about the reciprocal zenith angles from the plumb lines.
Okay.
Which has nothing to do with the triangle.
Okay. So tell us how you're going to do it.
I keep trying to, and then you keep interrupting me. So I feel like you're kind
I'm
of
not
being
interrupting.
Yes, you are.
Maybe you should stop talking about it, go and do the experiment, and come in and show us then.
Yeah, so I'm asking you, if I show you this experiment, show you the measurements, show you the photos that's time stamping and everything, will you accept the evidence and stop saying that the Earth is flat and start saying the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, if you repeat on 10 locations.
I'll go and do it myself. I'll go and do it myself. If you do
I mean, you can do it yourself. You can find your local surveying.
Okay, when you show me, when you show me, I'll go and do it myself as well. All right, deal.
So me showing you won't prove it, but you will now take the experiment serious and do it yourself.
I will. If you show me, I'll go and do it myself. I have the equipment. I'll go and do it.
You have the equipment?
Of course.
You have. What kind of total station do you have?
I have surveyors that work for me. I build.
So you're
buildings,
not.
mate.
You're not going to do it yourself. You're going to have someone else do it.
Of course. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to get a professional to do it.
You're going to get a professional to do it.
Of course.
So you're not
That's what I do. That's what I do every day.
Okay, so I
surveyors to survey the properties that I build. That's what I'll do. I'll use them because they're professionals. Is that all right?
Yeah, I just thought it was funny when you said that you're going to do it yourself, and what you meant is you're going to hire someone to do it.
Is it wrong if you use professionals?
Sasha, hold on a second, okay?
No, that's all right. Yeah. Is it wrong if I use professionals to do it?
No.
No?
No, it's not wrong.
Okay. Well, when you come in and show me the stuff, I'll show you. I'll show the details to the guys that I use, and then we'll go and do it. All right.
Okay. Sounds good.
Awesome. Deal. All right. You're up, Sasha.
Yeah. Sasha, how about you talk to Lunatic? Let's see if where you guys can go, okay?
Only thing when you do that with the plumb lines, can he do also any observation with the drop over, searching for a drop over distance? He can do that today. He don't need equipment. He can do that with eye.
Okay, so go ahead, Lunatic. You got Sasha here wanting to talk to you.
I don't have no idea why I got muted. That's weird.
It's
just
all
because the
right.
conversation was going on. So now you're up, man. That's all right.
Hey, so going back to the question I had, so since this is being taught all around the world, and it has been going on for a long time, like, what makes you? I mean, wouldn't it have to be a conspiracy in order for it to continue that way for so long? And what would be the reasoning behind it?
Nobody knows.
I mean,
When you ask the liar why you lie, do you will believe now when a liar will tell you why he's lying?
but what about these people that are teaching are not connected?
Okay, how many years? How many years are you talking?
2000 or more.
No. 1915, they just figured out gravity, bro.
I'm talking about but we're talking about the curvature of the Earth and all of that, and
In order to have that, you're gonna need
that goes back to pre-Greek.
And
but what teachers are told to teach doesn't mean that they're lying. They're just doing what they're told, right?
Okay, but how would it have persisted for 2,000 years?
Because the authority, and it's,
Which
you say
authority?
persisted, you don't really have knowledge on how prevalent it's been really outside of your lifetime, to be honest, but certainly not 2,000 years. But really, even then, the prevalence of a theory being taught in and of itself is not evidence of the veracity of that theory, is it?
No, but what I'm saying is that if you have this great breakthrough in that the Earth is suddenly flat.
Suddenly?
Suddenly. That's how it's always been.
Yeah.
Well, from a scientific point of view, it would have been this would be a sudden change. This would be a sudden change.
Geometry question.
And yet, then well, it'd be more.
The science question came into effect when they said, "Hey, the overview effect." Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. He said, viewing the Earth. He wrote a white paper on this and everything, a book too, by Frank White. He said, looking at the Earth from space has a causal agent behind it. It would cause the overview effect, which he described as an instant cognitive shift. There's your science now. You got a cause and effect relationship based on a hypothesis. So he went back, and Edgar Mitchell got frustrated because he said, hey, you sent me to space. I'm talking to all these politicians, and they're continuing all the same bullshit prior to. Still limited wars of aggression, advancing the agency of the police state, all the same crap, all the same, nothing changed. So he said, hey, here's something I did. I tell you that the Earth is a sphere. I saw it. I did not see nation. I can get you the direct quote of what he said. That he wanted to grab these politicians and drag them out by the scruff of their neck and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. Then at some point, he was so frustrated with the state of humanity and the state of geopolitical positioning that he said the only logical conclusion is that these politicians are shape-shifting reptiles from space, meant to like grind humanity to a stop. They're basically doing things so beyond what I view the Earth to be and what I view the human environment to be that they just devalue human life. They're reptiles, and they're just people just being ground up by the machinery of government without any sort of empathy or compassion or anything to do with that. So then people started saying, wow, this Apollo astronaut are talking about there's reptiles in government. There's now you've got your conspiracy, okay? So now, before you had science, a cause and effect agent. And this is more than just Edgar Mitchell who said this. Carl Sagan said that, Blue Marble 2.0. when he saw it, or not Blue Marble 2.0, Pale Blue Dot. He said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There's perhaps no better demonstration of folly human conceits than this distant image of our tiny Earth. To me, it underscores the necessity to deal more kindly with one another and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know. And that, I got, it's not a direct quote. It's pretty close though. So he was concerned that said, if you look at these images from space, you will have an instant cognitive shift. You'll be humble. You'll be character building. You'll reach out with compassion and understanding for the other. You try to understand the other, because understanding others is the way you'll understand yourself. And then he said, "Hey, look at."
Let's give Lunatic. I mean, I can't really.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I answered Lunatic's question. I'm going to give him another chance to clarify.
Well, no, I was actually what he just said was very interesting. In that pale blue dot, okay, are you saying that those images that he was showing were fake in order to try to create a world consciousness, a world, where we all see each other more as Earthlings as opposed to city-state?
No, the thing would be, how come you are not affected by the overview effect? If you're talking about science now, cause and effect. So you've got an image of Earth that demonstrates something that the experts in the globe model said this should demonstrate. It should mean something, seeing the Earth from space. And it doesn't.
Believe me.
You're immune.
Actually, believe me. No. Believe me, I that's one of the reasons that I believe in globalization and a lot of the things that are happening and that I do support. Yeah, being able to see Earth from an outsider's point of view is a great lesson in trying to.
Well, being able to define your world in general is a great tool for changing mindsets and consciousness, right?
Right. Well, it's
like,
okay.
They can tell you.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, if they can tell you where you are and how it got here, how you got here, where it's going, what it all means, that's a great deal of power for the person who gets to tell that story, right? Same with the church back in the day.
Okay, in anthropology, I'm going to just something that I actually do know something more about. The more we've learned about people, the more we realize that we are all that we are even more alike than ever. Anthropology is debunked the whole race theory, because obviously there aren't. Race is a very, very, very inaccurate thing. Even demonstrating the difference between, like, say, somebody from Sweden and somebody from Italy. There are substantial differences based upon, and we understand how that happened. And then the further east you go, and the further west, south, east, whatever. So that type of science changed how we think about each other in a lot of ways. But yet, the concept of race still exists on a social thing, and so it still exists in a political thing. And from a scientific point of view, it's bullshit.
Well, there are some physical characteristics different, but yeah, I know what you mean. But we're, I suppose, to be more precise about what we're talking about. It is just the Earth, right? We don't really get into the sociological side of things. But just to your question originally was like, well, doesn't this make it a conspiracy? But these terms don't really mean anything. We're just looking for what's true and what isn't.
Part of it is also I'm trying to wrap my head around the whole.
Yeah, no, I can understand
everything that you're doing, and I'm not, I'm not casting judgment on it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You've been cool, and I get it. All of us who first came to this, we all believed in the globe, right? Most of us came into this trying to debunk flat Earth and prove the globe, right?
And I'm viewing a lot of this as intellectual exercise, obviously.
Well, this is what you should do. You should be able to roll these ideas around in your head and kind of test them mentally, and then hopefully one day, physically, in reality. You don't have to accept or reject an idea that you're hearing. Just play around with it, think about it, discuss it.
Exactly. So part of me is also wondering, it's like, okay, what would this Earth look like if it was flat? I mean, what would it really look like?
What does it look like when you go outside? Does it seem like it's flat and stationary, or
No,
does
I'm
it?
talking about the whole.
Yeah, it's a good question, but you'll understand that most people, I mean 99.9%, can't go any higher than a commercial airline, right? So we're restricted to what view we can have on it, and we don't claim that you could get, let's say, a god's eye view. There are some concepts that we could show you, or you could find different ideas that people have. But again, the other thing that you need to realize looking into this topic is that there are certain things, there are certain questions that we can't answer. We can't know physically. It's beyond the realms of our possible knowledge, which is unsatisfactory to a lot of people who believe in the globe because they're used to thinking that they have these answers. Yeah, I know what it looks like from space. I know what's 3,000 miles down below my feet. These are actually absurd claims to make, but we are taught them at such an early age and with such persuasion that we'll confidently state we know how things work thousands of miles below our feet or thousands of miles up in the sky. People will say these things, but what you'll come to realize is when you really do the due diligence on those claims and the research, you'll come to realize, wow, there's a lot of things I don't actually know, can't verify, and I'm simply believing because I've been told them. So these are the kind of differences, and the differences in how you have to think when you're really trying to critically analyze reality. If you understand what I mean.
I sort of, yeah, but at the same time, it's like if the Earth is flat and we have really pretty much flown just in an airplane around the whole thing, we've got pictures. We should be able to create. We should be able to create a model.
But we didn't flow everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's restrictions, right? I mean, when you're flying, you're going through flight corridors. If you're sailing, you're going on known routes and stuff. No one's really flying around willy-nilly, exploring all over the place. Really, this is only governments and navies, really, that can do anything like this nowadays, like world cartography. I don't know if you've ever tried to make a world map, but you need a lot of resources, you need a lot of equipment. It's not an easy thing to do. So, really, in the public, there's not really anything you can do with regards to measuring or mapping the entirety of the Earth. There's a lot of things we still need to figure out, and that's kind of what we're doing here. We discuss these things, but we're not under the illusion that we can reasonably map the whole Earth in a plate. We just can't do that. I mean, it's just not practical or legal, I should say.
It does. It seems like it should be that the information should already be there. We should have already done it.
Well, if we assume that the information we're given is correct, yes.
I mean, we've got spy planes that have done that weren't restricted by who, where, and when they could.
Well, yeah, but we can't verify what we're told the government is achieving through spy plane technology, right? They could tell us anything. They could be like, well, we flew. I mean, it's the same as spaceships, right? They'll be like, well, we've got spaceships and we flew up and we saw it was a ball, so there you go. No, that's not verification. That's belief. What we're trying to do is not to rely on the word of an authority or a belief. We're trying to see what can be verified. And I know it's a big adjustment because we've been raised and indoctrinated to not think this way, to not be skeptical. We've been raised to accept what we're told in school, on the TV, etc.
It's just when I'm hearing these things, I'm trying to create the model. I'm trying to create this model in my head about what you're saying, and it falls.
Think about this.
It falls apart when it just falls apart when I'm doing it.
Well, think about it like this, right? Let's say you had a view of a tire, a car tire, a big car tire. That's all you can observe. And then someone says, model the entire car, but you can only see the tire. How are you going to make the model of that entire car?
You're going to have to assume things. You're going to have to make things up. That's what you would be asking us to do.
All right. Okay. So even if I was someplace and saw a tire, and then would there be ground around the tire? Would there be?
Sure, but you're interested in modeling the entire car.
Well, what I'm saying is that when you look at is there evidence of other tires?
Well,
how many cylinder engine is it going to be?
Well, the
point
that
is,
would be
you only seeing the tire isn't going to tell you what the car is, what color it is, what make it is, how many tires it actually has. If you only have a limited perspective on the thing, you're being asked, or you're asking, to model things beyond your perception, which means you're going to have to make things up, make assumptions which may not be true. This is what it's like when you say, okay, I want a model of the whole Earth. You can't do that.
But when you put like various parts together, you can. When the U.S. created its first stealth plane, they were doing test flights over it, and it was super successful. They were like, oh yay, we've been able to, we can't even see it on radar.
Cool story, bro.
And then, but then the
model of Earth that they use for that is
hold on. Let me finish, please. But then an Australian weather groups came in and said, "Hey, we can see it." And they're like, "How?" Well, we see how it responds on the weather radar, and we're able to track it. Well, could they actually see the plane? No, but they could see.
Well, they could detect it.
They could see its impact on everything, and then infer that was the plane.
Right. But that's not what's happening when it comes to the Earth, because we're not seeing, we're not observing, we're not detecting, and we're not seeing the impact of a curvature or a motion of the Earth.
But when the model works,
the model has been made in a way that it says you will not detect it, you will not observe it, and you will not observe its effect. So that doesn't prove anything. Like when you look at the government documents about their aircraft technology, and they talk about what model of Earth they're going to be using for their calculations and everything, it's a flat and motionless Earth. They're not assuming a globe Earth that's spinning and curved.
SR-71 required. The SR-71 required. Wouldn't that have required a spherical Earth to calculate flight plan?
No. All aeronautics
not just because it's not
flat motionless
because it's not traveling in order to get to fly above Manchuria, it has to to conserve fuel, it has to make a curve. It has to fly in a curved thing to
fly over a mountain.
Of the Earth.
Who told you that story?
Yeah, planes go up, fly level, and then come back down. Generally,
straight lines.
Straight lines.
I mean, they can go up, they can go down, but I mean, the surface below them, they're treating as flat and motionless.
Yeah, they don't set their plane to fly in a curve and then let go of the wheel and go have coffee.
Oh no! See, the whole thing. When if I'm driving a car and I'm holding a bowling ball, correct? And I let go of the bowling ball.
That's not good. That's not good cooperation.
And I let go of the bowling ball. The bowling ball doesn't suddenly fly backwards.
Open the roof of the car. Open the roof of the car.
Yeah, but we're talking about a plane flying over the surface.
I'm holding the bowling ball out the side of the window. Out the side window.
Is it there like a car?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Is it there closed like a car?
Yeah, you need to be kind of strict on your analogies here and try and think.
just basic physics. So if I drop the bowling ball, it's going to drop straight
Driving in a
down.
car is not the same as flying above a ball.
Inside of the car, yes. So if I drop it inside of the car, it's going to go straight down.
Okay.
If I drop it outside of the car, it's going to be impacted by wind resistance.
Okay, what is Earth? Does Earth has inside or outside, like a car?
The Earth would be more like inside the car.
Inside. What is the roof? What is you have the car that it's container inside because it's closed. What is closed on Earth?
Yeah, what you'd be saying here is that the car is a contained system and that you're inside of it, like a closed system. But that's not what they claim the globe is. So that's not analogous either.
Well, the Earth would even if I put it outside, which
It'd
is
be like you're sitting on the roof of the car.
Even if I was sitting on the roof of the car, if I drop the bowling ball, it's going to travel straight down. It's not going to suddenly fly backwards.
If you're driving a car, if you're driving a car and the roof is open and you drop the ball, the ball will stay in the car.
Yes.
They will not fly away if you drop and you're driving the car.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
If you're driving the car if you're driving the car with the open roof and you drop the ball will fell in the car.
Correct. It's going to fall straight down.
No, it will not fall in the car. Your car will go and ball will stay behind.
It will not. You can demonstrate this.
Oh, we can demonstrate that. Let's open the window of the car and let's drive the car. Meanwhile, we are driving. Let's drop the ball 10 meters in the air.
How about a thing that probably has happened to you? You're in the car. You spill your coffee. Does it end up in your lap or in your face?
Is it car open or closed?
Even with the window open.
Yeah, with that small amount and that small distance, everything will happen the same. Yeah.
So it's the same thing. It's the same thing when you're flying an airplane.
Is the Earth going in a straight line, or is the Earth accelerating constantly?
What is the? I'm sorry, I missed it. I didn't hear that.
Well, you're talking about linear motion, but the Earth's constantly accelerating because it's changing direction.
Yeah, I really don't think it's that helpful to be imagining
how about
cars
this?
and compare them to Earth.
How about this? Explain to me. Is the Earth a stationary object?
Yes.
We can observe and detect it's a motionless topographical plane.
Perfectly within, measuring with all the stellar and everything, right?
Well, if you're talking about the luminaries, that would be their motion, not the Earth's.
Luminaries.
We're not floating in space. Let's get back to that again. Space is space. Stationary in space.
Why does space? Why are we? I'm just curious. Why are we not including space in this whole thing?
Okay, who wants to do gas pressure with them?
Yeah, you can't prove it. Yeah.
We can measure the distance from here to the moon.
No,
with lasers.
we cannot.
No, you can't.
No, we cannot.
That'd be another one of those claims. But just logically, if you think about it, I mean, you can't have a gas pressure system existing next to a low pressure system without the two equalizing.
He said radar only works for 300 miles, and he thinks he's going to be able to shoot shit back and forth 246,000 miles.
Yeah, 500,000 there and back. What's the beam spread?
Yeah, especially after it hits a round surface, a ball. How does it spread out?
Yeah, it would be deflect off in any direction. It's sci-fi. It's what they're feeding us.
I think the beam
Sci-fi.
spread to the moon was like 36-mile beam spread.
What if we put that laser on the ground?
So they detect like one photon on return, which they're going to claim is from this laser that
wasn't
they
even
shot through.
that. Yeah, it was really bad. They said, "Oh, that looks like the same one," and then they
even
said,
if
"Oh, yeah,
even if it had a large beam spread, it still went out and bounced and came back.
Well, that's what you've been told.
You
That
got
was
proof of that?
there's a study right
other than the
here.
claim,
People writing
Oh,
shit
other than
down. People writing shit down doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
Yeah, like making that claim. I mean, no one here can test or verify that claim.
Well,
Or know it's
then
true.
making the okay. Can you prove the speed of light?
No,
I didn't claim to prove the speed of light.
No.
I wouldn't
Then
make
how
any
does?
claims. That doesn't change anything that we've said.
But
What we speak about is
if the
what can
speed
be observed.
because the speed of light is the only thing that makes it so that our electronics work.
Well, that depends on whether or not you believe that the speed of light is a constant in the universe.
Yeah, it's not constant. Yeah.
And so then our computers wouldn't work.
No, they
Again.
made it a constant.
No, the speed
They
of light
made
is
it a
not actually
to make
constant.
the equations work. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
You don't use building computers have nothing to do with the speed of light.
Well, since electricity travels at the speed of light,
It's nothing to do with that.
it has everything.
It doesn't.
No, it has
That's
everything to
a
do with
myth. That's
You don't require. Listen. You don't require to propose a speed of electricity to test.
Well, in order for our time for the timing of the circuits and everything,
Well, you can trial and error.
It doesn't.
See how it works best. I mean, you don't have to claim a speed of light to do this.
If electricity had anything to do with light, then you would see it because then it would interact with light photons. But it doesn't. You don't see electricity, therefore it has nothing to do with this.
Well, electricity, you can't see electricity anyway.
Oh, this is getting off into the weeds. So let's stick to the earth.
We're just talking simple physics here. I don't care to explain this.
Lurate, can I ask a question? What would be the reason these people doesn't believe in the globe?
Believe in a god?
No, in the sphere, in the globe, Earth. Why these people? What is the reason these people doesn't believe in the globe?
I would have. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh,
but we told you though.
Didn't someone explain the measurements earlier and the observations?
Yeah, but that's it's not. From your point, that I haven't done it myself. So therefore, how can I even trust that what they did was true?
No. But he's just asking you why you think we are saying that it's not.
I think it's just an experiment in your heads as to
He's a simulation
in our head. So when we go out and we observe something, we know the distance of something. We check the globe map. This should be hidden behind it.
Well, I can measure the speed of light.
You cannot. No, you cannot.
You are a liar.
Right.
You cannot measure the speed of the light.
Hold on, don't
Why not? Why can't I?
Okay, can you show me how you will do that?
Because of the double slit experiment. You cannot
and we're
observe
going off
something
on
while you're measuring something.
Guys, stop.
We're going away from
an experiment in our head, right? So we go to the shore, we see a lighthouse in the distance. We check the globe map. The globe map says that the lighthouse should be hidden beneath the curve, so it shouldn't be visible. But it is visible to us. How is that an experiment in our head?
When is it constant? Is it so during a normal day and every day? It's visible.
Not every day.
It might change conditions. It might get foggy. We might not be able to see it every day. But when it's clear conditions, we can see it.
Okay. So
is that an experiment in our head, or is that just an observation?
So what about the ship? When it goes out to sea and you see it?
Yeah. Exactly.
Dip below. Where does that? What's happening to the ship? Is it sinking?
Yeah, so let's take that example. So we check the globe math, and the globe math says that ship should start sinking bottom up at 3 miles due to the curvature of the Earth. But we see the ship at 15 miles, 20 miles. How does that work on the globe?
Well, A, you're not seeing it at 20 miles.
Well, this is the thing. Yes, we are.
Cyclone, you weren't here earlier when he said he in the Navy his radar shoots 300 miles around.
No, I didn't say. No, I never said that. I never said that my radar shoots 300 miles. Please do not misrepresent me.
Radar doesn't shoot 300 miles around the radar doesn't shoot 300 miles around the ball and back.
I think he did say that.
I said that I can detect a radar at 300 miles
around the ball and back,
given the right conditions based on attenuation.
Okay.
Atmospheric attenuation.
We can shoot.
And that is scientifically proven.
Yeah,
does radars using straight line of sight?
It goes way beyond.
Does radars using the straight line of sight?
No.
No, does radars using 8-inch per mile squared curving sight?
It can curve, yes.
Does radars how to say they're working like that? They are when you put on the radar, they are showing you the curving 8-inch per mile square.
That's not a thing that we even figure. It's not even a thing that we watch for.
Yeah, it's not reality. That's why its radar just shoots out and comes back. It doesn't go around the ball. It doesn't come back up around the ball when it hits an object.
All right. Okay. All right. So
and it's using straight line of sight.
Let's look at like shortwave radio, right? Or
hold on. Can I just quickly summarize?
There are days that I can pick up a radar or pick up a radio station so many miles away. Like I have no
straight line
we'll say 100 miles. We'll say 100 miles.
Yeah, fine.
Well, but on other days, I can pick up a radio from halfway across the country on, like, say, shortwave radio, or even across vaster distances, and that is because of atmospheric conditions that creates attenuation.
Right. So what's limiting the distance is atmo condition.
Well, there's also curvature. There's also curvature when it comes to radar.
No, but this is the thing. This is what's in question. Is there curvature? Because, like I said, we're observing further than the claimed curvature. We're shooting radio further than the claimed curvature. Now, you can come up with reasons why that might be. But the fact remains, geometrically, we are pointing line of sight further than should be possible given the claimed curvature. So no, it's not as simple as saying there is curvature, because in practical terms, it's not detected. That's not an experiment in your head.
Let me read this real quick. Okay.
You joined our server yet?
No, I haven't done that yet. No. Okay, so do you guys understand how attenuation works?
Nothing to do with the globe.
Actually, it does.
Have nothing to do with the globe.
Loretta, can I ask you a question? Why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
Because they have different observations. Because their observations are of whatever
reality.
They have different.
Whatever is not good answer. I think that you realize now, and you will say, okay, you people think that Earth is not a globe because
they had this one. So far, I've only seen this one experiment.
Let me check this one with you. Because it's posted in the text chat. Do you see the text chat on the side of this voice channel?
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
Right, you see there's an image of some oil rigs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you see the horizon in front of the oil rigs or behind them?
Behind them?
Right, okay, what's the furthest distance on that oil rig?
It says 9.14 miles.
4-1. So we're seeing the horizon at least 10 miles. Yeah.
Okay, what's the height of what is the height of which we are standing?
1 foot.
1 foot. There's a camera on the ground.
Okay.
Okay, now according to the globe geometry, that horizon for a 1 foot observer height is supposed to be no more than 1.22 miles. No, right, that's
What
where
was the elevation?
What?
1
foot.
1 foot above what? The ground? What's the elevation of the ground?
Sea level is on the beach.
And what's the height of the oil rig that you're seeing? And how much are we not seeing of it?
Well,
I mean, just from,
we're talking about
above sea
horizon
level.
distance. I mean, the oil rigs will be, God, what, 100 feet, few hundred feet? I mean, the height of the oil rigs isn't the thing in question. It's the distance of the horizon. Because remember, like you were saying, the boats are going to disappear bottom up over the horizon, which is the curve. That's a geometric horizon. That's the physical limit.
But even when you're looking at those oil rigs, the one in front, you're seeing more of the structure above the water than you are the one behind it.
It's closer to you.
You're seeing it larger.
But no, but I mean, even like height wise, you're seeing more.
Well, it seems larger in height because it's larger in the foreground.
even if you do a perspective on it, you're seeing more.
But the question is, why is the horizon seen behind them and not at 1.2 miles?
Because the horizon you would see at 12.
No, the horizon according to the globe model you'd see at 1.2.
Yeah, but from my personal experience,
No, this is what the
when I was in the Navy, like I said, in the Navy, that was the thing. That was we know that at 12 miles at 12 miles everything starts dipping below the horizon.
Well, if you're assuming geometric horizon, then no, because the horizon isn't geometric, as you can see.
Okay, I mean it's like I'm trying.
As an average, that might work from your height on the boat, but it's not going to be that all the time. But this is a very stark example because.
What do you mean it's not going to be that? What do you mean I'm not going to be able to see? What do you mean I'm not going to be able to see the horizon on a clear day all the time?
Depending on atmo conditions. Depending on the conditions, like remember what you were talking about earlier with the radar or the radio, your conditions are going to affect the limit.
But it's not going to determine whether or not I see only the superstructure or the mast of a ship. When the horizon and see the horizon,
you see.
So the horizon suddenly. So how does the horizon suddenly prevent me from seeing the rest of the ship from atmospheric conditions?
There's an optical limit of how far we can see.
But the mast is a smaller object than the actual hull, which the hull now appears to be underwater.
Elevation. It's higher in elevation, meaning it's at the larger size of this angle that you're observing through. It's angular resolution limit. Again, if you join our server and look for the channel Optics, Vision and Perspective, there's a few papers on this. But to be honest, you're still not really answering the question, why are we seeing the horizon beyond the rigs and not at 1.2 miles where it's supposed to be according to the globe?
Because it's not supposed to be at 1.2 miles.
Okay. Have you got Google open?
I've got my common sense open, but...
Okay, well, can you Google, in your common sense, can you Google distance to horizon calculator? And then put in a 1 foot height and tell me what it says.
Who who's hosting this?
Doesn't matter. Go on any curve calculator. Go on any curve calculator you're happy with.
Pick anything.
Ask
Just
NASA.
Google one and pick
Go work it out
one of
yourself.
dozens of them, or create your own.
Listen, I know you don't know this because it's not taught to us in school, but this is what the model is saying. This is what we test.
It says 3.1 miles, which I just
That's if you're
not
For a 1 foot,
6 foot tall.
for a 1 foot observer height.
For observers standing on a hill or a tower with 30 meters.
He's in metric. He's in metric.
The above sea level, the horizon and distance is of 19.6 kilometers or 12.2 miles. That's
right. So shrink that down to 1 foot, and you will get 1.2 miles. Because it's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
okay.
But when we go to observe that and test it, we find that we can see 10 times that. Right? This observation with the oil rig means that mathematically the radius of the ball goes from 3,959 miles, less than 4,000, to over 250,000 miles. Right? So it's not a small difference. Like if it was 0.1% different, fair enough. You could say, well, the conditions are just obscuring it a bit. But this is a massive difference, showing that it's not a geometric horizon that boats are sailing around. It's an optical limit.
Now, is that now? Can you show me some? Okay, show me something that's not on the water. That's at 1 foot at 12 miles.
Like I said, if you join our server and check the long distance.
No, I'm at I'm literally. This is legitimate. This is a legitimate question.
Yeah, I understand it's a legitimate question, and I'm pointing you to resources to review yourself, and then you can even test it yourself. Now that you know what the calculators are saying.
Because what I'm reading here is I should be able to see something much further.
Well, I don't know what you're reading. I don't know what height you're claiming.
He's got it in meters and all kinds of shit instead of switching it to miles and putting in 1 foot and tells you how many miles. He's trying to do anything but get to the point.
No, I'm looking at atmospheric refraction also.
Yeah, what is it? You need to know the temperature. The water was 60 and the air was 63 degrees. There you go.
Yeah, the atmospheric refraction, that's what you're going to find now that you're Googling this problem. Because since people have been presenting this problem, the globe side has been working overtime to come up with an excuse for why we see too far. And what they've come up with is atmospheric refraction, essentially saying that anything beyond that geometric limit is just a mirage.
Yeah, it's not there. Imaginary. So you guys on your boat were shooting at imaginary shit.
But, and at the same time hitting it.
Yeah, I guess it was there then. I guess it wasn't imaginary, was it?
But in order for us to have hit it, then we would have to. Then the curvature of the bullet would have had to have been greater than.
Nope.
Or would have had been less than what.
That's a great story.
Significantly less.
So you're telling me if I shoot at that oil rig, I won't hit it, or I will hit it, even though it's an optical illusion. It's not actually there.
If it was a mirage, then if you were able to shoot a straight line at it, yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
As far as the information that I have currently,
they teach you in the Navy to aim at mirages.
Oh my God, are you going to continue to be just really, really insulting, or are you going to actually talk to me as if it's as a human being with? That is actually trying to get a real point across.
Shoot at mirages, or to get it line of sight and make sure you're targeting it.
I'm going to have to go with we know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah, you're not taking into account curvature or motion. That's what you're usually doing. So this is what you need to stick on: the calculators, the curvature, the observations, the measurements. Dig into that.
still with us, lunatic?
I am.
Cool.
Okay. Gunner directions calculations usually begin with a range table, which tells the gunner the angle of the projectile that must be fired to hit a target at a given range, on the same horizontal plane as the gun. The target height relative to the gun can be positive, negative, blah blah blah.
That's all right. You read and then let us know if there's something.
Wait. Well, so what I'm reading here is that, for instance, when the say the battleship Iowa was firing its rounds with pinpoint accuracy, that they were taking into account a curvature of the Earth at a range, say at 19,000 yards. They had to take into account. They took into account an 84 foot curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Now,
It's a cool
if they didn't, then they would not hit their target.
Yep, you can read a lot of claims.
Yeah, who told you that story?
Well, it's on
Go out and test it. Go out and test
mass.
it. Listen, if that were true, then the horizon would be at 1.2 miles in front of those oil rigs.
Well, I can't currently explain the oil rig thing, but I'm pretty sure that somebody can.
I'm afraid.
But what I'm looking at right now with just gunnery, which is a thing which is something that I thought was, valid since we know that gunnery works.
No, because again, you come into the problem of, okay, if the Earth is rotating separately to artillery fire or sniper bullets, then it would have to be rotating separately to anything else in the air, drones, planes, helicopters, but it doesn't.
Sniper shooting at 4 miles.
No, the Earth rotation has nothing to do with gunnery.
Oh, sorry, you were talking about curvature, weren't you?
Curvature, yes.
Right. Usually people use the artillery or the sniper bullets in terms of Coriolis and motion, which doesn't apply either. But with the curvature,
straight curvature.
With the curvature, most times when you actually read it, and it's not one of these promoted pages that's trying to insert the idea of the globe. I mean, you speak to any artillery people. I mean, we've got people on the server who've, used artillery, worked in artillery in the militaries and stuff, and they say they never account for it. We had a guy who did the long distance record for shooting a sniper, and they weren't factoring in any curvature, any motion, anything like that.
That was a much shorter range though too, so you're not going to have you're not going to have you wouldn't even really have curvature come into effect. You're more affected by wind and anything else, wind, heat, etc.
I mean, if you say the Earth was a globe in it, how would you account for it?
I want to know how that ship targeted something that was 84 feet below the horizon and was able to shoot it with precision at the same time without even being able to see it and aiming at it.
Because it curves.
Because light bends up and brings things back into view in reality, mate. What's up with you?
Because actually, when a ship is firing at land over 30 miles, we don't see it.
But remember, on top of this just being a claim that you've just read, you actually haven't provided any proof for the assumption of the curve to begin with, and we've just shown you the oil rigs. If there was the curve there, the horizon would be in front of them, not behind them.
But I am seeing a height difference. And
so it's not sufficient just to say
if those two rigs are the same. Are those two rigs identical?
It's the horizon. It's the horizon that's the problem. It's supposed to be in front of them.
They always get stuck in this endless loop of wanting to look at oil rigs.
I didn't look at. I'm not wanting to look at oil rigs.
The oil rigs are behind the curve, aren't they?
Yeah, the oil rigs are supposed to be behind the curve.
Yes, one deck. He admitted they're just optical. Well, the one in the back is an optical illusion.
No, I haven't admitted anything, dude. Please do not put
agree
words
that we
in my
see
life.
the horizon behind the rigs. That's what we're talking about.
I haven't actually made any. I have literally not made any.
Well, I asked you, is the horizon in front of
I've
them or
given a
behind
potential
them?
theory.
No, I know. I haven't said you've given a theory. I just said we're observing something, and we agree on what we observe, which was the horizon seen behind the rigs, at least 10 miles. Right, but that's a problem. That's a problem for the globe model.
It's only a problem that due to lack of information. But
No, it's a
haven't
problem by observation. It's in the wrong place.
Well, then you haven't proven to me though that the Earth is flat either.
No, I'm not. I'm just at the moment pointing out that the story they've told us doesn't match with what we observe.
I watched the Twin Towers fall, and it looked like from my observation.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Hold on.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. And from what I saw, it doesn't match the story they told me until I saw it from a different angle, and then I go, oh well, shit, that makes sense.
Okay, it doesn't matter what angle you take here.
Yeah,
the horizon's
so not physics, but stories. Nice, cool one.
Right, but I mean that's a different thing. We're talking about what we observe of the horizon here. There's not an angle here that should let you see 10 miles what should be at 1.2 miles. It's not an angle thing.
Yeah.
It's just the curvature's not there.
It's a physical claim. Not you're talking about looking at something and optically from a different angle, and it might look different. Great. There's a claim on the table that the horizon is physical, and there's a distance to it. So we're just pointing out, well, if that was correct, this is incorrect to it. We're proving, we're debunking the Earth curve radius with that photograph.
Well, if I bring up a website that explains it, would you believe it?
Well, try us.
What does it explain?
Try us.
Would I believe they made a website that had some kind of an explanation? Sure.
Is it a refraction website?
See, we have one. We have one person.
I know who it is. or WB.
So we have one. You've said that you say now that if I do produce something, you're going to say, oh well, that's just them making something up. So you're automatically discounting any.
It's a website that somebody wrote something on that you said you believe them, right?
Well, you're saying that you'd automatically disbelieve them.
I just go with Lake Erie. That's where I live.
Why would you be seeing something that's not there? That's all we need to know.
His whole life is about mirages.
Why can you see something that's not there? It's as simple as that, mate.
Just an illusion. Your whole life is an illusion.
We're pointing out you're incorrect. The globe claim is incorrect, and we're showing you how it's incorrect, and it's wounding you.
But listen.
No. I'm not being wounded by anything.
He's all right. Lunatic, listen, what we're talking about is empirical evidence, right? So observable, measurable, repeatable, testable by us. So if you were to present something that we could observe and test ourselves, we're not going to dismiss that. But if you're going to present something that's like, this guy says this, doesn't really provide any justification for it, then no, we wouldn't necessarily just accept that. But you understand the difference.
It's much easier to believe.
Well, I'm looking at things because I am actually wanting to see the science.
Yeah,
science.
We do too. So, I mean, you're saying you've got a website with someone saying something. If they're providing some demonstrable empirical evidence, then we'll be interested. But how do you change the observations that we already have, where the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, where we're seeing things but supposed to be below the curve? I mean, you can't take those away. You can try and explain them, but in that explanation, you'd have to be showing some empirical evidence.
That's what I'm looking up, dude.
Good, just so we're clear. We're not just, like, because you were saying before, you're just going to say whatever I say isn't true, and I'm just telling you, no, it's not like we're just here saying whatever.
I'm not saying it's untrue. I'm simply saying that I don't know, and you believe what you believe for whatever reason, and that's fine.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
I accept that that's what you that's I accept your belief. That you believe that.
Okay, fine. Well, what we would recommend.
If it's not a belief, mate, it's not a belief.
It's fine. It's fine, and you should research it. You do need to research it, but what we would recommend is testing this yourself. Test your line of sight now that you're thinking about it. That's what I would recommend.
Mark, you guys aren't going to mention the refractive index, not even once.
You're not going to mention what?
Yeah, he mentioned it.
The refractive index.
Yes, he mentioned it. I
Change
gave
of
him
the
the
radius
temperatures.
convexity
I
of
gave
the
him the
surface.
temperatures for it, so you can plug it in. I mentioned it. Gave it to him already.
It doesn't take your geometric horizon from 1.2 to 10 miles, I'm afraid.
And who was the one that actually did this? Which one of you?
Who did what?
He needs the video.
Yeah, which one of you did the video?
He's not here. You need the video, though, right?
Yeah, someone can send you the video.
No. I want to know who it was. Was it one of the people that is actually here?
No, he's not here.
Okay, but he does come in here.
Do you need to ask him?
I don't know.
Do you need to ask him something?
He's on YouTube. You can contact him.
No. I'm asking you. Do you know him?
What does that matter?
Do you need to contact him?
He doesn't come on in.
Okay, so I'm just trying to say. Okay, so it says it's at 1 feet. Well, okay. How do I know that it was?
Watch the video then.
There's a video showing how it does it with two cameras.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you can say I'm not going to trust any video. Fine, go and do it yourself. That's the point.
Because I'm just saying that I've watched gunfire and
you had plenty.
I know that they did it.
Listen,
I know
when you were on a ship, you had plenty of time to figure this out, and you chose to go with whatever you believed.
What you need is a landmarker with a known distance, right? And you need to be able to, have something like the horizon behind it, and know the distance to that landmarker. You know the height that you're viewing it at with some either your eyes or some optical instrument, and you will definitely find, if you get the right location, that it will debunk the globe model claim in every single instance.
Okay. Is it possible that there is a science that you're not taking into account?
It's not. There's nothing scientific about this.
Oh, everything can have additional factors.
People taking pictures isn't science, son.
It's just testing line of sight.
It's not science. We're just testing line of sight.
The scientific method is something different. This is an observation comparing with the globe claim.
Well,
you can call it science if you want, but it's not technically.
I mean, I can observe a lot of things and not understand all the principles behind it. That's fine.
That's fine.
That's so that's what I'm saying is that maybe what I'm looking at.
Yeah, maybe you don't fully understand.
Maybe there's something that I'm not taking into account.
Yeah, you should look into that. And if you find something, let us know.
So, I mean, some people haven't got the equipment or everything, but have you ever been out on a boat or just at the ocean?
He was a Navy guy.
Oh, right. Well, I wasn't in the chat at that time. So when you've looked at the horizon, it's horizontal, isn't it?
It's like curve, yeah.
No, it's horizontal.
He just said curved.
It's horizontal.
Where do you observe it to curve? How can you say it curves when you don't observe it to curve?
When you look at the horizon, is it horizontal or curved?
You know that you do realize that our eyes.
Is it curved or is it straight?
You do realize that our eyes
Is the horizon horizontal or is the horizon curved?
Please don't talk over me.
Sorry, I did say if you haven't got the equipment, you're not taking on it. When you personally do,
what do you see? Do you see horizontal or do you see curved? Just tell me which one you see.
We perceive straight, but at the same time, our eyes are also interpreting the curve into being straight because our eyes were developed to be used underwater.
Great. So when you look at the horizon, is it horizontal? Yes or no?
You saying we come from water?
Well, it's not. Yes, humans. Our eyes were developed. Our eyes have not developed that much further than when we were fish.
So you see the horizon.
I called this immediately.
Sit around, mate. Let me. Is the horizon horizontal?
Fuck hell, we went back to evolution.
Is the horizon horizontal or curved?
It's not vertical.
I mean, let's not draw it out. You said it was. You said it was perceived. You said it's perceived straight. It's perceived horizontal. The globe side doesn't claim that you see a curved horizon. Let's not do this.
I mean, I'm trying to be as accurate as possible, and I don't.
I know, but you're inserting your belief as some kind of fact.
Well, no, it's just simply how our eyes fucking work.
No, you said.
No, but you don't. The way your eyes work is that you don't perceive a curve.
Yeah, you said we were fish in water, so they're made for water. That's why we don't see curve. So you just threw all these beliefs in there for horizontal horizons.
Yeah, what if you don't look and you look to the left and you click the button on your camera and just take the picture. Then you look at the picture. Then what?
If you measure it to the precise, I don't know. You might find a slight curve, dude.
What if you close your eyes and take a picture and then open them and look at the picture? What is the horizon? Is it horizontal or curved?
What if I masturbate to B. Arthur while freaking standing on my head? Is it going to change? Is it going to change the fact that I've already answered the question?
That's spiral. Come on.
Easy, Tiger. Excuse me.
Is it going to change? Is it going to change the answer? Is it going to change the answer that I gave three or four times?
Mr. Lunatic. I'm just listening in. I just, I understand you're in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I was. Yes.
Yeah. What was your area of expertise in the Navy?
Electronic warfare.
Electronic warfare. Is that have you carried on with that kind of trade since you left the Navy?
No, I became I was in the Navy for 6 years first, at which point I was electronic warfare. I then switched to CB, which is the logo that you see there. And I was a heavy equipment operator, but I ran small boats with amphibious assault. I then got out of that and went into the Army for psychological operations.
Okay,
so that's what I retired.
I was just painted in the picture of the information you're bringing and where you might have got that from and that kind of thing.
And then I went to school for history, anthropology, and I took a minor in theater.
So sea level's level, right? Yeah, lunatic. Sea level's level, mean sea level is level.
Well, hold on. Was Erdebear wanting to follow up on that?
Sorry.
Well, I just wondered, how if there was any of his expertise that he had real knowledge about that informed him about shooting over the curve or the curve of the Earth or that kind of stuff. Because if he was just working in the mess hall cooking dinners, then I wouldn't expect him to be able to tell me something about Coriolis or launching at something over the horizon.
Well, what I will say is he sounds like he's a lot more capable of a decent conversation than a lot of the people we get through here.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just listening. I'm just trying. I'm thinking of what because he's also been given some fresh ideas that he's never conceived of in the past half an hour. But
he's fighting some of the cognists for sure.
Yeah, but he's defending those really hard. and looking in places, and he's going to Google and
I
coming up
mean,
with websites he's
it's
never
obviously
looked at.
new. Yeah.
Yeah, and so
It's obviously
he
new
needs
to
to
him,
think
and
about
he's
that a
dealing with
bit.
some
So
cog this.
yeah, that's
It's very
okay.
normal,
Well,
but so
Yeah.
far it's staying on the
I have
rails.
to. I mean, I have to take into account both schools of thought while looking at things. So I'm trying to.
Very good.
I'm literally not trying to be insulting to anybody. So that's why I get
What was
really.
that whole masturbation thing all about?
That was something
No, it doesn't matter. We're not going back to that.
It was that
Listen, bad joke.
it's that I was being
Whatever.
asked I was being asked the same question over and over again, and I was
Yeah,
trying. I was
listen,
like, I'd
that's
already
fine.
answered it.
That's fine. Let's take it back. So one deck you were wanting to get in.
Well, I think from what I'm gathering now, and but no, I think it's fair play if you are a legitimate guy and you're on here questioning things. I think that's great. So yeah, I mean, let's not jump down your throat. We're not here to force flat Earth on you, by the way. But if you're coming in with some interest and you've got some questions, we've got different questions for you and tell you, like, we've already mentioned the horizontal horizon. Mean sea level is used for elevation profiles all over the world. Yeah, for the baseline for the elevation angles.
Right.
And using navigation, celestial navigation, but using the sextant. I'm sure you're familiar with that. If you've been in the Navy, you would have come across the sextant and how it works, possibly. And
No. I've never used a sextant.
Right.
I always thought they were cool, but I never got to use one. I don't think anybody on the ship had one.
I might have missed your answer then on.
You have to have one on your ship. Sorry.
Yeah, I just might have missed your answer on the horizon. Then, did you say the horizon is horizontal because your eyes make it look horizontal? Was that the answer?
I think that I may perceive it as straight, or I may perceive it as slightly curved. I'm not sure. I would have to go outside again and look, but
I don't remember. All right.
But I do. I mean, I do remember looking out at the ocean and seeing a ship go beyond it, and it didn't go. It didn't fade to nothing. It actually went below the horizon.
The ship, but the ship wasn't lower on the left side and then lower on the right side and higher in the middle. It was, you saying, just straight ahead. You couldn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know what the gentleman's saying, and I'm not gonna be disrespectful to you, and I know the argument you're putting forward, but we wasn't talking about the ship disappearing. We were talking about the horizon. The ship disappearing is another issue.
What would you say? What would you say to a sun disappearing not below the horizon but above it? What would you say to that? Have you ever seen?
Oh yeah. Well, that is literally an optical illusion.
Oh, so not below the horizon, like every sunset. Yeah.
The sun. Well, you see the sun above the horizon, then it's.
Yeah, when it disappears, it should be going setting below. No,
but the sun, in reality, the sun was always below the horizon during that time frame.
So you're telling me that that's not the real sun you're seeing? Is that what you're saying?
When you see it suddenly turn kind of squishy and disappear, it also expands out to the sides a little bit. That's not that the sun is actually squishing out to the sides. That means that it's an optical illusion. It's
so it's not there.
It's not there then.
Optical illusion means it's not there.
Wow.
Well, it is somewhere. It's
no. Optical illusion does mean not there physically. You don't see it as it is for. Yeah.
Right.
So.
How sure are you that you're talking on Discord right now?
100%.
All right, that's
because
interesting.
Believe me, because if I wasn't talking on Discord, I'd be watching Netflix.
All right, Netflix. Jesus.
Well, it's true. It's true. Now, how would a flat Earth change, say, the electronics industry, the
Earth has always been flat. Electronics has nothing to do with it.
The things that you named earlier, buddy. Like when you said like the radar due to attenuation, signal strength, those are reasons in reality. Like for electronics, to work or not work well, and how they work, etc. A straight line of sight, bouncing it at an angle of a straight line, etc. Yeah, all that stuff, and nothing changed. Nothing, no curvature needed. Yeah.
In terms of practical application, people are already treating the Earth as flat and motionless. So in reality, in your day-to-day, we're not saying anything would appear or seem different. We're saying it would seem the same. The difference would be in how people think about our place.
Okay. Now, a flat Earth. Now, Okay, let's continue this thought just a little bit. How would a flat Earth determine? How did the flat Earth come about?
Well, now you're thinking, right? Because this is where the topic starts to get philosophically and religiously juicy. Because the story that we've been given about the globe also has a creation story in the Big Bang, right? But if you come to falsify the globe, then you're falsifying the Big Bang, because the Big Bang only makes balls. So then you're left with, okay, how did this place get here? And that's a kind of deeper philosophical question, but most people would say it's pretty apparent that it required some kind of intelligent creation.
Okay. And so basically you would have to be a creationist to...
Depending how you define that, because I'm not saying what particular type of creation you should be ascribing to. I mean, there's people who believe it from a biblical perspective or a Quranic perspective, which are basically the same. Or, you could think, I'm not telling you how you should think it's been created. We're not claiming to have that knowledge. We weren't there. But certainly it rules out the accidental Big Bang theory for no reason.
And you also don't have to worry about being a fish anymore.
Well, our eyes are really obviously developed. Our eyes actually work better underwater. You do know that.
Well, I don't know what you're smoking, but I can't see the end of my pool underwater.
Well, if you're swimming in Lake Erie, yeah, I understand that thing.
Swimming pool, my nice, clear, clean swimming pool.
Well, yeah, can't see because you've got chlorine in your eyes.
It knocks down a lot of these kind of large creation style stories that we've been taught. I would say Big Bang, evolution, age of the Earth, all these kind of things are pretty much thrown out with the globe.
But okay, from an evolutionist point of view, we have overwhelming evidence of evolution.
Well, they say we have overwhelming evidence for a globe until we look.
No, but I mean,
you have the same amount of evidence. Actually, it's the same.
A pure creationist story would. I mean, there are a lot of problems with that when it comes to just our human body. I mean, it's a pretty flawed thing.
Not really.
The human body shows that design is required.
Yeah, your cakes don't bake themselves, do they?
What?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to take us down a different road, but you're correct in asking these questions because it means you're starting to recognize the deeper significance to this question, because really the shape of the Earth, quote unquote, is not the big deal, right? It could be any shape. It's what that implies about how it got here, what it means in regards to us, right? Where we are, where we're going, where we've been. It's those questions which, if you ask me, is why the authorities have an interest in not having this get out in a big way.
Well, okay. I mean, and let's continue. Can we continue this a little bit?
For a little bit, yeah. But you normally don't really do the big religious argument style just because there's so many rampant atheists who just lose their minds.
Well, what if we? I mean, why would say that this was a intelligently created
environment
thing.
Yeah.
Why is it facing the way it's facing versus a different direction?
Well, we don't.
What
way it's facing, you can't. You don't really know what. I don't even know what you would mean by what way it's facing. We don't know what way it's facing. Like, I mean, it depends what you're even imagining here. I don't know.
Well, tectonic shifts and everything. We've got these plates moving around, but we don't. But if you don't have a shape
theory, and plates are flat, not balls.
Well, we know that the plates are. We know that the plates exist.
No, that's a theory, and plates are flat, not bowl-shaped, like an ball Earth.
I've never seen one. I don't know if you have.
Well, we've seen the effects of them.
Well, we've seen things occur that we've ascribed an effect, a cause to, but we haven't seen the claimed cause to know that that's true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying you don't actually know that that's true.
Hasn't there been enough? I mean, hasn't there been enough evidence that one continent separated from another, and we have we have species that exist because of that.
No,
I mean, you could have all these things occurring through different means or through I mean, these things could be the case regardless. I mean, the theories that we're told, and they're called theories for a reason. When they're trying to tell you something was happening billions of years ago, they have no idea.
I have a question. I always ask this question and I never get to answer it. Why is everything in the flat Earth model round? The sun, the stars, everything is round. It's
the trees are round. Your face is round. Your mom is round. Like everything is round. The cars are round.
That's all I'm asking.
Everything
Can
is
anybody
round, right?
explain to me
You look
why
everything.
everything
You
is
look
round?
everywhere. You look everywhere, and everything you see is round.
Can you turn off the camera? You're capping it at 25, but we need 25 VC users now. Can you turn it off, or are we gonna boot you out? Thank you.
Well, the simple answer is no. Not everything you see is round. I don't know if you've noticed that.
And I booted him once for doing this, and he came back in, and he's just going to keep doing that.
What?
That's the round fallacy. Everything is round, and if everything is not round, then everything is fake. Then
No. Let's just quickly cut this off. So round isn't exclusive to a sphere. That could be a disc. And you actually don't observe spheres in the sky. You see tiny little blobs of light, and then you're told stories about them and shown cartoons, basically, by NASA. But I think we should stick to the Navy guy, because he actually seemed reasonable. Unless someone does want to talk about the planets and everything. I don't.
I mean, I can go. I can go any direction. I'm just here to.
Yeah, what do you mean by facing the direction?
You definitely want to stay away from evolution, because once you know the Earth is flat, then your whole other worldview is just going to crumble, and we're going to kind of be stuck.
Yeah, don't make us slay all these sacred cows for you right now, because it'll be too much for you.
Actually, to be fair, evolution and a flat Earth are not incongruous. They are two separate things.
I mean, if you wanted to think that's like a mechanism that was put in place and that's what happened, I don't really care. I mean, I think it's a bit silly to assume it, but no, I mean, theoretically, I suppose you could make the argument. I mean, I still don't think you would have the evidence for it, but no, the nature of the Earth doesn't really decide that one way or the other. But I mean, it is essentially wrapped up in the globe cosmology, mythology of billions of years. So I wouldn't go for that. But yeah, evolution is another massive can of worms. So you maybe want to save that for a separate day. I don't know.
And carbon dating. I mean, they have done carbon dating of the Earth.
Yeah, we can get into the reliability of carbon dating at some stage, but again, I don't know if you want to really go into that today.
Yeah, like I said, I'm here to not cast judgment, just to.
Well, we appreciate
why would they even do these? Why would they even do these things? These carbon dating, like, what's their objective? To learn? To learn what?
To understand.
For what reason?
Why did we climb Mount Everest? Not to develop helicopters, but to because it was there, because we wanted to know.
So that's why you think that's why they want to date things to be like 10 million years old. I mean, isn't there enough information now that you can just like work with? Like, so if the reason is to like make yourself healthier, is there really a reason to like find a bone and be like, let's date this bone and find out what made it unhealthy? You can just find out what's making you unhealthy right now. There's no need for it. So there's some sort of objective there.
Well, okay, if you want to, okay, so if a human being you want to be healthier, if you want to go with that route, from as an anthropologist.
So just give me a reason.
No, let me finish. Let me finish, please. As an anthropologist, I can go and say, okay, this is what humans ate back at this time. This is how long they lived. This is how it wore on their teeth or whatever due to various nutrition.
Yeah, but you can do that right now, and with 5 people of different ages right now on different diets. There's no need to go back a million years.
Why do we learn anything? Why are you learning about the?
If you have no reasonable answer, that's what I understand. Because
why are you wanting to know about it? Why does a flat Earth matter to you then?
I mean that wasn't my question. I mean, it's not that it matters. I mean, it's just what it is, right? It just is what it is.
Mean, a flat Earth versus a round Earth is going to make zero difference to your life generally. If you're
I can forget about everybody on TV telling me that a 45 giraffe wide asteroid just missed Earth, because I know that's a lie. And why are they saying it on TV? That makes a big difference.
Yeah, you can find out what difference it makes later on.
So are you saying that there's been no asteroids hit the Earth?
Space is fake. Nothing hit us.
Well, there are craters all over the place showing otherwise, and it doesn't.
No, they're not craters. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. You can't prove they're craters.
Well, then what were they?
I don't know, but it's not from a rock hitting and making a hole.
Why? Why is that?
Tell me how that happens, and how come we haven't found the rock yet?
Oh, we have. We have found many.
Nope. You finding rocks doesn't equal if it came from outer space.
So we found a rock. We found like a big hole in the ground with a rock in it.
Oh, we found lots of them, and even the Tuskegee, not the Tuskegee, but the one that just hit, the one that just exploded over whatever that Russian city was. They found fragments, and
who checked the land before it came down and blew up to make sure that the rocks that they're not picking up weren't already there? Who checked the land first? Then said, okay, it's clear for that thing to blow up. Now when we go back, all the rocks here are rocks that came from the sky explosion.
I don't have to go to a park to know that that they had a party there the night before, drank beer, and that's not normally what people do at the park. I mean, you know what I mean?
It's not an extraordinary claim.
Your analogy failed.
Yeah, it's
your analogy failed. Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to. You don't.
On people in park drinking. That's man.
Well, I mean,
analogy crippled.
It's not like it's not. I mean, it's like if I hear a party. I hear a party at the park.
So hearsay.
I go there the next day and find beer cans all over the place. I don't have to have gone to the park a week before to realize that, hey, this beer can probably came from the party.
So that night that you heard me playing my stereo really loud and like it sounded like a party, I also emptied my trunk out in the park and threw the cans everywhere and left.
So people go to jail for the assumptions that you're making all the time. It happens. Yeah, your correlation doesn't.
If you saw
is
them
not
for
proof.
like 2 seconds, you could prove it. Though. You would know afterwards, but you didn't even see them.
What are you talking about? What's this?
The people you're saying had a party.
You'd have to go there. You can't just, if you're going to be in court saying that shit, you're going to put somebody in jail for that's innocent, and I hope you know that.
Well, okay, so when I fingerprint the beer can, find out that Julie Schmuckatelli had touched it.
First you told me you heard a party, so that means there was a party in the party. Now you're telling me you fingerprinted beer cans to decide who was there. Which fingerprints told you rocks came from outer space?
Well, let me ask you a question. I mean, you're saying that people go to jail. It's like, well, okay, now you're asking for more evidence because nobody's going to convict anybody because I haven't said. Well, I don't have time to explain the entirety of the science behind it. So, and nor is it my area of expertise. You have to trust people at some point.
So it's just a belief then?
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. AI enters the VC.
Part of that phenomena that we observe, but it's phenomena that is being caused. The North Star is the celestial north is one of the radiants, but at the center of all the 6 radiants, which is the sun is helion is one, antihelion is another one, the north aurorial or celestial north is another one, south aurorial another one. At the center of all of those is what you're asking about. The source of it all.
Yeah, I think it's just easier to see it as a reflection of the ground plane, but you can see.
Yeah, you have reflections, yeah. Definitely reflections.
Yeah, you can see the sky.
Many things happening, not one thing happening at the same time. There's a lot of things happening, not one, right?
Yeah, you can see the sky in the bottom, like 15%. Sort of arc area, and then the rest of it is like realms that are outside of where we are. I don't really want to say above because that doesn't really make sense. It's more just the beyond.
Yeah, whatever is above, beyond what we can see. In the gift that you posted, I can't share that. Why is it drawing triangles?
Well, those lines are on the moon. Like if you take that, sorry, I meant to drop you a photo of the actual source photo that I used for all of this. But the problem is the GIF and the photo look the same in my folder. There you go. So that's just a close-up of the moon, regular photo. And if you see that device thing, it's kind of in polarity to this spot that I assert is the resonance from God's heart touching the corner of this creation. And then if you go across to the right, you'll see a little circular aperture, and I believe under there is where the physical sky ends or begins. Sorry. Either way.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But you should be able to see the triangles much more clearly on this close-up, because that's what I noticed first were the triangles, and I just started tracing them in an image editor until I realized it was Euclidean geometry and the mapping of it on the moon, and then all the other stuff came after noticing just the geometry. But that would make sense of why all the ancient cultures knew how to build based on Euclidean perfection of triangles, because they're on the moon.
Yeah, but it goes beyond that, because you know what's at the center of rotation of the moon is revolving in a circuit, right? Just like the sun. And look, this is an example, and it's in relation to what you're talking about. This is electro-optical scans.
Yeah, I do get what you're saying, but like what I'm saying is, to me, it doesn't really have to be in the center to be like the energy that's generating the motion. That could be at any point, really. Like, I'm not saying it could just be anywhere. I'm saying it doesn't have to be anywhere to generate the same energy field.
It doesn't have to be anywhere, but
I'll try to say it in a way that makes total perfect sense. If you choose any point on the toroidal field, and put the generator there, it's all going to work the same way. So because we know that magnets are natural toroidal generators, and because when you do a deep zoom in on that object, it has a sideways gradient and it's shaped like a naturally formed ferrous magnet. I mean, to me, it just makes sense. Big generator generating the reflection and the ionic opposite, which is the sun.
so you see the shape of the generator at the center of rotation, yeah.
Yeah, it looks kind of similar, doesn't it? It's funny because it looks like, to me, a hammer's head without a handle. You could also say the ankh without a handle. There's a lot of weird devices that map to that kind of like cross, but with just like, yeah, kind of like the cross itself. Even if you took like just below the crossbar itself and it was slightly lower than it was higher, it forms that shape of a magnet.
What is this man yapping about?
Magnetic fields, electromagnetics.
Oh,
it just looks like smoke to me. Colored smoke in the background.
Long time no see, Demok. How you doing?
Couldn't get it, Pontius Pilate.
You still believe that we breathe electricity?
Well, we're pulling in the thing we call air, but then we're getting electricity from it, man. Yeah, kinetic energy. That's all you can do.
Yeah, I mean, you have to debond the oxygen from the rest of the gases in your lungs. That's what the filter system is doing. It's using electricity to debond them and then disperse them into your blood.
There is no oxygen in your blood.
They're called alveoli.
No, that's called sacs and bags. That's not oxygen in your blood. You don't have any oxygen in your blood. You have sacs and bags that react, and they pull the current to your fucking skin and your flesh and inside your blood that's inside your system. Your whole system gets the electrical amplification of the fucking continuity from it, and your blood gets to flow.
Oxygen is carried within hemoglobin, which is inside your blood.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Oxygen in liquid is an air bubble. Show me the air bubble, and we'll wait.
I've just told you it's contained within
I'll wait
hemoglobin.
for the air bubbles. I won't wait for you to tell me anything. I don't give a fuck what you tell me.
Nobody
What,
said
you got a
anything about
cartoon?
air bubbles. That's a leap of faith that
Yeah,
you
I
took
said,
right
where
there.
is air in your blood? That would be an air bubble. There
Inside
ain't no
the
fucking
hemoglobin.
air in your blood if there ain't no air bubble.
Have you seen
Stupid.
South Park? Like step 1, steal underpants. Step
Have you
2,
seen fucking
question
air
mark.
in the
Step 3,
ocean? Air
profit.
bubbles in the
Like
ocean.
you're missing step 2 here.
No,
Like,
I'm not missing nothing. You are. An air bubble can hold back the whole ocean till it reaches the top, motherfucker. So you ain't gonna tell me your blood's
air
stopping
doesn't
it.
only have to exist within an air bubble.
Hold on.
You know,
Do
Dude, you're not
you
making no sense.
consider H2O itself to contain oxygen, Dem?
I don't know what H2s and O's are. I know I can wave my hand in the static electricity. I know when you pull shit in and you push it back out, you don't keep it in. You don't contain that. You don't retain any of that shit. You don't pull it in your
No, look,
bloodline.
that's fair enough, because if you're dealing with
Push out
something that's
more.
in a state
You
where
push
it's
more
bonded
air
to a
out.
charge, it's not acting like a gas, so it's kind of non-functional to refer to the oxygen in our blood as a gas, but I don't think that's what we're saying to begin with.
Can we get
There's
our 2
not no
feet onto
oxygen
Earth
in your
again?
blood. There's nothing in your blood from it at all
Onto
except the
the flat
electrical
Earth
continuity.
again.
Yeah. So
Magnetic
anyway,
poles
you push
are only
out.
possible on a globe.
You breathe in,
Why is
and when
only
you breathe
possible on a
out,
globe?
you breathe out
Magnetic
more than you
poles.
breathe fucking in. How is
Oh,
there something in your
golly.
blood?
Hey, where's the compass? When you use a compass, right? You
Why do you
utilize
have
it
iron in your
practically.
blood
Where
and copper?
when it
Wonder
points
what that's for.
when it points in a certain specific direction, let's say south, doesn't it on your ball suddenly, if you would do an imaginary line, because that's what you guys like, imaginary things, you do an imaginary line from your compass, just straight level line, wouldn't it end up in space?
I mean, the thing is with how angles work, right? Even if you put the compass at like a, how do you call it, like a almost a
Angles
90
work when you
degree,
take
like
it
let's
up
say
apex?
80-degree angle from the ground, right? It'll still find north based on how like
You
magnetic
need to hold a
attraction works.
compass flat. No, so you need to hold a compass flat to make it work properly.
Yeah, but at that point we're just arguing sophistry. Like,
No,
without sophistry, the flat Earth cannot exist.
no. I ask you a specific question. Hypothetically, if you
They
draw a
answered it.
straight line,
Like,
the straight line on your ball points into space. It points in every direction.
do you know
but
how
on
a compass works?
a compass makes perfect sense.
Do you know
when you
how
have
a
to stop a
compass
chemical
works?
plane. Obviously, I know how a compass works. But for some reason, you try to avoid the question that I asked
It
you.
I'm not
doesn't work
avoiding
on
a
balls.
question. Like,
You
if
obviously
you know how a
you're
on
compass
trying now
works,
to
then your question is void
transverse
and
the
nihil.
conversation.
Compasses don't work on balls. Does that help
Yes, they
you?
do.
Show me.
No.
Show me a ball. Go get a ball and rub your compass by it. The North and South Pole magnet ball you got.
Yeah, but the thing is, the ball needs to be magnetic
There
like
ain't.
the
Oh, now
Earth.
you got excuses. No, we ain't no but things. We need the fucking South North magnet ball and your compass on that bad boy.
He asked you for a demonstration, not for excuses.
What if the ball is a good boy, though?
Listen, man, I don't know what kind of crack you're smoking, but I would like to have you fucking supply us with
Buddy,
the proof
if there's
of your
someone
fucking
smoking crack,
claim.
it's you. Like, when was
Your
the last time you
claim
shaved
is
your
that
beard?
fucking the North fucking compass works on a South and North Pole ball.
You have a
Show me
greasy
that
ass
with a
beard.
ball.
Who are you saying that he's
Get
smoking
a
crack
ball.
here? You look like a
We'll wait
caveman
for
from
you.
the Flintstones, my guy.
We'll wait for your retarded ass to find out what a ball is, Flintstone.
Yeehaw, partner.
Anyhow, Flintstone fucking idiot. No ball boy. Talking about how stuff works on a ball without a ball in your hand.
So is this how you prove yourself in your mind that you have a ball?
I mean, I don't go around calling people
You don't go
crackheads.
around getting no balls, do you? I know that
I have
much.
more balls than you, dude.
Yeah, right, but not a magnetic one with a compass.
You know, actually, like, having
We'll
magnetic
need to
balls would
see
be
that.
epic.
For you to just shut up. Maybe just shut up if you're going to start telling dumbass lies about what balls and compasses do.
I think your balls are magnetic because I'm gonna
So
come
can
to
you
your home with a
show us
hammer,
your
right?
north and south fucking magnetic ball and how your compass works on there? Just like Earth. Show us. Or shut the fuck up.
Wait, do you smoke crack or nicotine? Like,
Yeah, we're
you have
gonna
a
smoke
smoker's
your fucking
voice.
ball. We're gonna smoke your magnetic fucking little Earth ball you're gonna demonstrate with your compass. Dumbo.
As I said, even if you hold a compass at an 80-degree angle from the ground,
Yeah, cool
right?
story. On
Hold
flat
on.
Earth,
It'll
that's
still
not going
show
to help you.
north, right?
Holding it on
Based on
flat
how
Earth ain't
magnetic
helping you.
attraction works. Like,
What you need a ball. It's what you need, stupid. Stop talking about what happens on flat Earth. You need a ball for your compass. Magic. You need a magic
yeah,
north and
like
south
magnetic
ball.
poles cannot
Show us how your
form.
south pole works
It
on
cannot
your ball.
form on a fucking flat
Do
surface.
you have a south compass for your ball handy for the other half of this ball? I want to traverse the other side. I don't want to fuck with the north side. I don't want to fuck with this whole half. I want to go on the other half. So where's my south side compass? Don't have one, retard?
You're
Is that what
yapping too
retards
much. Let
do? Make
someone
funny
else speak.
fucking retards just make funny cartoon noises?
Looney Tunes says noises.
Is that
Yeah.
what you do? Is that like is that what McToon taught you? Make funny
Yo,
cartoon
Gemsy,
noises
long
when you
time no see.
don't have
How
a
are you
ball?
doing?
So do you even know what a ball is with a north and a south?
How about yourself?
How's XO doing? Is he alright?
He would like to learn
Sure.
about a north-south ball magnet that you got with a
Yeah.
compass on that bad boy.
You can't even argue against the ball and you think you can defend the flat earth?
Brother, I don't have to defend nothing. You can't prove the latter, bitch. Shut up. I
Who are
don't
you
have to
calling
do
a
shit
bitch?
but sit back and watch you fucking fall and not be able to do nothing,
Okay,
ball boy.
that coin in your profile picture, who did you steal that from? Gypsy?
Lincoln and the
You're a
government.
gypsy.
I stole this penny from the government and they're not getting it back. So anyway,
He
listen,
must be in
what we
awe
need to
right
do,
now.
stop worrying about copper pennies, dumbass. We need to worry
Stop
about
worrying
how a
about being
ball magnet
electrocuted by
works.
electricity in the air,
We
dude.
need to see a South
No
Pole
joke.
compass. Do you have a South Pole compass handy, stupid?
Okay, like, if you hold a compass, right?
No, I don't know.
Hold on.
You're going to hold a
Hold on.
South Pole
Hold
compass.
on.
You just
If you have a
leave it. No, we
compass
don't want it
You
north.
cannot hold it right.
and the
You have
compass
to
is
hold the
pointing
left
north,
and
you
right.
simply take the other
We
direction
don't want
than what
any
is
north
pointing at,
anything.
just south.
We want the South
Idiot.
compass.
But
Don't
he
bring
said
us no
Just go the other
garbage ass South
direction.
compass.
hello. He asked if you hold it right, but you have to hold it left and right. You cannot just only hold it right.
I don't know which way he's going to hold a compass on a fucking ball. There's no horizontal.
Wait,
You got
Demok,
your
how old are
Weebles
you?
Wobbles fucking compass?
I wonder how
You got
you
your teeter totter
survived for
compass?
this long, dude. Like,
Brother,
if you
I
can't
don't know
even
how
tie your own
people wait this
shoelaces,
long to
how
show
have you
what a
not
ball
get
works
gotten hit
like.
by a truck or something?
How long did it take you motherfuckers to show a ball? Still ain't done it yet. Since Pythagoras, you ain't shown a ball. Even that goopy bastard was allergic to balls. Come
I'm
on,
surprised that
man.
you haven't tried to eat mud
Is there a
lately,
glober
dude.
that's not allergic to south compasses and south magnetic balls and north and south balls?
You seem to be very interested in balls, dude. That's kind of sus.
Yeah,
I
well,
like
it's
triangles.
the government's fault. They put a book in front of my face and said everything's
So
a
you're
ball.
attracted to balls and you blame the
No, they
government?
said balls are attracted to you.
Nah, that's wild, dude. Stop
Yeah, I
projecting.
know it's wild. I'm with you, brother. I don't believe everything's a ball. Are you a fucking ball?
Or you're...
Are you a
Wait,
proton
hold
or
on,
an
no wonder
electron?
you don't have any balls,
How
dude.
could you not be a ball?
Or you
If all the
do you
electrons
have a
have to be
vasectomy?
balls, all the particles have to be balls,
Are you
all the
castrated?
gluons, the neutrons, the fucking protons, the nucleuses, the atoms, all matter and mass has to be a ball. How come your bitch ass ain't a ball? Hey,
Yeah,
ball head,
like,
where are all the
okay.
balls at?
You're just speaking word salad right now, dude.
Yeah, I know. You're just speaking fucking ball salad without a ball.
Ball salad?
Yeah, come on, ball boy.
You're funny. You're funny.
I'm not funny. I didn't
Not
make
for
this
the
shit up.
reasons you think, but you are
I
funny.
didn't tell you fucking Mickey Mouse's face was fucking H2O. A
Hey,
fucking mouse
hey,
with
no
2 big
shade to be
ears.
thrown at my profile picture, right? You're going too far.
Well, listen. Once you find out there's oxygen in your blood, you're gonna go too far. Listen, let's bypass your lungs. I got a thing of oxygen right here in a syringe. I'll stab it right in your veins. We'll just go right to the source, and we'll be good to go. We'll go underwater.
That's not how
Stab your.
things work. There's a reason why
Listen,
oxygen
bro.
has to be
Don't tell me
contained
how they
within
work when you're not making a
hemoglobin.
human.
Air
You didn't make
bubbles
a
in your
human to
blood
tell
will
me how
kill you,
humans
dude.
work.
They're
When'd you make a
fucking
human?
lethal.
You fucking goopball. So when I take the air underwater and bypass your lungs, we're not going to put any in your lung. I'm going to duct tape your mouth, put a bag over your head, and we're going to go underwater, and I'm going to put oxygen in your
don't you
vein
think?
directly, straight to your heart.
You're not gonna
Is that
do
going to
shit,
hurt?
dude, without catching 9mm.
Are you listening? No, you're going to catch some fucking air to your lungs, but the
You're
opposite
not gonna
way.
do shit.
Brother, I'm going to give you air. I'm going to bypass your fucking lungs. I'm going to stick it right in your
You're a fucking
bloodline.
psychopath. Like, you should not
You're
be.
the one that believes you
You're a
got air
fucking
in your blood.
psychopath, dude.
Why am I
Yes,
psycho
but
for
not
putting
air
air in your blood?
bubbles. There's a difference between air
Why
and
would I
air
be a
bubbles,
psycho for
idiot.
putting some oxygen in your blood, brother?
Because air bubbles are
I'm
lethal.
helping you stay alive. You got a bag on your head. I need to keep you alive.
Do you even
How
know
can
how
I
to
get
tie
you
your
your
own
oxygen?
shoelaces?
How can I get you your oxygen without fucking pumping it into your vein? There's a bag on your head.
Did your
I can't
brain
get it off.
cells take after your parents? Like, are they on divorce?
No, the
Like, your
air did.
last
The
two brain
oxygen.
cells are divorcing or something?
No, the oxygen divorced your
No,
bloodline.
so they're not.
And
So
your
they're
lungs.
still talking. They should talk to each other more often, I think, dude.
Oh man, this is so boring. Can you guys literally get to?
Yeah, let's get back to the Earth. Thank you.
You guys think it's boring that I'm gonna bypass his lungs and stab it
Yeah,
straight into his
dude,
fucking nerve?
you're making murder threats here, and that's not cool.
Yeah, you gotta calm down a bit, Demok, and relax.
How has your day
Relax.
been?
Take it easy. Oh, golly.
So, Clay under seal. Did you change your profile picture in recent times? Hello? Hello?
In recent times, no.
Remember you had a different profile picture before this? Are you German, by any chance? Mein Freund?
I am German indeed.
Hello, Sigets?
Sorry, I can't speak German.
Do you have a German accent, though? That's kinda sus.
Yeah, because I'm German.
Yes, but if you have a German accent, it means that
Yeah,
you speak
sorry,
German,
I only
right?
understand German.
Alright.
So please only talk English to me.
Talk English to me. Da-da-da-da.
Anyways, let's get back to what I said, right? So a compass will always point into space on your board. Is that correct?
Into most literal sense, yes.
Yeah. Or through,
But is
or points
practicality, it does point towards north, though. Because in practicality, it does point to north. Because as I said, even if you hold a compass at 75 degrees, right? It'll still point towards north.
If you want to use maps or a map in general to like get details of a street, either on paper or digitally, in order to utilize the map usefully and get the details of the map, it will be a planar grid system, right?
Yes, but I can use the same.
There's no use for a toy globe, right?
But the thing is, I can use that same argument back at you because there's a reason why maps cannot be universally orthonormal and like you can't have like correct proportions, correct angles, and correct distances on a flat map. For a very obvious reason, because it's a projection from a 3D object, like a globe, onto like a flat plane. So you have to like choose whether you want to have. That's how maps work, and if you don't know how maps work, then it's up to you to.
That's how maps work. That's just a phrase. That's not.
Okay. Okay. Can you show me a single map that has correct angles? The burden of proof is on you. You make the positive claim here.
No.
I don't. I'm making a negative claim.
There is no burden. The truth is, if I want to use if I want to utilize information to navigate on the Earth, and that information is going to show me streets.
The burden of proof
and
is on
so
you.
forth,
You claim
the
that there are
map
maps that are
the map
universally.
will be projected as being a topographical plane, so there is no burden on me. That's just the truth.
Yes, there is.
No.
There's a burden of proof. Do you know
Just
what the
because you
burden of
don't
proof is?
understand that the map. That
Just
every
because
map
you
is
don't
flat.
understand how maps
Every
work.
map is flat. Every map is flat.
Correct, but they're not like the thing with maps are.
Because the Earth
They
is flat.
have to sacrifice one of the three things to even work as a flat map, right? They have to either have
Bro, the Earth is
wrong
not a ball,
proportions, either have wrong angles, or wrong distances. Right?
Okay, so
you cannot have all three at the same time.
All that aside, what is your point? Are you saying that they're compensating for some sort of curvature?
Errors in maps. The reason why we have these errors in maps, right, is because they're a projection of like a 3D globe onto a flat surface.
Okay. So this is a curved surface. This is a curved surface. You're saying that the augmentations or the distortions are because they're compensating for curvature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So your positive claim is that there's curvature. Can you show us how we can measure that?
I mean, let's stick to page 1 first. Like, I would like to go to her later, but the thing is, this gentleman here says that we can have maps that are orthonormal and all of these at the same time. I would like to see such a map because that would be a huge breakthrough in cartography.
What is his claim? I'm sorry, Clay. What did you say?
I said every map you're gonna utilize on Earth in order to get from A to B, let's say by seeing details such as street names, is gonna have a planar flat Earth grid system or planar grid system in general. Every useful utilization of a map is gonna depict the Earth as being flat.
Okay, yeah, so healthy, right? Like if you're traveling in car versus someone who's like stipulating a direction that they have to take on a plane or something, these are two different things and two different scopes.
No,
if you want to go from where you
it's
no, it's not
deal.
really. It's
if
not
I,
the
if
same.
I want, no, it's the same deal.
Have you looked
Yes,
at
it's the
something
same
like that?
deal. If I wanna see the airways and sits and stars and transition intersections of flight routes, I need to zoom in on any EFB that companies provide for.
Have you seen like the flight route between, like, for example, London and let's say New York?
So that is a rough projection that you can project on anything, but as soon as you want to see the detailed airways and intersection, you need to understand the whole aircraft, every aircraft in this world flies on on streets. They're named, they have specific numbers, and therefore if you want to see them, you need to zoom in, and when you zoom in, it's going to turn into a flat planar grid system every time. I can literally show you this if you want to.
Yes, for practical uses, dude. And the thing is,
yeah,
we're
exactly.
talking about different scopes.
It's my claim. Every map you practically use is
Like
gonna
when
be
I
a
go
flat
to the
Earth.
store around the corner, I'm not gonna worry that I'm gonna stumble over the curve or some shit, dude.
You
Like,
can argue about this all
wait
you
a
want.
minute. He's not arguing with you, Clay. He's saying, yes, you're correct. Every map is flat. He has no other claim than you. So he's agreeing with you. I don't know. I don't see what the problem is.
Problem is that he's still trying to, I don't know.
Yeah, like maps are.
Well, I just asked him a second ago to go ahead and back up his claim that these maps are somehow, compensating for the curve that exists in reality. He didn't want to deal with that, so he's running away from the claim that he made.
You're the one not dealing with it, dude.
What
Can
claim?
You show me a single flat map? Can you show me a single flat map?
You just agreed that we have all flat maps.
Yes, but they also have their flaws for very obvious reasons. That's a step that we're leaving out.
You just agreed with me that we have all flat maps, and then you're making excuses as to why they're all flat. Not sophistry. You already agreed, bro. You already agreed with me.
Toddler protest.
So now we've gone into ad hominem because you are bankrupt. You agreed that the maps are flat. You haven't shown us any curvature in reality, and now you're running away and, ad hominem me, and then you bounce. So same story, different day.
Did he bounce?
Yeah, because he just kind of was, ad hominem me, so I wanted to finish my point, but too late.
No way he bounced, man. That's crazy. What is, like, that? That's just crazy.
Positive claim. No, we don't make a positive claim. Everybody uses the Earth as flat and stationary. The maps are flat, right? These are axioms. These are things that we know. Even everybody describes the Earth in terms of its stationary, flat construction. How fast are you going? Oh, I'm going 60 miles per hour. In relation to what? Oh, stationary Earth. Okay. What direction is this pen falling that I dropped trying to make some excuse for gravity? Oh, downward. Oh, okay, in relation to a horizontal plane. So the positive claim is the one that everyone's making. The Glober somehow comes along and says, no, it's curved though. Okay, so zero curvature is what we experience, but you say there is curvature. You have a burden of proof to show us the curvature. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to talk about curvature. What the hell?
Sorry. I just made it more. I'm quiet. For damn it. I know. Hold that.
You Globers are going to have to start describing that acceleration. It's no longer downward. It's going to have to be inward. Okay? Just FYI, you're going to have to change your vernacular to meet your paradigm, your religion. I see Raiden's in here. Raiden, did you find anything new with your consensus-based religion to support your consensus-based religion? Okay.
You kind of broke up, Sezu. Can you say that again, please?
I was just curious if you had found any new evidence to support your consensus-based religion.
No, I haven't found anything new. Everything that anyone's heard about the Earth being a sphere is not anything new. It's
okay.
So you can read about it.
So it's still a purely mathematical consensus-based religion at this point.
I don't know if it's a religion. I don't remember any deities being involved with this, but
Well, it came from a pagan sect that was born out of essentially the Catholic sect. So it's all mostly mythos and pagan religion, backed up by purely mathematical. I mean, this is sort of redundant, but mathematical concepts, and then fed to the rest of the world with zero evidence or measurements in reality for the values given to it. So it's really kind of this blend of math and paganism fed to the people as their reality. So maybe it's not a religion, but that's where it came from.
I understand that. That's fair. It does have a pagan roots, as it were.
Right. Okay, man. I was just asking. I appreciate it.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, for an atheist, it seems like you're really on this like constant kick of like the supernatural. I mean, what's up with that?
Is that for me, Crit?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about it supernatural. What are you talking about?
Well, like just religions and stuff like that.
No, says who had. He's the one that said something about religion. I was just responding to him.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey Siri.
Check, check, test, hello.
Check, check.
Check, check. Earth to heretic. Earth to heretic.
All
Copy.
right, I'm still here. I'm still on Earth. Starting to question it for a second there. See any good globe evidence in your travels, Twanger? Driven past any globe evidence or seen any when you're out walking around?
Yeah, the sunset.
Sunset's globe evidence?
Yeah,
How?
because it disappears
So?
and it doesn't change its size.
Yeah, it does. They showed you that the other day.
No, that's baloney.
Is 12 pixels smaller? Smaller?
Not nearly small enough.
Oh, but it is smaller, right? Wait a minute. So it's not small enough to be smaller?
Right.
12 pixels less, so it's smaller, right?
That's no. To my eye, it's
But
the
it's not,
same
not
size.
smaller. It's not smaller enough to be smaller.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, well, big deal. Does the sun actually lose elevation?
Well, it goes behind the Earth as the Earth rotates.
Oh, okay. So it goes behind curve as it rotates.
Yeah,
Who measured either of those?
you don't need to measure it.
Oh, you're just making up stories about sunsets.
No, it just makes sense logically.
Yeah, you're just making up stories that make sense to you.
No.
Yeah. You told me
No,
nothing was measured.
you know.
Well, you're right. You didn't make that story up. Someone else made it up and told it to you.
No, you use reason. You use the powers of reason.
Okay, well, what's the logic?
That if it was actually just moving away from us, it would actually get so small until you couldn't see it. But that's not what happens.
How do you know that? What's the sun?
It's the same thing like anything else. How anything else would you would see it?
Well, how much further away is it getting? What is it even? Is it a ball of matter or, I don't know,
Yeah,
something else kind of effect?
yeah,
Well, how do
it is.
you know that?
Because it's a star.
That's just circular. You just say that stars are balls of matter and just say that the sun is one, so it is a ball of matter.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And it's like it's a big furnace.
It's a big furnace.
Yeah. It's got so much mass that in the inside, the little hydrogen atoms actually get slammed together and forms helium and bigger elements, and then it releases light, and that radiation travels to the Earth. Isn't that wonderful?
Ball of gas in a vacuum.
Huh?
It's a ball of gases fusing together in a vacuum.
Yeah. Gravity.
Gravity, what's that?
Things that have mass attract each other.
So Einstein denier.
What do you mean? No, has nothing to do with Einstein.
So you're an Einstein denier then?
No, general relative. That doesn't. Uh, that's fine. It doesn't interfere with relativity or anything.
Well, it's not an attraction according to Einstein. And you need Einstein for a solar system.
What do you mean? The fact that things that are heavier warp space time? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, isn't that what's really going on?
Yeah, I didn't give you a reason why the masses attract. I'm just saying things that are heavier attract each other.
No, they don't attract at all. They warp space-time.
Okay, well, it ends up in the same effect.
Okay. So can you show that space-time causes gases to coalesce into balls inside of vacuums?
Can you say that again?
Can you show that space-time will cause a gas or a bunch of gas to coalesce into a ball inside of a vacuum?
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't do that in my kitchen, but you can understand that that's what's happening.
Oh, it's just like you just imagine that's what's happening.
Yeah, use your powers of reason.
I haven't heard any yet. You're just making a bunch of claims.
Yeah, they're scientifically backed claims.
All right, well, what's the hypothesis for any of the claims?
Well, it depends. I don't want to waste too much energy going through all that.
Well, I mean, you're probably going to waste a lot more not going through it, so I don't see why not.
No, I'd rather just, just have a chill conversation.
Right now.
I'm happy to talk to you. Just don't ask too much of me, I'm asking too much of you.
All right, so we don't have the hypothesis for these scientifically backed claims. Interesting.
I mean, like I said, I could articulate it, but it'd probably make me tired.
So you'll just articulate things that aren't that instead. Isn't that tiring too? Isn't it tiring never backing up these scientific claims with any science?
Well, it's all backed by science. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, but you can only get as far as saying that, and then we can't get to the point where it's like, okay, here's the actual science.
I mean, which claim do you want me to back up?
So just buy more time now.
Like, just choose one, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, I don't know, space-time, coalescing gases into balls inside of vacuums.
Well, it's a weak vacuum, right?
So what? It's actually supposed to be a very powerful vacuum, but anyway.
I'm pretty sure it's a weak vacuum, but anyway, you can imagine that things attract each other, right? Like,
now you're just going off of your claim.
This is what we observe. Everything everything falls to the ground, bro. Why?
Okay, but that's a whole other phenomenon now.
No, it's not. It's the same phenomenon.
So things falling to the ground, that's the natural observed phenomenon for gases forming into balls?
Yep.
Wow. Can you, walk me through that?
Yeah, so things attract each other. That's what happens because you're falling down to the earth because the earth attracts you. So pretty much the same thing is happening when you have a large enough mass of gas. It's all attracted and then it collapses in on itself.
So what was the actual hypothesis for this? So what was the natural... Oh yeah, go ahead.
Let me think about the hypothesis for a second.
You're just going to make one up for Einstein? Well, I'm sure he's grateful. Because he himself said he didn't have one.
He didn't have one?
Well, actually, I don't know if he said that. Newton said he didn't have one, but Einstein didn't have one either.
Well, Newton's was God. God, it's so masterful. The model is so full of splendor, so full of glory, that could have only been created by a supernatural being that he identified as the Heavenly Father of the Bible. No other supernatural being could have done it. None of them come. All of them are pale in comparison to what the Heavenly Father can do. The model basically said the model's too perfect. Nature is imperfect. Humanity is imperfect. The only thing perfect is the Creator.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
He said like it's too mathematically perfect. And he got that idea from basically Copernicus.
Yeah, Copernicus was based. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it would take me. I'd really have to rack my brain to try to come up with a hypothesis. Heretic.
So did those other guys who came up with all this junk. I don't think they came up with squat.
Or Big Bang. If you come up with Big Bang as George Lamontre, what's the hypothesis for that? What's the cause of the Big Bang? Well, that was God too.
Right. Well, that's as far back as we can see. You know? It's the God of the gaps argument kind of thing. Actually, when I don't know why Demok got muted, but in his ramblings earlier, he was saying how like electrons and neutrons and protons and molecules, they're all balls, which actually is a good point, and it kind of illustrates how almost everything is a ball.
Well, no, their abstraction, their visual abstraction of them are displayed as balls, but they would have no shape, like no identifying characteristics, no depth, no width, no height.
No, they do. The nuclei of atoms are round, bro. They're like little globes.
Where have you seen that?
In chemistry.
No, you're reifying. You're reifying the.
You're cutting out, Flatsy.
You're reifying a model.
What's reifying mean?
Given an
Lending
abstract-
concretedness to. So it's like lending concretedness to, lending physical, physicalness, physicality to a concept. It exists in a conceptual form, and you're saying that exists in that's an accurate representation of its physical reality.
Yeah, that's fine.
You have can't connect the two.
It makes sense.
Declaring it to be so, right?
Well, it makes sense.
No, saying it makes sense doesn't make sense, right? Because
Like
you say it makes sense doesn't mean it makes sense.
Well, it makes sense that things are balls. Don't you agree?
No, bananas aren't balls.
What aren't balls?
Bananas.
Mountains
The
aren't
things
balls.
that aren't balls.
I'm not.
Vibrational waves, harmonics.
Yeah, well,
Those
that's not mass. Talking about things that have mass, buddy. Good try though.
Trees have mass. Those aren't balls.
I think I gotta use headphones because I can't really understand what you guys are saying. Hold on.
Headphones aren't balls.
That's true.
Well, I'm saying a lot of things. Well, I'm not saying everything is, but like a lot of things are balls.
Pretty much nothing is really. Like most rocks, they're not really balls.
Like that's the beauty of like the scale that we live on is like at this scale you can have a lot of different shapes, but on like the really big scale and the really small scale, everything is balls, bro. Isn't that cool? How cool is that, man?
Is that even true?
Yeah.
Galaxies, they're flat. Space is flat.
No, it's not. It's a big ball.
Well, I agree it's not because it's not real. I'm kind of reifying, but I mean within the paradigm, it's said to be flat.
Nice. Caught yourself there.
So I got a call right after I unmuted to tell you that you were reifying the model of atoms. Did you have a response for that?
I was asking what reifying means.
It means taking a conception and putting like concreteness to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the nuclei are round.
That's the conception of the model. It's not the actual thing.
We can see. You can use an electron. You can use an electron microscope, and you can see them. They're round.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, I did. I'm
Okay,
trying
so
to.
there's your
give
concrete
some
evidence,
ideas.
Flatsy.
I'm gonna give you. No, you're not giving any evidence towards your claim.
I just did.
You can actually use that model. It's very useful, and you can interact with things that are on that kind of scale. But the only way I can think of that we do it would be the photoelectric effect that you're talking about.
That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah. Do you know what the photoelectric effect is? You're just mumbling words right now to try to sound smart.
You're not letting me finish. You're just interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
The photoelectric effect would be a way that we've interacted with electrons. You shine the frequency onto the plate, and the electrons are bouncing off, and you can direct that current. That's what semiconductors are.
Okay, what does it have to do with what I said?
That's the way that we interact with things using the useful model of atoms. It's not like we know exactly that's exactly what they look like. That's not the way that you should think about it. You should have that in your mind as a conception only, not as thing.
That was a really cute red herring.
It was not a red herring. I stayed exactly at the point.
This is why I love you, Flatsy.
Okay, Twanger, I need you to post the image from whatever microscope that you think shows you these round nuclei of atoms. Go ahead.
You can look it up.
No, this is your claim. You're going to do it.
I believe the burden of proof is on you, my friend.
Well, I'm not going to be overburdened right now.
Well, then why bring it up? So then
the claim is
Sorry.
Yeah, you guys sure like to dismiss any inconvenient evidence, don't you?
So you're a typical globe. Hold on. So you're a typical globe earther. You come in here, you make a claim, you have no evidence to back up your claim, then ask the room to do your research for you, and then revert to meta when you get put into a corner. Is that correct?
What is this guy, a lawyer? Fuck out of here.
Exactly.
This is what
exactly
happened.
right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Get out of my face, lawyer.
I'm not on your Facebook Discord.
Twanger, are you like 16 years old or something?
Yes.
Because you sound like you're 16, if not younger.
Incredibly.
And you act like it too. Can you actually can you actually try and be an adult? Maybe get ahead by 2 years or something like that?
Maybe stop whining like a toddler. How about that?
See, he's having
whining
a tough
like
time.
a toddler.
He's having a tough time
because you're the one who's whining because you're being slapped around by people who are calling out for your bullshit. And then you're trying to reverse it on them.
Yo, you know you did a good job when the whole Flat Earth starts dogpiling you, dude. This is epic.
Okay.
It's epic. Oh my God. I win because I didn't actually win.
Yeah, is that what you think is happening right now?
This guy is fucking crazy. He keeps coming in here day after day after day. gets slapped around like a little bitch day in and day out. Okay, he comes in again, says, "I have evidence," but like, who was it, Old Hoss or something like that? Say you come in here, you make a
This is
claim,
cope. This is cope.
have
This
no
is
evidence.
this is cope.
This is cope. You're the one. You're the one who's coping, bro.
Hey guys,
Because we're
I have
calling it
evidence
out.
that the Earth is a globe, but I don't have evidence.
Yeah, we're
But I have
asking for your
evidence.
evidence. You're like, oh, you
Trust me.
go look it up yourself.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Dude, you wouldn't pass fucking like 5th grade science. Okay, not with that attitude.
Can you imagine telling your teacher, like, think back to 7th grade, right? You're doing an essay and we're doing a science project, and they ask you for your citations, and you tell your teacher, go look it up. You go look it up. Bro.
That's where the teacher just passes you to get you out of class. Like, okay, enough of this shit.
That's why we love Common Core. Amen. Love it.
For all we know, that's what happened to Twonger. That's why he's here, because he thinks it's satisfactory. Fucking pathetic.
I guess we have to pass them, guys. Fuck. All right, see. There you go. But that's there.
I specifically remember in 7th grade, my English teacher taking me aside for the essay that I wrote.
Oh. Yeah, you think you cut out. You're talking about an essay?
Sorry, I said I specifically remember in 7th grade being taken aside in the hallway from my English literature teacher to praise me for an essay that I wrote. It was cool. First time I got
Awesome.
really recognized as
Those
a
are good
good
teachers right
writer.
there. Yeah, those are good teachers. Good teachers. Actually, I'll even do you one better. I had my high school science teacher. Now we had about 400 students in my graduating class, about 800 students in my graduating class. So junior year, when the ACTs came around, she actually took 800 pencils and sketched our names and then a personal message on those pencils. I don't know how the fuck she did it because it's a pencil, but that was pretty cool. Those teachers like that, man, that's a teacher. Pull you
That's pretty
aside,
crap.
give you recognition.
Yeah,
That
one
is
time when
crap.
I was in college,
Fuck you.
What? There
No,
was a
not
class
you.
of
Not
about
you.
there was a class of like 200 people, and at the end, the last day after the final, she like gave out all the grades and said this was the highest score, this was the lowest score, and then when I got my paper back, I was the highest score out of 200 people.
Right on.
Yo, Brendan, why'd you say fuck you, man? I said that's pretty crafty.
Oh, I thought you said that's pretty crappy. I thought you said crappy. I was like, fuck.
No, crafty.
Did you say they
I
handed
got you.
out They handed out AZT?
No.
Oh, okay. So they handed out
No.
AZT. I'm like, what? Well, you guys have a big
No.
problem with
Pencils.
AIDS in school?
Pencils for
Ah,
the no.
That's funny.
Gosh.
Hey guys, while we have a moment, I'd like to ask, hey, what's your name again? Peter. I don't know how long you've been in here, man. Would you mind interacting a little bit with Twonger? I don't know if you were here for the last or how long you were here for, but I think you missed a really golden moment. Twonger, would you care to relay everything you were saying to us for the last 5-10 minutes? Summarize.
I've heard enough. I've heard enough. Yes, horrible.
Oh, you
Glover.
did? Okay.
Horrible
Okay.
Glover.
Thank you.
You were merely a fly on the
You
wall.
bring shame to the globe.
Yeah.
You bring shame to the globe.
Shame.
You must worship the globe better.
It's people like you who are killing the globe one day at a time.
Twonger's the best glober ever.
I'm
This
the
is as
best
good as
thrower
it
ever.
gets, folks.
No. Oh no, I have the world heavyweight title when it comes to that shit.
Don't expect it to get any better than this, because this is it. This is the cream of the crop. This is all you got.
Well, you guys like him because he's doing your job for you, killing the glob.
He's funny. Yeah, and he's funny while he's at it, too. So I think he's the best.
Are you, Heretic, are you sure it's not the Russian guy? The Russian guy is up there.
Which one's he again?
He's the guy that comes in, he's like, this is a globe Earth. Look at the
Oh, yeah.
He won't be around for a while.
In Soviet Union, we had the globe Earth just like that.
Discord was banned in Russia, so he won't be coming around.
Oh, that's right. He got fucking banned. Damn. Dude, that's crazy. Just think his last hours on Discord was with us. That makes me feel very emotional.
Those freedom-loving Russians, eh?
Oh, yes.
The defenders of the Western civilization, eh?
That's right.
It was Turkey. It wasn't just Russia alone. Turkey jumped in that too.
Oh, another great country. American conservatives' wet dream: Russia and Turkey, right next to after China.
Oh no! Republicans hate China. No, that's a progressive's wet dream.
Yeah, I think you have that backwards.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Russia part right.
Anyways, in Soviet Russia, flat earthers were sent to the Gulag.
Triggered.
They were though.
But but why can't Russia why can't Russia just make exceptions for this VC, like for flat Earth? We're having scientific conversation. We're not in here talking about like down with Putin. That's fine. Don't be all sensitive. They're all in their feelings.
No exceptions.
No exceptions. Yeah, good stuff.
I just want both teams to have fun.
Okay. Start giving out exceptions, and the whole system falls apart.
There's no
participation
teams to
awards.
begin with.
Yay!
There's really just one team. There's just humanity, and then people who like don't really want to be part of that. Like a no, thank you.
Well, there's also Team Space Mystic, Team Humanity, Team Space Mystic. There are many teams.
You missed a really big space mystic. This guy, fucking a ruckin' nuts. He said that he watched the SpaceX launch. He saw the Earth from space, and it dawned on him how stupid flat earthers are. Like, had he not seen the photos from space, he never would have figured out how stupid flat earthers are.
Oh gosh, silly me! I should have watched the SpaceX video, and then I would have been converted. Oh, I should have known all along.
Yeah, it's all it took. If you just watch that, you'll see. Like, the SpaceX launch just demonstrates the stupidity of flat earthers.
Because he said that,
you think it's real.
Because he said that, we need to all have a watch of this video in the VC once everybody's here. Once we've all observed it as a group, as a cohort, then we just change the name of the VC to Globe Earth 24/7. It's that simple. Oh, it's done. The end. No more discussion. Although I think Globetard has a nice ring feel. 18 minutes past the hour. This beautiful Monday evening.
Yeah.
Hey, did
Right.
you hear that? There's like every like 2-3 seconds or whatever. There's a little rhythm sound coming in. I don't know whose mic it is. Rhythm.
It could be like the dog, the Russian dog that was in space.
It's Gemsy.
Little Luca, like ruff ruff.
It's Gen Z, okay.
Gen Z.
A Gen Z.
Yeah, it's Gemsy.
No, it's Gen Z.
A Generation Z. Gen Z.
Yeah, it's Wolfgang's fault.
It's not my fault. You're Gemsy.
How is your fault? You haven't been called Wolfgang in a long time, haven't you?
I know it's getting sad, isn't it? Back to my default name.
Is it? Let me check.
And my name now happens to be a globe proof. I can't believe it. You were speaking to this Twonger guy? What's up, Twonger?
What's up, buddy?
On a scale
His
of
dog
0
ate
to
it.
100, 100 being the most, how much would you say you believe in the globe?
95.
95. Okay, so pretty confident. What makes you that confident?
Oh, lots of things.
Could you give us an example?
Yeah, like the sunset.
What about it?
Or the moon. Or
What about
boats
it?
going over a horizon. Or
Okay.
looking up at the stars.
So how do they tell you the Earth?
Or seasons. Or
I think
day
he's
and night
trolling.
cycles.
Okay. So how does any of that tell you the
There
Earth?
you go. Those are just a handful for you.
I think he's trolling.
Okay, so pick one. Pick one and tell us how it tells you the Earth.
I don't feel like it right now.
His dog ate his homework. I was
Oh, that's
trying to tell
strange.
that earlier.
But you've got all this information, but you can't tell us about what.
Yeah, I was just answering your question, sir. That's all I got for you.
All right, so you can't tell us why any of these things prove a globe.
Well, I could, but I don't feel like it right now.
Oh, you could.
I think he's a flat earther and he doesn't even remember what the original answer is.
I'm going to say you don't know why you think those things prove the Earth's a ball.
We got Maticus in the peanut gallery over here.
That's all right. So you don't know why those things tell you live on a ball. That's what I'll take from that. Otherwise, you could just tell us. Right?
Sorry?
Otherwise, why are you here? I'll take that as you don't know how these things tell you live on a spinning ball.
Well, you can believe whatever you want. That's your MO, buddy.
Well, if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. No.
Can we get Demok unmuted? That guy's pretty cool.
Well, what's the point if you can't discuss the Earth? Why are you here if you can't discuss the topic? Out of curiosity. Do you know why you're here?
You dunk on some flat earthers.
Doing a very good job of that. So does anyone else in the chat think they know why any of those things he said prove a globe?
Me. Me.
Yes, you
Proves the globe because it doesn't.
So the non-proof is the proof.
The lack of proof is what proves it. I can see that.
Yeah, that's how you prove the globe. The lack of evidence.
Yeah, because it's like they say, just because you can't see something doesn't mean it's not real. It means it is real.
And that's how you know it's real, because it's not real.
So, you know it's freaking flat because it's so. So you know it's curved because it's so flat, right? That's how you know
Yeah, that's how you know
it's
it's
curving because you
moving
can
at a
see
million
so
miles an
far.
hour.
Yeah, because it's so still.
Yeah. The
That's how
dead
you know it's
giveaway.
moving. The dead giveaway. Oh my god, dude! Clearly, dude, it's clearly flying by 1,000 miles per hour. You can freaking tell when you just, you know, there's
Only
lakes.
something moving
Like,
only something moving at millions of miles an hour would seem this
dude,
still.
yeah, when you see those lakes, you see a big reflection on a lake, and it's just like dead still. That's how you know.
How you know?
Clearly moving faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, because that guy swung the pendulum, which proved it.
Dude, it wouldn't even process. It'd just be a freaking thing that's just sitting sideways. It'd be at like a 45. Actually, no, it would be just sideways. It would be level. That's how fast. Dude, that's what a freaking pendulum would do. It'd just be level, sticking out
That's an interesting
sideways.
point. Can any of the
You
Globers in
know?
here tell us what the Foucault's pendulum would do if the Earth wasn't moving? What would it do when it swung? Any Globers want to take that?
Was doing 1,000 miles per hour. I would say it would be sticking out to the side, depending on how heavy it is. It would be at least at a 45. It would stay there. It would never process.
I find the pendulum a good experiment just because even Globers have a hard time agreeing and figuring out how exactly Coriolis effect really works. Like even in the most extreme from Cancer and Capricorn, you know, going north-south, say you fire a cannon. That's how you get the most difference. And still this study has not been done.
Did you say they couldn't agree?
No,
That's how you know it's so good?
Oh yeah. The Globers don't agree on exactly how Coriolis effect works. You just bring
the
it up and
Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect isn't even a real effect. It's freaking a fake, not real effect.
Yeah, and by the way,
you just bring it up and they start arguing with each other.
Oh, good lord. That's how you know it's so real. Because they can't agree. Oh my god. Facetious. What is it? Is it Facetious Friday already? Oh crap! It's Monday.
That's facetious.
Come on, there must be some Globies in here who can give us something. Anything. Tell us you believe the images. I'll even entertain
It's not
the
just
moon
Monday.
landing at this
Monday.
point. Okay, Twonger, looks like you're the only Glober with a working mic, so I guess you get to pick the topic. What's it going to be?
I'm just chilling right now, bud.
Ooh,
all right.
Here, I'll help out. Oh, Alpha, put him on mute. Nope. You better stay on mute, Alpha. Stay on mute.
Unmute Demok.
Why?
Put
Because
Alpha
at
on
least
mute.
he's funny to listen to.
What's going on? Where's the party?
Did I miss something?
It's the same as always.
No,
Arthur.
you just got here, so
They don't
it just
know what
started.
they're claiming. They don't know what they're claiming. They don't know what the things they think prove the globe. They can't give us anything.
All right, here's a nice simple one for you. Whoever believes in the globe here. So Saturn has 146 moons, and at least one of them is bigger than Mercury. How many times in all those photos of Saturn that you've seen have you ever seen one of the 146 moons?
The classic flat Earth trap of scale and perspective. Just can't wrap your minds around it, can you?
Oh, we got one.
A moon? Yeah, there it is. A moon the size of Mercury, and you've never seen it in any photo.
That was a good
I don't think I've ever seen Saturn with my naked eyes. Have you?
Actually,
146 moons. None of them collide. There's actually probably more, they suspect.
You know, there's more cars than that on the freeway in rush hour, right?
Holy shit. Yeah. Well, that proves
All right,
it.
boys,
That
we got
proves
one.
that.
Got a globe turd.
That
Caught
proves.
it. Caught it
That
on the reel.
proves the moons.
You guys are
real.
fun. You guys are fun.
Hold on, let
Man, you're right, dude. The moon trick, that was good. Nice bait.
Let Maticus threw
Yes.
out the rod. So let him speak to Cooper. Cooper just said, "Well, there's more cars on the road than that." What's your response?
What do you mean? What's my response?
There's
I mean,
obviously a little tongue in cheek, you know.
It's a ridiculous comparison.
No shit. It's called being facetious and messing around.
All right, so that wasn't an actual rebuttal then, Cooper.
Well, that's actually all they have. Something like that.
A rebuttal to why you don't see the moons of Saturn in photos of it? Is you seriously want me to respond to that?
Have you ever seen a moon? There's
I've never
146
seen
of them.
Saturn
One
with
of
my
them.
naked eye. Have you?
You've seen legitimate photos from NASA of Saturn, haven't you?
Oh, you think they're legitimate photos?
Images.
What is this?
It's a
Your premise
classic
is
soft
flawed. Your question is stupid.
Let me just explain what's going on for the audience. The audience doesn't realize whenever somebody's asked about their space mythos, they tend to defer to a sophist trick like Cooper's doing right now. So what he's doing is a classic burden-proof reversal. So what the audience doesn't realize is that Cooper doesn't have any evidence of anything Matic has presented, nor does he want to engage with it. So he's doing this gimmick to kind of defer.
Well, he's already ran away.
Yeah, of course. He doesn't want to answer the question, and he knows when I jump on the mic, he's going to get pressed. So
I didn't know if he was trolling or not.
he is. He's
Matt,
a hard
I think
troller.
your question triggered him enough that he had to leave.
It's just a stupid, simple question.
Well, that's the ones they hate the most. Is water level. Whee! All right. That was a good one. Try it again, Marcus. See if you can net another
Yeah.
weird fishy.
It's because it's the simple ones. That's what catches them.
Hear that, Glovers? He's calling you simple. Are you going to stand for that? Isn't there someone to speak up out of these 7 billion Globers? Isn't there one who can stand up and say, "This is why it's the globe"? Come on, guys.
I have seen the moons of Saturn.
Yeah. I'm looking at them right now. All 146 of them. No, I can't send you a picture. How dare you?
They actually suspect that there's more.
Yeah, the Globies are very suspicious.
Yeah, the space mythos is filled with whatever your imagination can provide, isn't it? So 146, let's make it 200. That's a cool 200. Why not? We can do whatever we want. The space mythos doesn't exist, yet we can create it.
Like the sun is one astronomical unit away, like that. That's just great.
Yeah, it's cool. You can say whatever you want because there's no way to understand any distance. So yeah, one astronomical unit's just fine.
The House of Cards. Assume that
Yep.
Venus is the same size as your presupposed Earth that you didn't prove yet is a ball. So you just assume that Venus is just like that. So you get back to your globe that you never proved to begin with, then all of that's false. Venus isn't a ball that's the same size as Earth. Therefore, the sun isn't 93 million miles away in a big ball in the vacuum of space. Like, all that's wrong now.
Yeah, they call it the mythos mentality. Because it's fun, right? You can just create whatever you want. It's awesome. You can ask them about it, but then they won't be able to tell you how they know. They'll just start to burden and proof reversal on you. What do you mean you're saying that there's 146 moons, huh? You're saying that there's NASA images, huh? That's what they do. That's all they can do. I like how they lose all will to argue. That's awesome.
Then we're left with nothing to talk about but Saturn's 156 moons. That's kind of boring. As stupid as it is, it's getting a little boring. The globe's really freaking losing bad.
Anybody believe in the ether?
Globers do, but they call it space time.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to fish for Flatsy.
I know, I heard that.
Fishing for Flatsy. As soon as they pipe up, then go ahead, Flatsy. It was I don't know, I think there was a Glober that came in, or no, he was a flat earther. He came into, was it Politics Flats? Where were we? X? I don't remember what platform. But he was an ether believer. I think it was on X. Yeah, I think it was X.
Yeah, I think it was.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure it was.
As he walked in, he was just like, Oh, wait a minute. You guys don't.
I
Are
think
you
it was
talking
that
about?
cross-platform night with
Yeah,
Q.
that's what made it difficult. I think it was. No, I think it was 24/7, and then I was on X. You were on 24/7. I
No,
think
the
that's
guy
how.
was on X. The guy
Yeah,
was on X, and he was what you dubbed the was it the esoteric?
Esoteric flat earther. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because we had the cross platform kind of mixed me up a little bit. I thought maybe he was on the home server
Right.
and we. Yeah.
Like I don't mess with X too much, but like I've been getting a lot of I don't know, they got like I guess they got kind of like suggested listening notifications. I've been getting a lot of notifications for other stuff. Kind of reminds me of the old YouTube days.
yeah, that place is filled with straight up propaganda. So be careful on there.
What place?
X.
Oh yeah.
I think a lot of them are actually doing X, apparently.
I don't go to their other forums over there, but I would imagine they're talking about a lot of it.
So many people are just swayed in the wind like a plastic bag. Just an empty plastic bag blowing in the wind, you know?
You know what's easy though is to kind of get their minds to think of something else other than reality. So it's like, you know, the Earth being a globe. You know how that's not a globe. We all know that. We all know that. But what else could it be? Right? Let's investigate that stuff. The what could be, and then you get them into these conversations that are just like off the charts, just crazy.
People are just looking for that replacement. They really, really, really want that replacement.
Starts off with blurred lines of speculation and facts, and then a mixture of both of them. Just that's how rhetoric is started. And
Well,
now
that's
there's a bunch of
probably
like, sorry, go ahead.
yeah. It's kind of how the freaking whole Baltard thing probably started, you know? Except not
Yep.
on the internet.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Just like
Yeah, it's truth mixed in with lies, of course. And Flatsy's correct. It's like they are speaking some of the truths that we're talking about, but they mix in a little bit of those lies with the speculation. Kind of, well, it's extended horizontal plane off into probably infinity. Like, you know what I mean? They're getting into a lot of things that we don't say, and they're running with it, and then they make their own ideas. You know, so.
I imagine this is how it naturally happens. Like we always look into certain things, and there's lies mixed in with the truth, and you have to really be able to, kind of extract that part of it out, or don't make claims if there's nothing in there that's provable or worthy of speculating about. I don't know. It just people. Maybe this is how it happens. Like you're like, oh, the lies are mixed in with the truth, because usually there has to be some truth in there for you to even make anything believable or interpret something
Yep,
from what you observe.
eh,
So
yeah, like the
that's correct.
news, like the news, you know, like the weatherman tells you it's going to be sunny tomorrow and it's sunny tomorrow, so then you're like, well, maybe I can believe all the world news about what's going on in the Middle East. It's kind of like Alex Jones. He's got some true shit. I mean, I haven't listened to him for years and years, but he's got some things that are true. But like the majority of the stuff he talks about is just nonsense.
Yeah, you got to weigh everything out, man. And people just don't want to do that. They want to take their intellectual capacity to be apathetic.
There's a saying that I kept hearing when I came out into this: it's "Don't toss the baby out with the bathwater." And a lot of these cases with the esoteric flat earthers is that they have done that.
Yep. Because they rather just discard everything that we can understand as truth and just run with some speculation about what the earth can be, because the fabric of reality is electrostatics. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the level we're at.
Are they talking about intermolecular forces or intramolecular forces?
These are the new philosophers of this day. We're rather, there's nothing new under the sun, just rebranded probably.
There's a lot of misuse of that word that you were talking about. Hold on a second. Sorry. What was I saying? Dang it.
There's a lot of misuse of the word.
Of electrostatics, yeah. See, they're using it in another way that, like, they're confusing it and conflating a certain thing with like some sort of overall thing. So that's a weird thing to do.
The term is coherent and it does mean something. It has value, but it doesn't mean a lot of the extra applications they want to make it sound like it has.
Yeah, they've made something big out of something that is actually quite small. I mean, it's still like a pretty cool thing. Don't get me wrong, but they've taken that and interpreted it in a big way, and it's an interpretation, like some sort of extrapolation.
Well, we see electrostatics happening on this particular scale. Well, we could just say that the fabric of reality is all electrostatics. There you go.
It's pretty unfortunate though, because so many flat earthers are like that now. Like they've fallen for another daydream in someone else's mind.
Oh, great. You're a heretic.
Heretics deafened.
Excuse me, did I ask you? I'm still talking to you, so.
I was just informing you that he's deafened. If you're trying to talk to him, clearly it's going to be a fruitless endeavor.
Yo, Alpha Races?
Yeah, you're trying to help him out, and he's being a colossal cheese dick. That's weird.
Yo, Alpha Races. Yo, Gamekeeper Lee?
Yeah, no one cares. Hey, so do you think that the Earth's
calm
a
down,
globe?
dude.
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yo, you've done your turn. I didn't ask you. I'm asking someone else.
Snowflake.
Yo,
Do you think the Earth's a
Cyclone?
globe? All right, here we go.
Nifsklis?
Shut your dumb ass up. See how easy that was? You're probably gonna run. So put your track shoes on. You're gonna run. If not, answer my question, Snowflake. Do you think the Earth's a globe? Go.
Do I need to answer?
Yep. Absolutely.
So you're talking to me now? I did
Is
not
the
engage
Earth a globe, Snowflake?
this
Answer.
conversation.
Yeah, you can have an option to answer, or put your track shoes on and run.
Yeah, it's a globe, dude.
All right. Do you have any evidence for it?
Yo, I don't want to talk to you because
Earth, a globe, evidence, go. Go. Do you have evidence, or do you just say it's a globe?
I just said.
Go ahead. I'll listen to you. I'm not going to interrupt, but I want you to tell me how you know it's a globe.
Yo, can I phone a friend?
You can do whatever you want, man. We're here 24/7. But that's what this forum's about. For you guys to be able to tell us if you have any evidence that it is a globe.
Yo, do I have 50-50?
I don't know what that means. Do you know what's a globe or not?
Who wants to be a millionaire?
No, we're not playing a game. This is either you know the information to support the claim or not.
Can I ask them the questioner?
Oh God, no, just answer. Do you know if it's a globe or no?
I'm going to put my lifeline here. Is that okay?
So you're just a troll. You don't want to answer any intellectual questions because you don't have the capacity to answer them.
Yeah,
You're just
I already said that, dude.
Yeah, what, dude? What'd you take?
I already said I didn't have the proof, dude.
What's the proof?
I don't have it, dude.
All right. Well, that's what we're looking for.
Do you have proof it's flat or?
Absolutely.
I don't want to hear.
I wasn't going to tell you.
Yeah, I don't want to hear, so okay.
I wasn't going to tell you.
Win-win, then.
Yeah. Win-win for me because you didn't prove that the Earth is a globe, plus I don't have to tell you that the Earth is flat.
Yo, I didn't want to hear, so it's a win-win.
Yeah, doesn't matter. You lost, actually.
Yo.
You didn't provide evidence of the globe, so you
Yo,
actually
heretic.
lost. He don't want to talk to you.
Yo, heretic?
Quiet. That's the level of these globers, though, man.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this guy even knows what death ending.
He probably doesn't know.
Probably couldn't spell it either.
Let's see. Go ahead,
Yo,
Horse.
heretic?
He's deafened. My God. Do you see little earplugs on it on his icon?
Yeah, I've got
Can't hear you.
AirPods on there now. Got AirPods on there now.
Can you imagine you're driving down the road and you got like 1,000 of these coming at you? Guys like this?
Yo, Morvis?
Freaking globers.
Yo, Cyclone? Yo, Mystics?
I think his slobber nurse doesn't know where he's at right now. Jeez Louise.
I'm curious though. Why does this guy want to call out some specific individual in the room?
Yeah, he's just naming people.
What does he think he's going to get out of it?
Mm-hmm. Maybe they're gonna be like, "Oh, you call my name? Okay, I'll engage you." Then he's just gonna keep naming other people because he doesn't really want engagement. He's just trolling.
So he's looking for a sweet talker because he knows you're a hard ass. He thinks heretics any less hard.
Pretty much, man. I think that's what he is fishing for. A little sweet talker. Oh yeah, man. Go ahead. I'll talk to you.
No, I'm looking for a torta.
Then he makes the most ruthless mistake and then calls out Flatsy.
Yo, who's talking right now?
Well, look at the screen. You can see for yourself. What do
No,
we gotta tell
I
you
can't,
everything?
dude. I can't.
Oh, dude. Okay. I know where you are from now. You're from India, dude.
No, I'm
Don't
from
say you're
Cuba.
not. You're not from
Cuba,
Cuba,
man.
dude. You sound like you're from
Yeah,
India.
I am, dude.
See, I told
You
you.
haven't been to Cuba.
I told you you're not from Cuba.
You're clearly
Nice
from the
try.
land where
Nice
they.
try, dude. Perhaps
God.
next time you can be from Cuba. But today you are not from Cuba. You're from India. Okay,
Where are
dude.
you from, dude? You're from Idiot Land?
Dude. No, dude.
You're from the
I'm not
globe
from.
Earth?
No,
You're a
dude.
glober?
I'm not. No way, dude.
Yeah, you think you're a glober. Give me some proof the Earth's a globe, dude.
I'm from the Earth.
Yeah, give me some proof
The
the
Earth
Earth's
is
a
not a
globe.
globe, dude. You need
Yeah,
to go
you
back
can't
to
prove
India.
it. You can't prove it, dude.
Oh, I can prove it
That's a
all day,
win
dude.
for me, man.
I've
That's
been
a win
proving
for
it all
me,
day,
dude.
dude. You're not listening to me, dude.
I'm going to post my globe Earth proof.
Okay, dude.
Oh, my
Go ahead.
flat Earth
Post your
proof.
globe proof.
That's my
Yes.
flat Earth proof. That's my flat Earth.
You don't have flat Earth proof, dude.
I
I've
literally
already told
posted it
you.
in the side chat,
I've
dude.
exposed you to be a numpty dipshit. You
Yo,
are a
dude.
numpty dipshit, dude.
Dude, we try not to say that word here.
Dude. Don't tell me how to talk, dude.
Yo,
I can
dude.
talk any way I want.
No, dude,
Do
we
you
try not to say
understand?
that word. You know that word is very offensive in
No,
American
dude.
culture.
Now you're changing your accent. Why you do that to me?
Dude, I'm not changing the accent, dude.
Yes, you are, dude.
You don't know my accent. I'm
I
from
do.
Cuba.
You are from India, dude.
You do
Just
not
like
know.
me.
You do not know where Cuba is.
Cuba. You do
Yeah,
not
you
come
don't know
from
where it
Cuba.
is. You don't know where Cuba is.
You are not from Cuba.
You don't know what Cuba is.
Be honest and tell the people where you're from. You're from India
Cuba.
like me.
You're not from India, my friend.
Yes, I am. Or you say
You're
I'm not.
from. You are a little racist from the United States of America.
Why are you telling me this, dude? Are you a
I'm
racist?
just stating the facts. I'm just stating the facts, my guy.
You are a racist. You coming in here to talk to me this way? Why are you doing this, dude?
Heretic, can you back me up, dude?
No, dude. He cannot hear you. For the last time. He
Heretic,
is
can you
deafened.
back me up, dude?
Do you not understand what deafened is, dude? You cannot hear when you're deafened.
Yo, iron voltage, can you back me up, dude?
No, dude. They cannot.
Yo, was I talking to you? I was not.
Yes, you are. Why are you being so rude to me, dude?
Yo, Cyclone, can you back me
Why
up,
do you
dude?
ignore me, dude, and be so rude? You're in my VC.
Yo, Mephistic, can you back me up, dude?
No, dude.
Yo, why do you keep talking?
Why are you looking
Yo,
for backup?
just call me Mike.
Why are
Can
you
back
being
me
so
up, dude?
rude, dude? You're being a very rude guy to me.
Why are you
can
looking
be
for
nicer,
backup,
dude.
man?
Who asked?
Why are you looking for backup, man?
Because he is
What?
a rude man. He wants to be more rude to me.
Yo. So you have the flat earth proof yet, or?
So
All
no
day,
answer.
dude.
Yo, I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to hear your proof. Stop talking, dude.
You see,
Dude, I'm asking you why.
he's a very rude man.
I don't know if you heard my. I'm not sure if you heard my question properly, sir. I'm asking you, why are you looking for backup?
Yo, I didn't hear you the first time, my friend.
Okay, for the 5th time now, why are you looking for backup?
Well, it's basically the second time for me.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll answer it, and I just need a little bit of backup to answer the question. Yo,
Peter
Peter,
will
flat
answer
earth
your
viewers,
question, dude. Peter will
can you
answer your
back me up here?
question. Yes,
Yo,
Peter
can you
is
back
here.
me up?
He will answer your question for sure.
Get Peter. Get Peter.
Yeah. Peter, can you back me
Peter.
up with this question? Yo, Mike, repeat your question,
Of
whatever it
course,
was.
comrade.
Yes. You're
He
from
will
Cuba
answer
too?
your question, horse.
You're from Cuba too? Yeah, Mike, repeat the question so my friend here can understand what you're trying to say.
Please repeat the question. My
Horst,
capitalist Wi-Fi just disconnected.
Yes, socialism is the way. I'm so proud of you, but
Horst. My
no, my
question to
friend,
you
he's
was,
backing me up, so ask him.
the question to you was, why are you looking for backup to begin with? That's all it was.
Peter, answer the question for me, please.
He's looking for backup because he's a horrible glober.
All right, thank you.
He's calling on to the supreme glober in his fight, in his struggle against the capitalist flat earthers.
I'm a socialist glober. Anyone here want to question my socialism, or is this not the channel for that, you know?
True socialism is only possible on the flat earth.
If you're unable to produce globe evidence, then maybe we can get some glue out of you.
Oh, Tactical Droid and Alpha Vertius, I think you would be good friends, because you both have nothing to say.
Yeah.
All
Yo,
of their
Tactical Droid.
arguments fall flat.
Yo, Tactical Droid, what were you saying, dude? Yo, Tactical Droid?
If you're unable to produce globe evidence, then maybe the only thing you're good for is glue.
Yo, can you blow your nose or something? You sound a bit nasally or something.
Your name is Yeller.